The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 201. Aboard Abraham Kepler. While the staff at the lab was working to get the new Mecha designs finished, far above them, docked to Maintenance Station 3, Abraham Kepler, the President-class transport, was getting the most comprehensive overhaul that the crew had ever heard of. Firstly, the warp drive was being fully upgraded and not just refueled, with the intent to increase the ship's maximum speed by over 50% to make it a more efficient first response vessel. Secondly, the entire crew quarters and every hangar bay needed refurbishment after the damages and hasty patches during the scavenger attack. Every bulkhead, every floor plate, and every electrical connection was checked, verified, and resealed. On top of that, all new Mecha repair gantries were being installed for the new Mecha contingent that was going to be boarding in a few months. They weren't the same pattern as the previous gantries, and there were no Mecha currently on board to test them against, but they looked to be just as functional. There was only one odd part about them. A number of them seemed to be for super heavy Mecha when they already had General Tennant and the Shining Darkness in residence. The venerable Mecha had been moved to the station during the refurbishment efforts, but the crew listing still showed it as being stationed aboard Abraham Kepler. Corporal Fritz was in charge of the refurbishment of the final 3 launch bays at the rear of the ship, a high honor that indicated to everyone around him that he was likely to be promoted to sergeant as soon as this refurbishment was over. The men who worked with him all respected him, and he was excellent at his job, but that had been his downfall. He was simply too good at diagnosing and repairing Mecha, so command had held off on his promotion, sticking him at Lance Corporal, with an engineering specialty, for most of a decade. That didn't really bother Fritz though. He enjoyed his job, and the people he met while doing it. This final bay was an unusual one for Abraham Kepler. The ship had many other launch bays for orbital insertion fighters, but this one was the only one in Corporal Fritz's assignment. They wanted it changed out to launch a new pattern of fighter, which was nothing unusual. They changed them all the time, depending on what enemy they expected a mission to be meeting, but this time they wanted the refurbishment to include 50 VR pods in what used to be a crew-ready room. That made the corporal think that this might be the last hurrah for the high-casualty attack planes and that the storage racks were going to be only for emergencies. Normally all the pilots would assemble in this room, updating their wills and leaving messages for loved ones before launch, so if this room was being eliminated, there was a good chance that the pilots were as well. They might only fight for a few hours of every deployment, but it wasn't unusual for them to lose a quarter or more of their numbers every time they were deployed. Some ships even went as far as recruiting prisoners or using soldiers on punishment detail to pilot the fighters when they were needed. At least they had approved a color change for the hangar bay. It used to be a dull gray-green, but now it was a sky blue with white accents, making it feel a bit less miserable to be hanging out in the hangars all day. Less like an enormous warehouse, more like, he was outdoors. Because they were in the middle of a refurbishment and not on vacation like the pilots and infantry were, Corporal Fritz hadn't had the chance to see the real sky above him in over a year now, and likely wouldn't for at least one more, unless they got this refurbishment finished ahead of schedule and earned a few days down on the planet below them. Fritz, we've got the next round of directions in from the design crew. They say that the structural team has finished the work on the hallways between our bays, and we can close them off to complete the painting and install the new floors. One of his team members called out, pulling Fritz away from his thoughts about the future of the orbital insertion fighter teams. The VR pods weren't here yet anyhow, so there was no point in worrying about them, only about painting the room to put them in. While Fritz worked to get the ship ready, General Tennant was working to keep the crew in the dark about the nature of the changes that were being made. Everything was done in modules, and the crews were carefully segregated by sections of the ship deemed in need of structural repair. That had kept the crew locked aboard the ship for over a month already, but the major overhauls were nearly done, and they were mostly waiting on the final bits of crew comfort, as well as the final work to be done on the faster-than-light engines. So far, it was clear that none of the teams working the bays had realized that the whole ship was being converted for a new pattern of mecha, or that there were going to be a rather astounding number of super-heavy mecha aboard it. Having just 2 of them on board for the last few missions had raised gossip and spread rumors among the crew, rumors that the communications teams had to work hard to keep from being spread to friends and family of those aboard, for security reasons. They had been working hard to isolate all chances of breach and betrayal before they could set out, and at his suggestion, they had even gone as far as having the manufacturing moved from the closest few planets here in the Camor system, to mostly uninhabited outposts a few star systems away. Since there were only factories on the planet and no civilian population, they were ideal for a secret run-up of new designs, and the losses would be minimal if they were discovered and Command had to scuttle the plant to keep the technology out of enemy hands. Chapter 202. Call the Boss. The next morning brought a freshly built cockpit mock-up from the night shift, installed in the prototype of the X-137 and ready to go the moment that Max and the team walked into the bay. It had everything that they had requested, including the upgraded shielding and the new design seats. They had even put removable dividers into the under-bunk storage to keep items from shifting around while in motion, a small detail that Max and the team had overlooked, and one that wouldn't have caused anything worse than an annoying rattle as items shifted. Power it up and make sure that everything works. We had to change a lot of the electrical routing to make the packaging work without compromising the integrity of the shielding around the cockpit pod. The head of the night shift, who stayed behind to meet them this morning, instructed with a smile, already knowing that it should work. They didn't have a test pilot on the night shift, but they could at least power the unit up and do a diagnostic on it. Most other projects had pilots on every shift, but the X-137 was a bit of an outlier. They didn't have any more pilots qualified to pilot it other than Majors Max and Nico, so all the testing was done on the day shift. They spent 2 hours going through every relay and possible motion configuration to make sure there were no more issues before Sister Lilith declared that the mecha was fully functional. That meant that they could call Uncle Lou here, and see if they could get approval to walk it to the test firing facility, where they could unleash the weapons for their final check and clear the design as completed. Both of the Crusader-class replacements for the Redemption pattern mecha had already undergone this stage more than once, due to design modifications, but this would be the first time the lab had actually sent a Super Heavy to the bay. It was a cause for celebration if the base commander would approve it, and Uncle Lou did love approving live testing of his new designs. It didn't take long before the man himself was at their bay to verify their results and get ready to formally move the mecha to the live fire bays. They were on the same floor, but in a contained area near the edge of the facility, so that any accidents wouldn't cause serious damage to the rest of the Hab Dome facility. Since we have a qualified pilot already in the mecha, why don't we skip the transport rack and let the testing bays see just how well you all did? Uncle Lou suggested, signing off on the change of location paperwork that Lilith had sent him. In Max's mind, that would be the best possible option. The ground floor between bays was strictly off limits to all pedestrian traffic, thanks to the number of mecha and forklifts that traveled between bays, bringing materials and taking away failed experiments, so there wouldn't be a fear of stepping on anyone while he walked across the city. It would be loud, even with the noise cancelling, but Max could minimize that with good control of the gravity plates and a smooth walking motion. Pilot Max, please be ready to begin the movement in 1 minute. Directions for the route are being sent now, please maintain the indicated pace. Sister Lilith instructed, reminding Max that all movement between bays was monitored, with much of it being automated, so maintaining the correct speed prevented collisions and traffic jams. Max moved out, carefully following the directions, as every tester in the area came to watch from the catwalks. The X-137 was the pride and joy of their lab, the first new super heavy mecha that the Kepler military had approved in nearly a century of warfare. Sure, they had issued hundreds of upgrades over time, but the basic designs had been the same for most of the Empire's history. With its release, they could soon be considered technologically on par with the greatest of militaries in the galaxy, and not an empire holding on by sheer perseverance. It was not an easy task to improve on the existing designs. Like many truly ingenious things, they were simply better than anything that had been intended to replace them, enduring through time well beyond their intended lifespan. Many had joked over the years that Kepler's mecha was the rubber tire of the war machine industry. The rubber tire, in various incarnations, due to planetary differences in plant life, had been around for millennia, and it still was commonly used on many worlds for everything from children's toys to light industrial equipment. There simply wasn't anything that could replace it and not be cost prohibitive in regions without easy access to the higher end of technology, like many agricultural worlds that lack the rare resources to replicate anti-gravity plating locally. Max had learned from some pilots who had grown up in such worlds that the common person believed that if they were intended to float through the air, they would have been born with wings. The rich could fly all they wanted, but the ground was where humanity truly belonged. That belief led to the idolization of the Mecha. Huge and stompy, firmly grounded on the earth the way a proper human should be, they were a symbol of might and hope to the masses. Even on worlds as advanced as Kepler Terminus, where wheeled vehicles were all but unheard of, Max felt that belief on a personal level. The poor walked, and the rich floated along in their hovercars. That was how it was, and the Mecha were seen as hope for a better future, even at the risk of one's own life. Max precisely followed the route as he was lost in his memories, watching the crowd cheer on the mightiest addition to the Kepler military. Word had already spread that the design was approved for construction, they just had to finish the final tweaks so that the factories could begin their work. For the bureaucracy of the Kepler Empire, that was astounding. Too astounding in fact, enough that Max suspected that this decision had come straight from the Emperor to Central Command and had been decreed to Uncle Lou before the design was even put through testing. There would be a new Super Heavy, and it would be better than the original, or else. That was how Max imagined the conversation went. But they had done it, the X-137 was moving on its own to go test an all-new weapon suite. One last test and the factories would be hard at work. Chapter 203. Live Fire. The vault, as the testing facility was known, loomed in front of Max when his planned route ended. An enormous door, the height of the entire level, and 20 meters thick stood in front of him in shining metallic glory, open and waiting for his arrival. X-137, please step to the blue line to begin testing the main ion bombard arrays. Came the voice of Sister Lilith over the intercom, shaking with excitement. Her team wasn't involved in that part of the development, so she had never seen the new design in action, even in a simulation. This was a big moment for her and the team. The blue line was the closest to the door, giving the weapons the maximum range of 800 meters to the far wall where a thick armored target was set up to take the full fury of his blasts. It was covered in dozens of layers of energy shielding, so it didn't need to be replaced every time it was used, and Max could only wish such a thing was practical for a mecha. Unfortunately, the power requirements were too much for even a reactor as mighty as the X-137 carried and needed one intended to power an entire major city to keep them online. This was a modified design of the orbital strike defenses that all major cities had, but used on a much smaller area. The chance of a mecha unleashing something more terrifying than the orbital lance of the fleet's destroyers and President-class transport ships was laughable, so Max had full confidence in unleashing the full fury of the new weapons in this room. Single shot, maximum output strike with the right arm. Sister Lilith directed, and Max triggered the blinding white light of the ion bombard array to crash into the target. Excellent results. Now, left arm, all 6 barrels at once. Rapid fire, cyclic pulses. The ion bombard arrays were put through their paces, including heat retention and power draw tests that saw them put on rapid fire mode for a straight minute to ensure that they had a level of stability that the original version lacked. That was mostly due to power output though. The X-137 had a much larger reactor than even the Shining Darkness, which was set up specifically for energy attacks. Align the thunder gun. We will start with all 3 barrels on single-shot mode, Lilith instructed. Hundreds of people were observing and there were 10 team members. They had more than enough manpower to analyze all 3 guns at once, so she might as well put on a show for the crowd. Within test scenario regulations, of course. All 3 guns barked out their crackling report. As the mass drivers pushed their shells toward the target. The speed was lower than usual since the distance was short and speed wasn't necessary, but all 3 rounds hit the target millimeters apart. Excellent synchronization. Repeat the test with maximum velocity. Lilith instructed and the guns barked again, except this time with a heavy boom of the sound barrier being broken by 3 large projectiles. With that sort of speed, the X-137 would have no problem lobbing projectiles over the horizon, making it a suitable replacement for the standard artillery battery that the infantry units currently deployed. Maximum rate of fire, staggered intervals at maximum velocity. The design team is eager to hear the thunder in person. This time the voice belonged to Uncle Lou, who was just as eager as the weapons team to hear the sound in person and not in a simulation. The two should theoretically be identical, but he had always felt that the simulation was lacking something visceral. A feeling that only the real world could provide, no matter how well simulated the sound and shockwaves were. The observers were all in a separate room, thickly armored and isolated from the worst of the effects of the live fire lab, but Max was pretty sure that this would get their hearts pumping like the bass line of a dance club. At 240 beats a minute, the rhythm of the thunder guns made the air inside the live fire lab shake, and even the insulation of the cockpit couldn't keep the changes in air pressure from the vibration from affecting Max. It wouldn't hurt him, his system had made him far too durable for that, but he could see it giving lower-ranked technicians a severe headache with prolonged fire. Max added it to his notes and let the guns fire for the entire minute of the test, running the test munitions dry at the end. Munitions spent, Max reported, and the sound of clapping came over the radio as the scientists celebrated. As Uncle Lou had expected, the tests were flawless. Virtual testing only ever failed if physical construction didn't meet specifications, and his lab did an amazing job of creating exactly what they were told to. The first signal the eccentric general sent was to Central Command, informing them that the tests were successful and that the production of the pre-production models could begin for the first round of battlefield testing. The second signal he sent was to General Tennant aboard Abraham Kepler. My dearest brother Tennant, it is with great regret to inform you that you are no longer the most beautiful in the family. Today we celebrated the birth of Sanju Nana, the most beautiful baby girl. One day she will grow up just as mighty as her big brother, I am certain. With regards, Uncle Lou. General Tennant had been waiting for the signal from the labs to indicate that the testing was finished, but what he hadn't expected was that the general in charge was such an odd character. General Tennant did view the shining darkness as his own child since it had been in the family for generations, but that message was a bit unexpected. Sanju Nana was the local language's word for 37, so General Tennant knew exactly what the message was about, and how long he had to get all the upgrades finished before it would be time to go pick up the test units, as well as a crew to staff them. It was going to be a very busy month for him. Chapter 204. Testing completed. Once the tests were completed, X-137 was walked back to its testing bay and the whole team gathered around for an afternoon celebration. The heavy and super heavy mecha projects had been taking up most of the combined manpower of the lab for most of a year now, with an intense crunch at the end when General Liu decided that the planned design needed some serious overhauls, but now that all three patterns were finished in-house testing, they could finally relax and start focusing on less time-sensitive projects. Some would be moved to exoskeleton projects, some to small arms development, others to virtual reality upgrades or even civilian interests, like better shelf-stable ration packs for the disaster recovery portion of the mission that came at the end of most military interventions. That also meant that the primary reason General Liu had brought in Max and Nico was now finished, which raised the question of what they were going to be up to next. Max hoped that it would be something relatively safe and interesting, but that sort of assignment didn't often come up 2 deployments in a row, and this one had been pretty good to him so far. There were still many more mecha designs that needed to go through the final testing phases, including upgrades for the existing models of mecha within the Kepler military, and the new weapons for the Corvette-class units, so there was hope that he wouldn't be leaving here for a while. The most important part of not wanting to leave was actually standing right next to him though. Mooney was looking up at him with a data tablet in her hand, wanting to get his take on the data that she had collected during the live fire exercises, and hear all about what it was like being inside a super heavy mecha when it was actually in action. Is it as loud in there as it was in the observation room? I mean, they turned down the external volume, but it was still pretty loud in there. She asked, impatient for more details. It's loud, but it's not the volume that really gets you, it is the air displacement from the vibration. There really isn't anything you can do about it, being so close to 3 high-powered mass drivers, but it can really shake your insides. Max explained. We have the sensor data from inside the cockpit, and it includes vibration information, as well as audio and other sensors. I will have to send the data to be analyzed for overall safety, so they can determine who is safe to send in as the technicians in these units. Mooney nodded, tapping away at her tablet. What are our plans for the rest of the day, sister? Max asked Lilith, who was only a few meters away, working on her own data analysis. Data, and more data. The general has a questionnaire here for you to fill out about the responsiveness of the chassis. You might need to go into the virtual trainers to check on some of the answers, but most of it you will be able to fill out right away. Lilith informed him, handing over a data tablet with the questionnaire open. It was all simple things. Lag time, responsiveness, any hesitation under rapidly changed commands, potential overloads, and thermal variations in the electronics after prolonged firing. Some he knew, some he could look up after the testing, but some he would have to go to the simulator for as Lilith suggested. They hadn't done any combat maneuver testing yet, which would come sometime later, so the simulator was his only option for the day. The rest of the day passed in a mind-numbing blur until finally, it was time to head home. Max checked out of the simulator and headed for the locker room to freshen up, wondering what he would order for the night. He rarely went to the restaurants, and instead preferred to cook or pay the extra fee and have something delivered to his room. A bit wasteful, but everywhere was so packed with people lately that it was hard to enjoy yourself. Even the games room had been near maximum capacity, which was strange because the total number of people on the base hadn't changed. It was like everyone was just congregating in this district for some reason. That made Max think of the unauthorized message that had been intercepted. How many of these people had allegiances other than the military? How many were sent specifically to gather data to send home, or were hired by outside forces? The vetting process was good, but top scientists were needed, so the employee pool was limited, and it was unreasonable to think you could fill a city with people who didn't have split loyalties, even over an area as large as the Kepler Empire. Max was just about to start looking up data on employee recruitment when his doorbell rang, bringing up a security feed that showed him 3 women standing outside his door. Nico, Lilith, and Mooney, who were all dressed up to go out. "Ladies, come in. Welcome to my humble abode, and I'm sorry I don't have enough chairs." Max greeted them. "A small cyborg has brought it to our attention that today is a very special day back on your homeworld." Sister Lilith laughed, walking towards Max's closet. "And so, we are dragging you out for the evening. Reservations have been made, so there is no reason for you to turn us down." Mooney agreed. Max thought for a second about what would constitute an important day, then checked his watch, not finding anything. "In 2 hours and 16 minutes, Kepler Standard Time, you will be another year older." Nico smiled, seeing Max's confusion. "That's it. The change in seasons and from Kepler Terminus to the standard calendar threw him off, but it will indeed be his birthday. According to the altered data in his official records, changed when the Cygnus officers were captured to prevent accusations of child soldiers, today will be his 18th birthday and not his 14th, but it is still his birthday." That's fine by Max though. With all these returned memories, he certainly doesn't feel like a youth anymore. "I'm sure you will love it. We put a lot of thought into what would be just the right evening." Mooney smiled, giving Max a kiss on the cheek, before handing him the clothes that Lilith picked out for him. "I only have one more question. Did our favorite cyborg troublemaker tell you that it is her birthday too?" "We were born only a few minutes apart," Max pointed out, and Nico just shrugged. In her mind, she wasn't that nonchalant. She was greatly looking forward to a proper birthday party, but she didn't know how to show that, so instead she arranged a party for him. Chapter 205. Party Up. Max's party outfit for the day, as chosen by Lilith, was a black-on-black shirt and pants, with a gray vest and tie. Max rolled the shirt up to his elbows, as was customary for off-duty officers, to remind themselves that they weren't in uniform. After straightening his tie, Max strolled out into the main room to a wolf whistle by Nico and an appreciative look from Mooney. "Now that the birthday boy is ready, we can head out. The reservation won't wait, and we used a lot of pull to get this spot." The big brunette told him with a wink, making Max wonder what exactly they had planned for his birthday. Outside, one of the electric carts that served as group transport, but were normally only available to those whose duties required patrolling the city, was waiting for them, along with a uniformed driver in his parade vest. He was one of the men who usually worked the gate to the testing department, so Max had seen him almost every morning. The man gave him a knowing wink, then helped the ladies into the cart with a very gentlemanly gesture that made him look like an actual chauffeur. "It will be 10 minutes to get you to your destination, so please, relax and enjoy the ride," he called over his shoulder as the cart slowly rolled away. "You know the hoverboard is 20 times faster than this thing, right?" Max laughed, making Nico smirk and gesture at the others. "Do you really think we should take proper ladies in such elegant gowns on a hoverboard ride through the city? Imagine the scandal." Nico's laugh was contagious, and the image of high winds flipping skirts as they raced through the city made Max realize the error in his suggestion. He wouldn't mind seeing it, but he certainly wouldn't want to share the view with the whole city. The cart stopped at the nearest elevator, where the driver punched a button for one of the top floors, reserved for senior officers and those willing to blow large amounts of their salary to enjoy the finest that the city had to offer. Their destination was a place called Chateau Chenming, an upscale hotel and event hall, where the management staff hosted important visitors that held a sufficiently high security clearance to enter the lab city. That meant that it was mostly empty, with the visitors usually being researchers celebrating special events more significant than a birthday party. But they also just finished up the X-137 project, so there was a decent excuse if they had needed one to get reservations at the last minute. "It's still a bit early for dinner, isn't it?" Max asked quietly as Mooney and Nico led him by the hands to the hotel's restaurant, and Sister Lilith greeted the host with a big hug that smothered his face in her chest. "Please, follow me," the man stammered while his face turned bright red in embarrassment. Lilith had a pleased look on her face, and Max recalled the first time they had met. Younger, easily embarrassed men were exactly her type. Despite the early hour, the restaurant was already starting to fill up, but the host led them to a private booth that had sound-deadening curtains all around it. "Your orders have been placed and prepared in advance, please do enjoy," were his last words before he left their side. A group of waitresses arrived seconds later with an assortment of appetizers and Comor's local champagne, made from a local fruit that gave it a distinct taste Max enjoyed much more than the original. He wasn't sure who knew he liked this version, since only a few people had been around him when he was drinking, but he suspected Nico and raised a questioning eyebrow at her when the staff left the bottle of premium wine behind. "Don't give me that look. It's the house specialty. The Chen family's vineyard makes it, so they bring a bottle for all the special events," Nico responded, sticking her tongue out at him. "I'm not sure I'm old enough to drink." Mooney hesitated, looking at the drink. "The Kepler drinking age is your day of enrollment into the academy. After that, you are under military regulation until you retire. I'm quite certain that you are in fact old enough." Lilith corrected her, and Mooney took a sip, looking surprised at either the bubbles or the taste. "It's like soda. I could begin to enjoy this," Mooney told her team leader, pouring her glass full. Unlike a normal wine, Comor champagne was a fortified spirit, at 60 proof, so drinking it like soda with her meal would lead to a very drunk Mooney. Especially since she had zero alcohol tolerance. Lilith promptly moved the bottle out of her reach and held up her glass. "To victory, growth, and new beginnings," she toasted. "Hear, hear, a fine toast." Nico congratulated her, sipping the bubbly wine happily, knowing that she wouldn't suffer any side effects. They chatted about their time since enlistment over appetizers, all of them deliberately ignoring the topic of early childhood for various reasons, clearing the first round of plates just before the main dish came out. Sister Lilith had ordered them all prime rib dinners, in some sort of mushroom sauce. The meat fell apart under gentle pressure from a fork, releasing an irresistible aroma into the room. "It's from the Tapani wildebeest. I don't think they exist in Kepler, but they are incredibly good," Sister Lilith explained. Max noticed that while 3 of the dishes were identical, Nico's was brought out split in half, on 2 plates. "I don't actually need food, and you're a big guy, towering over us little ladies. I'm sure you need your nutrition," the raven-haired cyborg teased him, the metallic sticks that she used to style her hair into a bun waggling in time with her hand as she waved off his concern. The wait staff brought multiple bottles of wine to go with the meal, and the group drank and laughed for hours until an alarm on Lilith's wrist device went off. "All right, it's ready, let's get this party properly started," she laughed, wiping the last bit of gravy off her plate and totally ruining the ladylike image she had been going for all night. Chapter 206. Party downer. Once they had left the restaurant, Lilith again led them to a waiting transport cart, with another driver from the security team, a shorter man with almost coal dark skin and hair whom Max didn't recognize. That likely meant that he was a friend of Lilith's and worked on the upper research floor entrances, so Max just greeted him politely and hopped in with the others. Now that we're all nearly in a food coma from the birthday dinner, there is a full team party going on to celebrate the completion of the last of the 3 new heavy mecha designs. They reserved the military museum deck just for the party, and I'm sure you will find something amazing there," Lilith joked while thinking hard about everything but the museum and the party to try to fool Max's mind reading. It was working pretty well. Max got hints of the party planning, but nothing about what sort of surprise would be so amazing in a museum. But maybe that part was for Nico. She loved the history and design process as much as Max loved piloting, so the museum likely did have a lot in store that she would enjoy, even if there wasn't a party. The military museum deck was near the bottom of the city's spherical shape, taking up an entire floor to itself. This was common in many hab domes, since the entrance that most people would use came in from the bottom. The first few floors were all shopping and entertainment districts so that the tourists didn't have to pass through the residential areas to get to the places that they actually wanted to be. In this case, it also served as camouflage in case someone did get in by accident. They would find themselves first in the shopping area for designer augmentic implants and clothing, then the museum, after which they would find that the elevators needed authorization to go higher, or appeared to have a malfunction, depending on who they were. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, the most unexpected sight in the world greeted Max's eyes. Two bone and bronze Crusader-class mecha encased in stasis tubes, with a detailed write-up of the long history of the redemption pattern Crusaders on the placards in front of them and a huge sign saying Happy Birthday. All of the base's senior staff were there waiting, along with General Tennant, who Max didn't know was even still on the planet. Congratulations on living to reach another year older, Majors. Your new orders will arrive in the morning, but today we have a monumental achievement to celebrate. First, the retirement of the two heavy mecha, Stalwart and Tereth's Rage. Secondly, the birthdays of both of their pilots, Major Karis Max and Major Tereth Nico. And finally, the official announcement that the alpha development and testing phase of the next generation project that the entire Mecha Modernization Bureau has been committed to has now been completed. I realize that was quite a mouthful, but I will only have to say it once. Tomorrow, a lot of you will receive updated orders for the next round of testing, which will be done off-world for practical reasons, meaning that this might be your last chance to socialize together in this group. Enjoy it. General Lu's speech set the whole crowd to cheering, and even the most dour-faced members of the mecha development teams managed a smile for this moment. Happy birthday, you two. There is one more thing I should show you before we get too invested in the party. It's over on the far side of the library, and not up for public viewing yet, but you two will certainly be interested. General Tennant told Max and Nico with a smile, motioning them to follow him away from the party that was quickly getting rowdy as drinks were served and the previously low music was cranked up. He led them through a series of corridors and back rooms until they reached a massive storage hangar, where items that the museum held, but didn't display, were stored in a controlled environment. It was impossible to not know what he brought them here for. Shining Darkness stood proudly in the center of the room, inside a half-assembled stasis tube. That's right, she has been mothballed. It was a good run, but the faithful old girl has seen the last of her active service unless something truly catastrophic happens. The general told them, his eyes glistening with suppressed emotion. Nico moved over to give him a soft hug from behind, while Max asked the obvious question. So, if they have grounded Shining Darkness, what is next for you? I have been named Fleet Lord Commander of the Testing Fleet, with an upgrade from 2 to 3-star General. I will be in charge of Central Command for the testing missions, as well as what comes after. Understand, I am not at liberty to discuss that, and my system skills should be enough to keep you out of the parts of my mind you shouldn't be in, but we will be together for quite some time. The only difference is, that I won't be grooming you to take over the Shining Darkness anymore, but to take over a newly formed mechanized regiment. Why us? There are thousands of experienced colonels and brigadier generals who don't currently have a command posting. Why would command pick us for a newly formed regiment? Max asked, unable to get the answer straight from the general's mind. The same reason that all super heavy mecha pilots swear an oath directly to the Emperor and in his presence. Loyalty. Experienced political officers all have strong connections with the various noble factions and are usually from one of them themselves. You two both hold noble title, but neither of you has an inherited faction or outside influences. I won't lie, I have been instructed to raise you up as loyal servants of the Emperor, and so far you have been exemplary soldiers. But the new regiment will be in the spotlight from the moment they set foot in battle after our test missions are completed. Kepler can't afford a commander that might pit factions against each other, or work to undermine the leadership. The rebels are still simmering away, waiting for their moment to try again, and we can't afford to turn on our own with our neighbors breathing down our necks. A loyal show of force with the new pattern mecha is what the Emperor believes we need to settle the situation. General Tennant's lengthy explanation both alarmed and reassured both Max and Nico. The Emperor was doing what he could to avoid civil war, even if it meant letting his enemies survive a bit longer until the Kepler Empire was strong enough to eliminate them without being swarmed and overrun by hostile outside forces. Chapter 207. Assignment. After the stunning revelation that one of the Empire's most revered war machines was being put into retirement, and all that followed, the trio returned to the party, where Sister Lilith was waiting for them with drinks in hand. I didn't bother putting alcohol in yours, Nico. It's a fruity energy concoction, made into a slushie. There are a lot of partial conversions on the research team, so they can process this much more easily than a normal drink, plus it tastes amazing. Lilith explained, handing out the drinks. Nearly 1,000 researchers were here, all celebrating the end of a project, and the possibility that they would be transferred to somewhere outside the lab. Active duty was terrifying and dangerous, but most of them were researchers and not combat certified, so they would be staying aboard whatever transport they were assigned to, doing the data analysis of the new Mecha's engagements. There was still some risk, but there was also the hope that they would be able to contact family, see the galaxy during the testing, and not spend more years confined to the Hab city. It was a nice city, but eventually, many of them wanted to see more. Even if it was just the nature reserves on Kamor, they would have been happy, but during the development process even that was too much of a security risk. It didn't take long before the entire crowd was in full party mode, with all sense of decorum forgotten in favor of looking toward the future with drunken optimism. "Max, come quick, we have a situation," Lilith called, drawing his attention to where Nico was consoling a very drunk Mooney. That couldn't be good, but her thoughts were so scattered by alcohol that Max couldn't make sense of them, so he couldn't determine why Mooney was crying, but he did hear his own name. "There he is, the greatest man ever. Did you know that he is an amazing chess player? Like really amazing," Mooney rambled to Nico, who was carefully leading her toward the edge of the room. "What set her off?" Max asked Lilith quietly, so he wasn't overheard over the beat of the music. "Something about the deployments. I think she's worried about being left behind when everyone else leaves because she's a new researcher and this is her first assignment." Lilith explained, though Max could sense it was about half guess and half interpretation of her outbursts. "Why are you taking me away? He's that way, take me to that marvelous dick. Have you ever seen it? It's so beautiful," Mooney called, making the researchers around her laugh at her single-minded devotion to getting what she wanted. "We went through the academy and 3 battlefields together, and we both work in the lab as pilots. The only person who has seen him naked more times might be his mother," Nico confirmed, making Mooney pout, but renewing the laughter of the other testers, who all changed together every morning. "That's not fair. I should have asked to be a test pilot. Did you know that they didn't even let me practice in the Mecha after learning my system functions? It's total bullshit. I would have been a great pilot," Mooney complained, and Lilith pulled Max over before the girl could embarrass herself anymore. "All right, we brought you the handsome man with the beautiful dick. Now how about you two take this key and head to the hotel on the next floor up to sleep it off?" Lilith suggested, giving the key to Max. "Make the best of your time in life, you never know what tomorrow holds," Nico whispered in his ear before handing him a small package and picking up Mooney to place her in his arms. "Oh, there you are, we were just talking about you." Mooney cheered when she realized she was being carried by Max. "I heard. Now, let's get you upstairs and into bed," Max chuckled, nodding goodbye to the people he knew as he left the hotel. Max was quite certain that he hadn't gotten more than 2 hours of sleep when he woke up to the feeling of Mooney shifting positions on top of him and the sound of 2 wrist devices blaring out the urgent alert notification that wouldn't end until the message was read and confirmed. Mooney was an energetic drunk, and even after they reached the room she had spent hours showing Max just how much she would miss him if they were separated by the new deployment. Max wouldn't complain, but he certainly wasn't in much of a condition to accomplish anything the next morning. No, make that afternoon. The morning had already passed by the time Max checked his message. "Major Karis Max, please be notified that as of receipt of this message the entirety of the heavy mecha development teams will be transferred from the Mecha Development Lab on Kamor Prime to the transport vessel Abraham Kepler, currently docked in Wing C Bay 4 of the Kamor Orbital Station. Your duty status has been reinstated at A1, combat ready, and fit for service as of this message. You have 48 hours to gather your belongings and report to your new duty assignment. Regards, Central Command." Usually, these messages are quite personal and don't refer to anyone else, but if they are mentioning that the entire team is going, then their deployment isn't meant to be kept secret from the other members that are going. The news that everyone is going is also good news for him because there is a cute little blonde passed out on his chest that he would hate to have to leave behind. "Mooney, wake up. You have a duty assignment message on your wrist device and it needs to be read and confirmed to make the thing stop beeping," Max whispered in her ear, before giving it a gentle bite to wake her up. "No, I'm not getting dressed," Mooney complained before Max handed her the wrist device. "Don't get dressed then, you're perfect the way you are. But you need to read the message." Max tried bargaining. "My heart isn't ready yet. Give me 10 more minutes," Mooney whined, but a quick smack at her backside made her take the beeping device and open her messages. "We're going into space, all of us, for live combat testing. She gasped in astonishment and then gave Max a big hug. "I'm sorry I'm like this, I don't know what came over me," she whispered to him, making Max smirk. "I can think of a thing or two, but I will let Lilith fill you in on what happened at the party when you meet up with her later." Chapter 208. Chaos on deck. Now that Mooney had a purpose, she was more than happy to get up and get dressed. They were excused from lab duty today, since their project had ended and they were being reassigned, making it pointless to assign them a new task for a single day before they left. Unlike Max, who had only been here a short time, and had barely purchased anything, Mooney had been here for nearly 2 years and had made herself at home, assuming that she would be remaining at this lab for the majority of her military career. That meant that she had an abundance of personal items, clothing, lamps, bedding, and so on that she would have to sort through to see what she could fit in the storage cases and what she could not. Fortunately, Nico and Lilith had woken up much earlier and were well prepared for this scenario. They had sent a new duffel bag and 2 storage cubes to Mooney's room, which was more space than she had expected to get allotted as a corporal. Since they were researchers and not active duty combatants, the fleet had made exceptions to move them all to officers' quarters, giving them individual rooms of 2 by 3 meters, only slightly smaller than the ones the lower-ranked researchers like Mooney were currently in while stationed in the lab city. But the level of decoration that they had done in the base simply wasn't going to be possible aboard a transport ship, so Mooney had a lot of cleaning house to do. "It's only the team from the Mecha projects going, under 100 of us out of 10,000, so I'm sure you could just donate some of the good things you collected to others. There are still a bunch of new arrivals here. Would you like me to send a message?" Lilith suggested. "Oh, that might be good. Once I get everything I can take packed, you can send a message and arrange for them to pick anything that they like." Mooney agreed. Downsizing wasn't easy, and a lot of these things had sentimental value, so it was a slow process for Mooney that afternoon, and it became even slower when Nico showed up with vacuum bags. These self-deflate, sucking out the air so you can pack soft items like clothes and stuffed animals into a quarter of their original space, Nico explained, looking at all the stuffed decorations on the bed. Nico didn't know that most of Mooney's collection was already filling her transport cubes until the blonde popped it open and fluff practically exploded from every seam. "It looks like I made the right call. I will let you 2 work now that you can deflate the stuffies. Don't worry, once the vacuum is released they will gain their shape back in only a few hours. You can also use them to pack clothing more tightly. They are designed to sit in layers inside the cube, so pack as much as you can." With a swish of her long raven hair, Nico was out the door again, headed to assist other team members she had worked with on the X-109 Fast Attack Heavy Mecha project. They were the original X-104 Crusader replacement project team as well, so most of them had been in the lab for almost a decade, making the moving process a hard one for them. Fortunately, other than the coding team, they were all officers or assigned to officers' dorms aboard Abraham Kepler, so everyone who was going got a second storage cube to go with their duffel bag worth of space that even the lowliest of privates in the infantry were allotted. Some packed light, others had hoarded until their rooms were packed and were having trouble deciding what to take, so the whole first day was insane for the teams that were moving. Max and Mooney had finally packed all her favorite clothes, about half her stuffed animals, plus her duffel bag full of military uniforms, standard items and undergarments when the doorbell rang and the security camera showed a group of younger female staff members milling about outside, one with a takeout bag in her hands. "Sister Mooney, let us in. We brought dinner for you and that super hunky pilot boy," the leader called while the others laughed. Mooney opened the door to keep them from making a scene in the hallway, or at least any more of a scene than they already had, and the girls rushed forward to give her a round of hugs. "Greetings Major Max. I don't think we've met, since we're all in the food service division and you don't live near our floors, but we all arrived here on the same shuttle as Sister Mooney here. But we've been friends a long time and just heard that the whole Mecha team is being sent on an extended research mission, so we came to say goodbye," one of the girls explained to Max, bringing him into the group hug. "It's good to meet you as well. The mission is a full change of posting and not a research trip, so Mooney has to clear out her dorm here. Which of course has way more than a storage cube can contain. If you ask nicely, I'm sure that she has a few things left over that need loving new homes," Max suggested. That was exactly what the girls were hoping for. "Dear sister, I don't suppose you had room to pack all your clothing, did you? Aboard the ship you will need to wear a uniform every day, and you've got such great fashion sense." The girl's pleading made Mooney smile. They had often exchanged clothes with each other in the past, to find just the right outfits, and they were right, she had stacks and stacks of casual clothing in her room already. That wardrobe was expensive, you know. Mooney gave them a fake pout, not wanting to give in too easily. We have prepared a credit transfer for you. It's 2 months' wages, not enough to buy everything new, but it should help you start to replace the things you lost here when you get to another lab assignment. The leader explained, setting the food down on the small kitchen counter in Mooney's apartment. You didn't need to. I already knew I had too much stuff to transfer with me. I'm all packed now, so feel free to take what you like, even the fluffy comforter. I packed one with me, but the second simply wasn't going to fit, even vacuum packed. Mooney laughed. Not so fast, young ladies, you're not Mooney's only friends, you know. Someone called from down the hall, and Max realized that the door was still open, due to the abundance of people in the small space. Auntie Margaret, I saved you the potted plants. Mooney called, and the old woman's laughter rang through the hallway. Slowly the well-wishers came from all through the building. Mooney's gentle disposition and shy personality seemed to have made friends with everyone she interacted with over her time here in the lab. Many of them left with small items, stuffed animals, trinkets, or a particular clothing item in the case of those around her size and fashion sense. By the end of the evening, the girls from the food department, Mooney's first friends here, left with an armload of clothing each, and the room was clear of everything but the issued furniture and bedding. Well, that went smoothly. I thought we would be cleaning for hours, but they even brought someone from maintenance to vacuum the floors, so that the automated system would have an easier time of things and not dock you credits for excess energy usage. Max told Mooney while picking her up in a hug. Yes, it went perfectly. I totally didn't expect that Big John from security would love hydrangeas so much that he would argue with old Auntie Margaret over them though. Mooney agreed. The flowers were hard to get on the station since they weren't native to the planet, but Mooney got the seeds from another new arrival, who had packed them in his storage cube. Since your room is now clean and empty, let's head to mine and not mess it up, Max told her, picking up the transport cubes so that they wouldn't have to return here in the morning to load them for shipment to Abraham Kepler. Lead the way, Sir Max. Chapter 209. Moving day. The next morning Max woke Mooney up in time to take a shower and then double-checked the shuttle schedule. It wasn't easy to leave or enter this Habdome, so he wanted to make sure that they were aboard the morning shuttle, giving them plenty of time to make their way across the Comore station and get settled into their new homes aboard Abraham Kepler. Of course, he wasn't the only one that had that same idea, and the upper floors near the hangars were absolutely packed already when he checked the cameras. Getting off the base shouldn't be an issue. The military was nothing if not efficient in planning transportation, but it looked like it might be wiser for them to wait a while. Attention all staff transfers. Cargo pickup will begin in 15 minutes for those wishing to send their luggage ahead. Please schedule your luggage pickup with the transportation department. An announcement repeated all over the station's public areas, as well as appearing on the wrist devices of the crew that were leaving today. Max barely had time to read the message before the confirmation of his luggage pickup arrived, and a message dinged on Mooney's wrist device as well. That was quick. Did you send it while the announcement was playing, or did you arrange it in advance? The blonde researcher asked. Neither. I'm willing to wager that Major Nico arranged them both, and likely a pickup for Sister Lilith as well. Her skills are uniquely well suited to mission organization, Max explained. As expected, a few seconds after the message there was a knock at their door, and the cyborg in question was waiting outside. How did she get here so quickly? That's just crazy, Mooney muttered, and Max couldn't help but laugh. She lives right next door. She was literally 5 steps away. Max let Nico in, and she handed them both a small digital token. These are your boarding passes. The mob that assembled upstairs forgot that this is a military transfer operation, not a public bus. You don't just cram yourselves aboard at the first opportunity, everything is organized. We are all on the transport leaving at 0900, so we've got over an hour before we need to start heading for the hangars. The staff should be here soon to gather all our luggage, and Sister Lilith is on an earlier transport, so she won't have time to come down and meet us. Mooney nodded in acceptance. One last trip to the breakfast burrito stand then. I go there all the time on my days off when I'm not eating in the lab. That was a good enough plan for the day, and the shop ended up being a rather good takeout food place, with breakfast burritos as the daily special every single morning. More than a few people were here, despite it not being close to a standard shift change, but it didn't take long to get their breakfast ready and head back to the rooms so that the staff could come to get their luggage. As usual, all baggage would be scanned, disinfected if necessary, and randomly inspected before being allowed aboard Abraham Kepler, despite coming from another military facility. Protocol demanded that baggage was checked at every entry and exit incidents, so sending it separately meant that you didn't have to personally wait for it to be done before you could go aboard yourself. It was a real time saver when there was a large movement of troops, like today. The luggage carts arrived only a few minutes after they finished eating and took their bags, leaving them sitting in an empty room with time to spare. Why don't we head up early, in case the chaos isn't cleared yet? If the shuttle is waiting by the time we get there, we can get the good seats near one of the curved windows, so we can watch the planet as we leave. Max suggested. Their rooms already have an amazing aerial view of Camor, but there is just something about watching it fade as you leave the planet's atmosphere that makes the view a little more amazing in his personal opinion. Unlike a combat drop or lander pickup, leaving in a shuttle you really get to appreciate the trip into space in a shuttle. The elevator was almost empty when they went up, containing only a single security officer whose identification badge identified him as part of the cybersecurity team. Majors, Corporal, the general wanted to give you an update on the unauthorized signals situation before you left, but he couldn't come himself due to last-minute obligations. Both the user who modified the tablet and the intended recipient have been identified and detained. He greeted them once the doors had closed, isolating them from any outside listeners. Domestic or foreign? Max asked, wondering how much the officer could tell them. Domestic. Both were affiliated with the same noble family, who is a major producer of redemption pattern mecha. Questioning has determined that the incident was a corporate one, but their home planet has been placed under temporary administration of the military as a precaution. That wasn't entirely unexpected. Other labs are constantly trying to come up with a design that the military administration will approve, since the royalties for a new pattern of mecha would make them both immensely wealthy and respected. Though if the whole planet is now under administration by the military, there might be much more to the story that they aren't authorized to know. Thank you for your consideration. It will let us leave with a clear conscience knowing that the incident is resolved, Nico responded with a polite salute. I've got to get back to work, but I will give you one last piece of advice. Room A7 will have the best view of the western mountains as you leave. I highly recommend claiming it early. With his piece said, the officer tapped the button for the next floor and got off the elevator, leaving the three of them alone for the short trip to the flight deck. Chapter 210. Back in space. When they got out of the elevator, Nico led them past the crowd and out onto the flight deck where the next shuttle was still cooling down for boarding. The guards greeted her with a fist bump and escorted the group through, much to the dismay of the crowd that was waiting in line to load. Shut it. Qualify as a super heavy pilot and you can dodge the line yourself. The staff responded to the complaints of favoritism, silencing the crowd. That wasn't a status that any of them would ever make, and the man who walked around the line almost certainly outranked them all. Even worse, they might end up his direct subordinates once they got to the ship, so antagonizing the pilot or his two cute friends could make their deployment a nightmare. Nico led them straight to their destination, a 4-seat private room in the nose of the shuttle on the port side. It was the last booth towards the bow of the ship, and the hull curved slightly, giving it an exterior wall with a panoramic view. It was only a few minutes before the temperature was low enough that everyone else was cleared to enter the shuttle and Max could hear them all competing for the best seats. The private rooms were usually for senior officers only, so Max thought they would be flying alone, but at the last minute a young man in parade uniform opened the door with a sheepish grin. Forgive my intrusion, it is a full flight, he explained, taking the seat across from Max and buckling himself in next to Nico. Major Karis. Max, good to meet you. That is Major Tereth Nico and Corporal Mooney. Max introduced everyone. Lieutenant Coates, formerly lead technician of Test Bay 7. We did most of the weapons testing for the new heavy mecha. He responded with a smile, happy that the last available seat wasn't next to some stuffy command officers whose clique he wasn't part of. So, are you going for the second seat in a command mecha or a repair and redesign spot aboard the Abraham Kepler? Nico asked, making the slender lieutenant laugh. Despite having a physique like this, I have a beta-ranked system with 2 separate system functions for mecha repair, plus a degree in nuclear physics. I am afraid I am condemned to live in a cubicle. Lieutenant Coates sighed. There's still a chance. I heard a rumor that the super heavy pilots will be allowed to choose their own technician, so you might get to risk your life in glorious combat for the fatherland before you know it. Nico joked. Well, I've got the connections now. I'm sure if everyone's favorite killer cyborg puts in the good word someone will take me in. Coates agreed. All you need to do is act like a lost puppy, flutter those big green eyes, just begging to be picked, Nico told him with a straight face while Mooney tried not to laugh. They wouldn't get their final assignments or even a unit that they would be attached to until after they arrived on board, and probably not even then. As far as Max knew, there weren't even any mecha on board now that the last 3 had been moved to a museum, so they would need both mecha and crew before those final decisions would be made. Max knew that the general had earmarked him for command, but what exactly Nico's position was going to be was still unknown. Whether she would be his executive officer still, a company commander under him, or even moved to maintenance or logistics for a time. The variety of her system functions made her future unclear, unlike his own combat-focused system. Max thought at first that she might be his second seat, but she was highly overqualified for the position. From what Max had learned so far, the second seat was there purely as a technician, and they weren't intended to be a full-fledged pilot for the X-137 Super Heavy Mecha. Shuttle departure in 30 seconds. The automated announcement came over the shuttle's intercom moments before the vessel began to shudder as the engines were powered up and the pre-flight checks were finished. Once off the deck and out of the confines of the HAB dome, the shuttle ride immediately turned glass smooth and the vessel banked gently, aligning itself with one of the planet's approved exit routes. The mountains slowly passed in front of the windows as they got ready, giving the 3 of them time to fully appreciate the advice that led them to this room. The smooth hover of anti-gravity flight shifted to the pressure of rapid acceleration as the shuttle's dampeners did their best to mitigate the force of their planetary exit. A momentary floating sensation marked the transition into space before the artificial gravity adjusted and everyone let out a soft sigh. There was no pretending they were still on a relaxed research assignment now. The magnificent sight of Comore Station quickly grew in front of them less than 20 minutes later and the intercom warned them of the standard docking procedures. All personnel are to remain seated until the disembark lights turn green. Shuttle staff will guide you to exit in an orderly manner. They were in the civilian wing of the station, in a shuttle bay, so they would have to cross a large portion of the station to get to their destination, but that was just a good excuse to explore and relax. They still had 18 hours until they needed to report for duty, which meant they could relax for most of the day on the station before they needed to get their rooms set up and sleep. Most of the staff would only pull out, iron, and hang up one uniform tonight, for them to wear tomorrow, but Max preferred to have everything in place the first day. Mooney's wrist device dinged and she smiled happily at the message before turning to relay the message to Max. Sister Lilith is nearby in the cafe at the bookstore. She has proper coffee for us. Having to drink mess hall coffee was going to be one of the greatest losses taken by the staff that was transferring from the lab to Abraham Kepler, and soon every coffee shop and import store would be swarming with researchers looking for enough of the good stuff to get them by until their next station stop. As they reached the cafe, Max could see that Sister Lilith was among the horde of coffee aficionados, as she had no less than 6 packages of roasted beans in a plastic bag beside her seat and a large thermal insulated cup in front of her. All right, let's get some of the good stuff and watch the chaos. Nico cheered, looking back to the busy intersection outside the shop where the rest of the crew would soon appear. Chapter 211, On the Road. Again the insanity was every bit as amazing as they had all hoped for. Between the soldiers that didn't use the luggage service, and the ones who had issues clearing security, everyone was in a panic. Half of them didn't know where they were going, since they hadn't arrived at the Comore station on their way in, plus there was simply so much to see and do that they couldn't possibly have time for it all. Through everything, the quartet of mecha enthusiasts simply sat in the coffee shop, which turned out to have a rather amazing soup and sandwich combo, and just watched. It's almost dinner time. Should we find a restaurant or head aboard and get our gear set up before we hit the mess hall and begin the adjustment? Max asked, but he didn't need to read the ladies' minds to realize that the question only had one possible answer. One more real meal before we go. We have been spoiled too long. I don't want to start on the fleet meals the very first night. Sister Lilith announced with a very serious look on her face. Done and done. Follow me, I have a table reserved for us, Nico announced, startling everyone but Max, who was mostly used to her efficiency. How did you even manage that? The place is packed and everyone is looking for somewhere to eat. Mooney asked, looking outside to the crowd who could barely walk past each other. I have my ways, you will understand when we arrive, Nico smirked. Her wrist device dinged a few seconds later, and they saw one of the luxury hover platforms from the Khmor Royal Hotel waiting outside, piloted by a hotel butler in uniform. "That's our ride, everyone aboard," Nico announced, taking Sister Lilith's waist and jumping up on the platform with her. Max grabbed Mooney and followed close behind, and the butler left for the hotel with a silent nod to his passengers. Both of the researchers looked shocked at the luxury. Not many facilities and even fewer individuals had the privilege of flight within the station, but it was saving them an incredible amount of time. Once they reached the hotel restaurant, Nico tapped wrist devices with the butler and gave him a wink, which the man returned with a bow and a smile, before escorting them into the building. "Private room for Imperial Lady Tareth," the butler announced when they reached the host, who seemed to recognize both Max and Nico the moment he saw them. "Right this way, please. Your table has been prepared. Did you have any special requests tonight?" the host asked. "Our companions have not yet had the pleasure of visiting the Khmor Royal Hotel, but unfortunately we are deploying this very evening. Do you have an assorted platter? I'm certain we can manage a family-style meal to let everyone try a variety by the finest chefs in the system," Nico suggested. "We have just the thing. Your server will be in momentarily." The host wasn't lying. The meal was fit for a buffet, but in smaller portions, with nearly 24 dishes served if you counted desserts. They even packed up 4 small boxes at the end with an evening snack, as they put it. Mooney and Lilith looked even more despondent than they had at the thought of a meal aboard the ship by the time they made it to the security lineup, checking all the soldiers into Abraham Kepler though. The last meal at the station was one of the greatest experiences of their life, with a live classical band playing in the background, incredible food, and staff treating them like royalty. The harsh green of the walls in the military docks only highlighted the difference and reminded them that this would be the color of their lives for the next few years unless something changed the schedule for the testing. According to the plan, the Mecha were to be tested against non-sentient threats first, then against non-human sentient targets before being officially revealed to the public and rolled out with the next wave of recruitments. The change would impact the entire deployment strategy and to an extent, the basic combat doctrine of the Kepler Empire. Using overwhelming force has always been their way, but it was the force of numbers before. Once the entire army is updated, they will hopefully be fielding a super heavy mecha with almost every company. One super heavy for every 100 instead of every 10,000 would totally change the strategy of the Kepler military, as well as their casualty rate. Since only 1,000 soldiers were aboard the ship at the moment, they were all assigned to the reservist quarters where Max had spent so much time in the past, waiting with the retiring forces returning to their homeworld. Even his room was the same. Third door down the hallway to the left of the mess hall, with Nico beside him. Mooney and Lilith were in the same block, but around the corner, and the main barracks were currently empty, with the research staff housed in the office's bunks regardless of rank. According to the assignment data, most of them would be staying there, and the reservist area would become the research wing of the ship, slowly modified to serve whatever purpose they needed it to once the rest of the pilots and the equipment were on board. Max quickly set up his room before changing into the comfortable silk pajamas he had acquired on Khmor and turning in for the night. Everyone had an early morning tomorrow once Abraham Kepler left the docks, so he planned to get as much sleep as he could. It wasn't as easy as he remembered though. Without the cool exterior of Nico, or the soft flesh of Mooney, his bed felt exceptionally small and empty. Max had heard from other soldiers that the first few days back from shore leave were the hardest ones to get to sleep, but he never fully understood what they meant until tonight. Chapter 212. It's just a day trip. The next morning brought the alarm bells that signaled the exit of Abraham Kepler from its berth at Khmor Station. No official announcement had been made yet as to what their destination was, only that once everyone was aboard they would be going to pick up the rest of the required resources for the testing. In the Kepler Empire, that didn't really narrow down their destination by much. Other than the actually inhabited planets, there were countless mining and manufacturing outposts placed within asteroid fields and nebulae with the needed natural resources for the products that they were making. Not every empire did it this way. Many of them sent bulk freighters to go recover the resources and bring them to the manufacturing site for safety and ease of access, or in the case of some smaller nations, safety during manufacturing. Leaving your most important facilities exposed near the resources that your neighbors would definitely want was a risky proposition when your nation wasn't large enough to fully surround it. All personnel, please prepare for the transition to faster than light travel. The announcement from the ship's intercom called out into every room and corridor. For Max that was easy. Preparation within your room only meant laying down and waiting. Every room on the ship was set up with one side of the bed facing the rearmost wall, so even if the transition was rough and you got thrown backward, you probably wouldn't fall out of bed. Today's transition gave a sinking sensation instead of the stomach-twisting feeling that Abraham Kepler used to give Max, and he wondered exactly what they had done during the overhaul, and just how worn and damaged the engines were before to warrant such a difference with optimal operation. That definitely wasn't a complaint. About the current transition though, he would take this version over the old one any day. With the transition over, Max headed to the closest mess hall to grab some breakfast, finding it full of curious researchers who had never been stationed on a ship of the fleet before. Max, we're at the usual table. He heard Nico call, then saw her waving and seated next to Mooney and Sister Lilith. Both of the girls looked exhausted, but he knew that they went to bed early last night, so he wasn't sure what the trouble was. In this crowd, it was hard to pick out individual thoughts, so Max got in line to wait his turn. You might as well go to the front. None of us know what is good, so it takes them forever to decide. One of the researchers laughed, motioning Max forward. The kitchen staff was exactly the same crew members as before, but now with a much happier look on their faces, in their freshly refurbished kitchen, which was no longer painted in the military pale green. Instead, it was a more pleasant sand color, though that was still a military standard paint. The departure special is up today, the menu 13 breakfast. The cook called to Max when he finally saw a familiar face. That meal was a stack of French toast, with eggs and sausages, served with a large amount of syrup on top, and a side of fruit. Definitely not one of the healthier options, but one of the best. I will take it, and a glass of juice. Give me a day before I dive back into cafeteria coffee. Max replied with a laugh. You don't know how good you had it, Major. We've been renovating the ship for months, and only got a single week aboard the station to enjoy the good life. But they found us a couple of new chefs, and they updated the meal plans, so I can guarantee that this here will be the finest mess hall on the ship. The cook told him proudly. It was fairly common for the different regiments aboard to get different menus to match their individual tastes, at least when they weren't all eating standard ration packs, so a new chef might be just the thing that this place needed to become more than tolerable. With the cook's recommendation, the researchers started getting more adventurous and ordering random meal sets to see what they liked, while Max took his place next to Nico since Mooney and Lilith were sitting side by side. We got our assignments today. Me and Mooney here are both going to be in the lab doing data analysis for the combat trials. I don't know when the decision was made, but it looks like they have a pool of extra pilots who have repair functions that the super heavy pilots will get to choose from. Lilith told Max before he could start eating. Strange, usually the orders come all at once, and I haven't gotten anything yet, Max told her with a frown. General Tennant was by earlier, while I was in the gym with these two, getting them back in shape. None of the Mecha crew will get an assignment until tomorrow, but the research teams will be getting theirs today once the team leaders pick their members. Nico explained. That makes sense. So, are you leading a team again, Lilith? Max asked, wondering how things were going to be organized. Not just one of them. They put me in charge of data compilation and official reports, so I get to be the evil older sister who drives everyone to get their work done on time. That's why I'm stealing Mooney back. I need a friendly face to keep them from whining and arguing. Maybe we can get you a nice hairy fellow like Russo to cuddle with, Nico suggested with an evil smirk. The cockpit must have a weight limit. With both me and him in there we would barely have room to move. Max replied, making Lilith laugh. You know, that did come up during the design phase, and they determined that it was just within the acceptable comfort range for use by two maximum-size pilots. Sister Lilith pointed out, having done some of the calculations and simulations herself. See, as I said, it would be cozy. Then I could find myself another pilot from Kepler 142 and we could treat the cockpit like a hotel suite. Nico laughed, knowing that like her family, most of the planet was much shorter than average, small enough that most of their women couldn't be pilots because they didn't meet the minimum height requirements. Nico herself was within 1 centimeter of being too small before her conversion. Next transition will be in 13 hours and 7 minutes. All crew, prepare for docking after the transition to sub-light speed travel. Chapter 213. Arrival assignments. Max and the others spent most of the day playing cards and chatting, with a short workout tossed in to burn some excess energy so that they could take a nap and get on schedule with ship's time. Arrival at their destination would be at 0800 by the ship's clock, so they all expected to have a full day ahead of them, starting the moment they arrived. Max woke up from his nap not to the alarm as expected, but to an urgent notification on his wrist device. Major Karis Max, you are hereby awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and assigned command of 1st Battalion, Khmer 1st Heavy Mecha Regiment, under the direct command of Brigadier General Yakov. The general is scheduled to assemble the regiment for the first time at 1000 today, Abraham Kepler's standard time, and full attendance is mandatory. Best regards, Central Command. The message might have been a bit abrupt, but the instructions didn't need much more. His new rank insignia were already delivered to the mail slot in his door, so Max hastily attached them to his formal uniform and hopped in the shower to get ready for the day. When he was clean and ready, Max headed for the staging area where new troops would first arrive aboard the ship, excited to meet his new troops. The attached data showed that his unit would have 3 companies of heavy mecha, each with 1x137 Super Heavy, 10x109 Fast Attack Crusaders, 40x104 Pattern Crusaders, and 100 Khmer Pattern Corvettes. There were no line mecha at all in most heavy mecha regiments, but a pure heavy mecha regiment was usually fielded alongside a mixed acid or a large amount of infantry, to make up for their inability to defend well against small targets that got very close to their mecha. Max thought it was a bit odd that he hadn't seen Nico yet, and that she wasn't waiting in the staging area when he arrived. Usually, he would sense her thoughts from next door if she was awake, but she didn't seem to be in her room today, so he had thought she was ahead of schedule. Prepare for the transition to sub-light speed travel, was the announcement over the intercom, and Max took a seat, along with the other handful of officers that were waiting in the staging area already. They still had 2 hours to kill before the meeting, but none of them had anything better to do, and they were all nervous and eager to meet their new comrades. Especially the pilots who had spent most of their career testing the Corvette-class mecha. They had all been qualified on the Crusaders before they left, so this would be a big promotion day for them, and a jump in their prestige as well. Colonel Max, congratulations on your promotion. A deep voice came from behind him as Max rested his eyes, waiting for the ship to dock. Max looked back and saw a major named Miller, who kept sneaking proud glances at his new rank emblem, showing that he was freshly promoted. Max saw in his thoughts that he was from the Logistics Division and had just been assigned the position of Executive Officer of 1st Battalion, under Max's command. He was a qualified Crusader-class pilot, but his system skills had developed toward bookkeeping and not combat, so he had originally been transferred to logistics, and only now, at over 50 years old, had he managed to get back into a combat posting, despite his repeated requests. It is a pleasure to meet you, Major Miller, and I look forward to working with you. Max greeted him, startling him for a moment before the Major decided that Max must have gotten a personnel listing. He hadn't, but his ability to read minds came in very useful today. Just before they reached the dock, the ship's crew came and hung signs all over the room, indicating where each unit should meet, so the 2 officers moved over to where the 1st Battalion sign was hung to wait for the rest of their pilots and logistical staff to board the ship. Max almost missed it when Nico arrived, using some trick to block her thoughts from his innate talent. She had a friendly smile on her face, and she was greeting everyone she recognized, or who recognized her, but Max could clearly see from her body language that she was livid. If she was a little mad, he might have missed it, but that tension in her movements, added to the way she kept clenching her hand halfway into a fist before releasing it, and the blocked thoughts all pointed to her state of mind being somewhere between a murderous rage and the contemplation of new and unique war crimes. "Hey Nico, what assignment did you get?" Max asked as she walked up to give him a friendly shoulder bump. She didn't reply, only opened her messages for him to read. "Major Tereth Nico, it is against command's better judgment that we have granted General Tennant's request to assign you to the technician's position accompanying Lieutenant Colonel Max. After reviewing your medical history and system functions, it is our opinion that Major Tereth Nico should have been permanently reassigned to the repair division, though we have acceded to the authority of Theater Command on this matter. Please note that the position of combat technician is probationary, and if at any time you should reconsider, the posting as head of regimental mecha maintenance will remain open for your arrival. Regards, Central Command." No wonder you're cranky today. They didn't even try to sugarcoat how mad they were that you weren't in charge of maintenance. I guess we shouldn't expect the warmest of welcomes from our new regimental commander when he arrives, eh? Major Miller asked, having read the message at the same time that Max did. "I am certain that he will adapt to the reality of the situation with great punctuality," Nico replied, deadpan, making the Major wince in anticipation of the conflict that was sure to come. Max was more disturbed that he still couldn't read Nico's thoughts. He would have to keep the two of them apart for now, in case she was willing to risk prison time for the suggestion that she should spend the rest of her career in a repair bay. Chapter 214. 1st Battalion, brace for contact. Docking in 3, 2, 1. Abraham Kepler settled into the docking bay on a small mining base, built into an asteroid with a gentle thump, and immediately began the procedures to bring aboard their new crew. They had been waiting outside in ranks, ready to meet the lab staff and the last few officers that had come from Khmor to meet them. The regiment was named the Khmor 1st Heavy Mecha, but only a small handful of the members were actually from Khmor. In reality, it was a special testing unit, more akin to an elite strike force than a regular mecha regiment. The moment the doors touched down, carts started ferrying luggage to the ship's staff, while the regiment marched aboard, lining up to meet their remaining members. Max was the only battalion commander that wasn't already present, but the 1st Battalion had heard a lot about him already. Not only from the official reports they were sent, but they had also been exposed to the government's portrayal of him as a war hero, as well as an elite gamer. An officer the average rank and file could look up to and relate with, as well as a symbol of hope for talented youth. Being isolated in the lab, Max hadn't seen himself on video much, but that wasn't the case for the rest of the Kepler Empire. He and Nico had been all over the data net since the tournament, and even now a fresh wave of propaganda was being prepared, just waiting on their test footage to be compiled and edited, so the Empire could announce their new generation mecha to the galaxy. 1st Battalion, fall in on me, Max called, letting his men know where he was. That brought nearly 200 pilots and technicians running, but it also brought the attention of General Yakov, a slender and aristocratic-looking middle-aged man with a curved nose, owing to a break in the past that had not been set correctly. There was a hint of a sneer in their direction, but Max could sense that it was for Nico standing at his side and not for him. Max wasn't sure if it was her or General Tennant that had gone above the regiment commander's head to override Central Command's recommendation, which was obviously made by someone who had never met them, but it appeared to have left a bad taste in the man's mouth. So glad you could join us. I went over my expectations with the other commanders and pilots already. I will send it to your communicator, so do get yourself up to speed before we reach our next stop. The general sneered, then walked away to oversee the other soldiers. Code Red, Nico asked, using the military slang for a forcible attitude adjustment, and Max shook his head. Some nobles are just like that. Nothing will change his mind that far up the ladder. Even the theater commander's opinion wasn't enough to change his mind. It was only enough to get him to send a thinly veiled threat posing as compliance. Max corrected her. The inability to see her thoughts was annoying, and Max would have to talk to her about that later. He didn't often look in, but being able to when he needed to was an essential part of his planning method. The instructions that the general had sent were utter garbage, things you would only have to tell new academy graduates about how things actually worked, so Max skimmed them for anything particular. All he could find was that the general wasn't to be disturbed during set meal times and that you weren't to address him directly unless you held a noble title. Anyone else should address all comments to his adjutant, who would pass back the response. I'm surprised he spoke to you directly. You all fancy with a noble family. One of the pilots in Max's battalion asked quietly after falling in at the head of the line for Able Company. No noble family. I got a knight's title for capturing a Cygnus general. Max replied under his breath as he inspected his troops. Nico, no scratch that. Major Miller, please get these soldiers in shape. They have forgotten how to wear their uniforms. Max spoke in a loud voice to carry across the ranks of his troops, who quickly began adjusting their uniforms and straightening their ties. Each column was 10 soldiers wide, with 4 columns in total, 3 for the Mecha companies, and 1 group for the battalion logistics team. They all seemed very professional and well-trained, and Max was surprised that none of them seemed to look down on him for his apparent age as their commander. Good morning, soldiers. I am Lieutenant Colonel Karis Max. To my left is my personal technician, Major Tereth Nico, and on my right is my executive officer, Major Mac Miller. If you need anything at all, come to Major Miller or Major Nico, and they will get you sorted. Max introduced the only 3 members of the unit that were joining them from the ship. In front of each column of pilots were 2 soldiers, the company commander, and the technician who would serve as their executive officer, and the second seat in the super heavy mecha they would be assigned. Able Company was led by Major Ivanov, Baker Company got Major Pippin, both of whom were tall blonde men who would have looked a lot like Max if not for the distinctive shape of their faces that made them look almost like brothers. It was clear that they weren't from the same planet that Max was, but other than that, the three of them physically had a lot in common, including alpha-ranked systems. Charlie Company was the outlier. Major Petrova was a tall and burly woman with curly brown hair cut into the short pixie cut that Nico previously favored. She was not much smaller than Max, at 180 centimeters tall, and certainly no smaller in the arms, which strained the standard cut of her uniform jacket, but her face had the look of a kind and gentle motherly sort that Max was absolutely certain had nothing in common with her personality after listening to her thoughts for even a few seconds. "All here and accounted for, sir. Logistics reports that all luggage for 1st Battalion is already in the assigned dorms," Major Miller declared after finishing his inspection of the troops. "Very good. You have 4 hours to get settled and fed. Meet in training room 1A at 1200 for assessment," Max informed his troops, then let them fall out to go get settled in. The faster he could get away from their new regiment commander, the better. Chapter 215. Assessment. By the time noon arrived, all of the 1st Battalion was assembled in the training room, wondering what their commander was planning to assess. "Company commanders, to me please," Max called, bringing the three of them over with their executive officers following. "Pay close attention not only to test results but their personal interactions. This is your chance to rearrange the wings for optimum performance," Max explained, and the officers nodded in understanding. All of the mecha would be in one of the limited numbers of standard patterns for the experimental mecha, so how well the wings worked together would make all the difference. There were no substandard pilots in the battalion. They had all been carefully selected for the assignment, but Max could see that some clearly didn't get along easily with each other. It would be a test for the company commanders to get them organized in a way that minimized problems within their unit. "Didn't the regimental commander already assign the wings?" one of the technicians asked politely, making the pilots laugh. "He absolutely did, and now we use our authority as company commanders to reassign them based on personality and equipment conflicts," his pilot explained. Discipline and Doctrine, Chapter 16, Section 3, Paragraph 7. Matters of interpersonal conflict and morale are under the purview of company command officers, until such time as they must be escalated to reach an amicable conclusion. Max agreed. The other officers nodded their agreement, all of them having been company commanders in the past. They were well aware of what they could and could not do to alter and modify the orders that came down from above to make them work for their troops. Every wing went through a short assessment mission in the simulators, to determine compatibility and shortcomings, but most of the answers that the commanders needed were already obvious before the teams even made it that far. In a group of equals, such as a mecha wing, a leader would be chosen to keep things clear and concise in combat. But not every wing could agree on who that should be. Egos clashed and personalities conflicted all the time. Not every wing would be perfect, but they could only do so much with a bunch of prideful elites. Once they had done a single run-through in the default formation, Max addressed the pilots. "If anyone has a request for their company commander, please inform them now. If not, we will be making some alterations to the wings under the recommendation of the assembled command staff for the 1st Battalion." A few soldiers approached, requesting a transfer, none of them a surprise, though one was a request to have a member moved, instead of the pilot asking themselves for a different wing. The pilot in question was undoubtedly obnoxious. Even in combat they wouldn't shut up and questioned everything constantly. "We understand. Give us 10 minutes to arrange the wings by their requests and we will see what can be done," Max informed them, while Nico worked with the commanders to set a new wing plan, based on what they had observed of the potential personality conflicts. There was some support for forming a wing of all the obnoxious people that nobody else really wanted, but that would leave one company a full wing under strength, since they were unlikely to work well with each other, so instead they took the time to place them under wing leaders with strong personalities. It would surely annoy some of the pilots, but it was their best option to get everyone working well as a unit. "Listen up, troops. We will be running a second assessment starting now. Adjusted wings are up on the screens. Unless there is a serious issue, this will be the last adjustment until after the first live test, so make it work unless you want to end up grounded," Max ordered, sending the pilots to check the screen on the wall for their new assignment. "This is crap. How am I not a wing leader?" The pilot who got punted from their wing for their constant questioning of every action yelled loud enough for the commanders to hear. That's what the company commanders had expected. But to get the position as wing leader you need to have good ideas, not just whining about the ideas that the leader put forward, and the pilot had not shown any sign of better battle plans during the first assessment. Not every asshole that thinks he should be the leader is competent enough to actually earn it. Now shut up like a good little boy and get your ass in the simulator. Someone called back, causing a wave of laughter. The pilot looked a bit sheepish, but they were the last pilot from their wing that wasn't ready, and they had to run to get to the simulator before they timed out and the simulation started without them. Nico handed Max a summary of previous postings, and he noticed that over half the pilots here had led a wing at some point in the past, either as line mecha pilots, or in their current mecha, so a few disgruntled voices were to be expected, but one argument that he could hear going on was particularly interesting. 3 of 5 pilots wanted to change their wing leader. Not because he wasn't a good leader, but because the 5th pilot had a very sexy radio voice, and they didn't want to listen to him talk all day. They were both competent pilots, suited for the task, but she didn't want the job, and the assigned leader was staying out of it. That reminds me how you used to scare everyone with the altered voices over the intercom. Max joked with Nico, who smiled in reminiscence. You say that like I'm not planning to do it again. I've got all the voice augmentations saved to my voice box. Nico responded in a deep demonic growl that shocked the other company commanders. Can you imagine waking up to that voice in the middle of a war zone? Half the unit would have to change their drawers before they could put their suits on. Major Ivanov, leader of Able Company, laughed while his technician nodded in agreement. Well, let's see how they manage this time. Petrova sighed, watching the team with the chatterbox make their way through the mission. It was better than the first group, but that wasn't saying much. At least this group seemed to have a better handle on how to shut the pilot up and get them to focus. After the lecture, everyone else was doing their best, with some pushing hard to try to convince leadership that they deserved a wing leader position once a spot came open. With a whole day wasted, but no major failures noted, they deemed it a success and sent everyone to the mess hall for dinner. Chapter 216. Prepared to work. Max and Nico, as well as Major Miller, Max's new executive officer, had to change rooms to be with their new unit, but that was a simple task, accomplished in a single trip before heading to dinner. Major Miller and the other super heavy pilots were waiting at his new dorm when he arrived, eager to talk shop and get to know each other better since they were actually all on less formal terms. Some unit structures were very strict, and the upper echelon had very little interaction with those below them, though not usually to the point of the regiment commander who didn't want to even speak with anyone who wasn't a noble. I heard that you already hit 250 points of total bonus at your age. What sort of crazy system functions did you get? Petrova asked, drawing the attention of the others in the command officer's mess, which served the entire regiment's command staff. Max looked over his status quickly, thinking back to how and when things had really started to change for him. It was almost certainly after that day on Kepler 142 station when he gained the secondary bonuses and extra points of base stats. Since then the concept of diminishing returns no longer seemed to apply to him, and the points above 200 total bonus, which was generally considered the human limit where gains became nearly non-existent, had been as steady as those from 150 total bonus points were. Keras Max compatibility determined, rank a primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier, secondary bonuses Dex 2x, SPD 2x STR 3 plus 129% Dex 3 plus 76% SPD 3 plus 76% innate talent mind reading, additional function unit optimization, additional function multi-point targeting, additional function split fire, additional function perception 1. Yes, I'm over 250 points already, and at the rate which I am gaining, I will likely reach 300 within the next few years. One of my physical makeovers greatly reduced the diminishing returns, so I have an easier time than most. Max explained. Good on you then. I had wondered why they had made you the battalion commander so young, even if you were the face of the new Mecha propaganda films. They could have kept you as a Crusader-class pilot and portrayed you as an everyman's hero for great effect. Now I understand why they didn't. You've got too much potential to be held back for something like that. Major Pippin of Baker Company said, loud enough that those around could hear him. It was a small thing, backing up the silent criticism of his battalion commander, but Max appreciated it. But why isn't your technician, Major Nico, one of the wing leaders? Half the Empire knows she's a monster in combat, we have all seen the videos. Major Ivanov asked, and Max shook his head, not wanting to explain. Regimental command thought that her skills would be better suited to command of the Mecha repair group. Central Command is the only reason she's still in a mecha. Major Miller said quietly, filling in the others on her situation. Does she have a really good system function for diagnosis or something? Major Ivanov asked, still not understanding why anyone would want to transfer a pilot like that. He was a bit of a combat maniac himself, and just the thought of the close combat scenes they had shown gave him a bit of a tumescent glow. You could say that, she's not just a monster in combat, but she does it without a single piloting-related system function. All of her skills are technical unless you count drone controller, which could be considered a combat skill, though not a mecha one. Max reluctantly informed them, she can cap out the EMAG on a redemption pattern with pure skill, and in a cyborg body. Monster doesn't even begin to cover that level of skill. If she had the sort of multi-weapon activation skill that I have, she would have been a shoo-in for a super heavy pilot. Petrova whispered, referring to the electromagnetic over hydraulic movement system that the redemption pattern Crusaders use for motion. I heard it's not only in mecha. There was a rumor among the second wave that landed on Sigmund that she went 10-on-1 with the Narsians in a mobile suit and lived. The officers were talking about it before the regimental assignment, saying that Regimental Commander General Yakov actually wanted to transfer her out of combat so he could have her assigned as his personal assistant. A major at the next table leaned over to tell them quietly, not wanting to be overheard spreading rumors. That would explain why he was so mad when General Tennant moved her into a super heavy as a technician. A personal assistant for generals was more than just an assistant, they were bodyguards, problem solvers, and sometimes even a lover. The position was one that a lot of noblewomen aspired to since it didn't involve a lot of danger but had huge rewards and political influence. Not just women of course, but 2/3 of the generals were men, and many of the female generals preferred a female assistant as well, so most of the personal assistants were female. He wouldn't have survived it. She's not that kind of gentle and agreeable noble. Max chuckled, imagining the look on her face if the regimental commander had actually had a chance to make the proposal. Speaking of which, where is she? Major Pippin asked. Since she's a full conversion, she doesn't keep the same meal schedule, but she is likely hanging out in the general mess hall with the other technicians, or over with the lab staff in the next sector, Max explained. Their new rooms were only 20 meters from their old ones, since 1st Battalion was right next to the researchers' quarters, so it would make sense for her to be hanging out with them. While they were chatting, General Tennant was putting the final touches on their first live trial. There was a nice uninhabited planet near the border with the Tapani that had an abundance of hostile non-sentient animals, and breathable air. The Empire wanted to secure it with a military base as a front-line defense against the threat of a Clem invasion since the insectoid species was the greatest non-human threat in the region, so General Tennant had volunteered the test regiment to go clear out a landing zone for the base construction crews. Mission assignment. Prepare Planet Ray 3 for construction of military facility. The order went to all personnel on the ship, along with a time stamp and basic maps, but that only brought more confusion. What are we supposed to fight them with? The mecha aren't here yet, Max thought to himself, not liking being kept in the dark about the schedule, or the lack of time for the actual testing since the star system they were going to was so close it would only be a few-day trip. Chapter 217, Cargo. Transfer. While they sat in the isolated meteor station, cargo ships came and went, picking up raw materials to bring to the nearby manufacturing systems. But today, they weren't empty, nor were they the civilian mining shuttles that usually made the run. Today they were military freighters in disguise, bringing in loads of mecha and gear to outfit Abraham Kepler for an extended mission. 5 battalions of 3 companies each meant that they were receiving a total of 20 super heavy mecha along with the hundreds of other mecha. Other than the Khmer pattern corvettes, they were all new designs and highly classified, so Central Command had determined that bringing Abraham Kepler to the source was too much of a risk and instead had it dock here under the pretense of restocking the raw materials for combat repairs. Just watching them being rolled aboard on their transport racks was impressive, and Max could only imagine the horror on their enemies' faces when such a force actually landed on a populated planet for a pacification effort. Many colonies don't even have 5 major cities, much less the 20 that would be needed to spread out a force like theirs. It took 2 days for all the mecha to arrive and get checked over in their hangars, but finally, it was time for the pilots to say hello to their new homes in person. Max and Nico were the only ones who had ever actually seen one in person before. All the others were trained on simulators, so the atmosphere aboard was incredibly exhilarated. Colonel, I heard you and Major Nico were on the development team. Do you have any tips and tricks for using the new fast attack Crusaders? A captain named Booth asked as he stared in envy at the 4X137 super heavy mecha that belonged to their battalion. Talk to Nico, I'm sure she would happily hold a training simulation for anyone who would like it. That fast attack mecha is her baby, designed specifically because she and a select few others could operate faster than the standard Crusaders could react. The full capabilities of the mecha are incredible, Max explained. Thank you, Colonel. I will grab the others and go talk to her. Once we find her, that is. Captain Booth agreed with a fist to the chest salute. If you knew Nico, where she was wouldn't be hard to guess, but these troops were all new, so Booth didn't realize that Nico was right in front of him, in technician's coveralls and wearing the Tech Adept exoskeleton while she tweaked and checked over Max's new command mecha. Fortunately, some of the others were already aware of her personality and knew to look for her on the mecha. Major Nico, could you give us a crash course in close combat tactics for the X-109? One of the pilots called up as she finished her first round of modifications to Max's new mecha. No problem, the design and mobility favor very aggressive piloting, so it might take a bit of adjustment. Nico agreed, using the exoskeleton's gravity control to float down from the mecha. The 10 pilots who were in the fast attack model X-109 all quickly assembled at the training simulators in Bay A1, the primary training facility assigned to the 1st Battalion. I will set everyone up for individual training, but first you all should watch and see how I do it. Run the mission through, and then exit to ask questions, and we will go again until you all have the hang of things. I would hate for the mecha to get a poor review just because the pilots weren't really familiar with how to use it properly. Nico instructed them, before logging into the simulator. The scenario that she created was a familiar one, an attack that she had previously trained many pilots on. The attack on the tech facility on planet Belmont. Once everyone was loaded in to spectate the scenario, Nico engaged thrusters and rushed straight into the base, hitting the mecha hangar with the shoulder-mounted disruptor cannon, while using the fusion flamer in her left hand to melt the infantry and light mecha in the courtyard. Crusaders began to pile out of the warehouse, and she hit the back ranks with the disruptor cannon, before charging the front rank with her sword, cleanly cutting through the cockpit before the pilot could even react. She then flooded the warehouse with fusion flame and used the mecha's thrusters to fly away as the building went up in a crackling cloud of cooked-off explosives and fuel. That had eliminated all the military targets in the area, and the shield on the X-109 that Nico was piloting never even suffered a breach, only a few glancing blows from the Crusaders and some light arms fire. Did you all see what I did there? Log out and we will have a proper conversation, then you can try yourselves. Spectator mode didn't allow them to interact with the pilot in the simulation, so Nico exited the simulator and used the whip arms on the Tech Adept skeleton to stand herself up out of her seat and face the other pilots. Well, who is first? She asked as they tried to form proper questions for her. The fusion flamer, what is the effective range at full spread? One of the pilots finally asked. 75 meters to the end of the flames. You can sneak a bit more against infantry, but anything beyond 75 won't melt light mecha armor anymore. Nico explained. Is there some optimization trick to speed up your control inputs? I didn't think that a cyborg hand could move fast enough to exceed the Crusaders' input responses. Another one asked. Not really, I use a system function to speed things up. You all will have to do things your own way, but the controls are more customizable, so you can set them up just how you like them for better responses with minimal inputs. Nico couldn't well give them the ability to directly control the mecha the way she does, so that much was up to them. They would also have to practice to get more skilled in close combat since the fast attack mecha was a close-range machine, but that would take time, and it was more important that they mastered the basics first before trying to learn new combat styles in a new mecha. Everyone back in the simulation, and remember, be aggressive. It's the most survivable route with short-ranged weapons. In a company-sized attack formation, the rest of the squad will cover you from ranged attackers, so just focus on what is close and what is targeting you directly. Nico directed the team, who eagerly logged in and began running the same scenario that Nico just finished. Chapter 218. Familiarization. For the next 4 days, learning and becoming comfortable in their new mecha was the goal of every mecha pilot on the ship. They were securely in their storage racks, so there wasn't much for the repair team, or the researchers to do, though the research team did spend a great deal of time preparing data tables and comparative studies, just waiting for the data sets to come in so that they could get to the main part of their work. The task was surprisingly time-consuming, and Max only managed to spend a few hours a day with Mooney, who had accepted that soon Max would be in the field and they would have to go their separate ways, but for now they were enjoying each other's company in the games of chess. The speed of Abraham Kepler was greatly improved with their new faster-than-light drives online, and they were going to be approaching Ray 3 in only one more day. That meant that it was time to start getting all the mecha loaded and prepared for combat. They needed ammunition, rations, water, final checks before deployment, a review of the lander's functionality, and finally the pilot's personal items to be loaded before deployment. The final checks brought Max to a familiar face for the first time in a while. Sergeant Fritz, formerly a corporal from Mecha Maintenance, was in charge of operations in the 1st Battalion section of the cargo bays. He would be supervising their preparations and making sure the mecha had everything Max had requested for them. With the new patterns, that would be easier than usual, since only the Super Heavy mecha used a solid projectile main weapon system. Both the Super Heavy X-137 and the Khmer pattern corvettes used a variety of projectile secondary defense systems though. None of the units had names yet, and they wouldn't for at least the first few missions until they had been deemed suitable for long-term service, but more than one pilot had already started thinking of names for their new mecha. It was customary that the first pilot got to name it if the unit wasn't a replacement for a destroyed unit, so this was a prime opportunity for the Super Heavy mecha pilots. If development returned to the status quo, these units would be in service for a century or more, going through a half-dozen pilots before being replaced by an upgraded model. Some of the previous Citadel pattern Phalanx class mecha had served for almost 1,000 years, due to the stagnation of development, but Max couldn't see that happening again. The other nations had already started moving forward, and the Cold War of progression wouldn't stop as easily this time as it did previously. Much of that could be blamed on the system. It had increased intelligence, and the capabilities of everyone, not just pilots, so new developments were inevitable, and the old generation of politicians was dying out. Whether it was of old age or hubris turning them against the empire didn't really matter. For most of the powerful nobles their days were already numbered, and they had ruled as long as they could before turning over their power to the younger generation. Max went back to his dorm and dug through his duffel bag, pulling out the collection of pictures that he liked to post up around the view screen in his mecha. This time there would be much more room available, so Nico could put up all she wanted as well, but from what he remembered she only ever had one picture up inside the mecha, plus that bright pink blanket. Major Miller was helping the unit prepare for deployment and had already prepared his own mecha, living up to the reputation as an efficient logistics officer that had earned him the position in the first place. Nico was over with the technicians, tweaking a weapon system on one of the X-104 replacements for the Redemption Pattern Crusaders. It had one of the new pattern dual-ion destroyers in its right hand and a pair of plasma shotguns on the shoulder packs that doubled as both heat dissipation for the reactor and adjustable thrusters for mobility. The ion destroyers weren't linking right when they did the system test, but somehow the defect hadn't been caught before today or had only just started. Max expected more than a few such incidents would pop up during combat, which was why he planned to send out twice the forces he thought necessary for every mission. If something broke down, or they found a glitch, the extra manpower would allow the unit to be taken out of service for a while without jeopardizing the mission. The enemy was supposed to be no smarter than the average beast, but thinking of the guard dogs on Khmer, that didn't mean they weren't smarter than some of the people Max knew. Most of the company and battalion commanders thought the same way, cautioned first to test the new units' reliability, since they had solid theoretical numbers for the firepower. The defect turned out to be a manufacturing defect that wasn't detected, so the technicians were going over all 120 units that were equipped with the weapon, 40 of them per company. Only a few more defects were found, none of them as severe, and all of the other weapons were likely to have remained functional until taking damage and overloading the weakened circuit, but it was a good reminder that this was an experimental unit. The message was passed to all the other technicians serving the other battalions, who raced to check all their mecha before deployment. This final day was always hectic, even with proven and battle-tested units, so Max didn't expect anyone in the technical team to be getting any sleep tonight. The checks also provided the first set of manufacturing quality data to the research teams, so they would be hard at work for the foreseeable future, leaving Max in a bit of a limbo state, surrounded by competent people who really didn't need his input at the moment. Chapter 219. Ray 3 All personnel are advised that the first round of drops to the Ray 3 construction zone will begin in precisely 6 hours. The announcement startled almost everyone who was still awake and off duty. None of them intended to be awake at this particular hour, as it didn't fit with the schedule of either school of thought relating to drop preparations. One group maintained that dropping in the middle of your shift was best, so you could finalize any issues before the drop and have the soldiers awake long enough to establish their base of operations. The second, which Max preferred, was to sleep late and begin his shift an hour before the drop so that the unit was fresh and had more energy for whatever was waiting for them on the surface. The second group made up most of the first wave forces, and those used to being on the front line, who understood that setting up a base is no easy feat when you are the first forces on the ground. So, Max and the 1st Battalion mostly didn't hear that announcement, and woke up 4 hours later, rushing their morning schedules to get to their mecha and do a final readiness check before they were loaded into the landers. The landers were going to be crammed today, as they always were for a heavy mecha company drop, and it would take some time to get them loaded and balanced. Not only was it the first time these mecha patterns would be dropped into combat, but it was also the first time a crew had loaded them for an actual drop. Virtual reality gave the crew confidence in their methods though, and the units were quickly loaded. The only strange part that Max found was that even when all units reported ready, his lander was basically empty, with only his mecha, Major Miller, one more X-109 fast attack mecha, and most of the unit's spare parts and raw materials loaded into the hold. It was a strange arrangement, but looking through the data that Nico had pulled up, the battalion command mecha couldn't go in with a regular company. The two super heavy mecha together with a heavy mecha wing would put the lander overweight. The creatures on the planet weren't expected to have any anti-lander capabilities, since the flying creatures weren't strong enough to damage the landers themselves, so in theory, the drop was going to be low risk, with Max and his command lander dropping last into the middle of the pattern formed by the rest of his battalion. Once they had that accomplished, they would establish a base camp, and begin to spread out and eliminate all hostile life forms in the area. Max had seen the population data, and sending super heavy mecha here was pure overkill. The most dangerous native inhabitant was an 8-meter-tall ape. There were many creatures that were deadly to humans, and a reasonable number that could challenge line mecha or corvettes, but ones that could challenge a heavy mecha were few and far between. Pants on you lazy feathers, go go go. You have 5 minutes to get to your mecha. Nico was shouting in the hallway, making the pilots laugh. Until that very moment, this felt like a training assignment to most of them, low risk and controlled, but that shouting felt so much like home that it reminded them that this too was a battlefield. Boots started jogging down the hallways since everyone was nearly ready anyhow, and 1st Battalion quickly assembled around their company commanders for their final orders. They weren't fresh recruits from some backwater planet, these were all experienced soldiers, so the process was smooth and painless, getting everyone loaded and ready a full hour before their scheduled drop, even before the transition from faster than light back to standard speeds. Alert alert! Clem incursion has been detected on Ray 5. All troops will be diverted to defend the Empire against the alien incursion. Ray 5 was a binary star system only 5 light-years from Ray 3, a difference of under 15 minutes at full velocity, but suddenly the ship was decelerating, sending a lot of unprepared troops stumbling, while the pilots of the 1st Battalion were securely locked into their seats. Our approach vector was set to take us past Ray 5 on the way to our destination. They must have done an emergency translation to get us in position faster once the threat was identified. Nico informed the battalion, settling frayed nerves, and getting the hangar staff back on track. The Clem-populated worlds by pods shot into space from their organic vessels, much like deadly data probes that grew into enormous monsters in a matter of hours. Ray 5 had no intelligent life, and nothing that was a threat to humans, but it had a lot of plant life, and that is what the Clem invasion was after. They only attacked 2 types of worlds, those with a lot of biomass, and those with an extreme threat. Their spacefaring vessels harvested the rest of the resources their species needed to survive by ingesting small asteroids. So much for a relaxing working vacation. Get your game faces on, everyone. Company commanders, find out who in your unit has fought these evil insects before and form a new battle plan before we drop. The pattern will be the same, but after that, we will have to adjust to the situation on the ground. Max ordered. They didn't have enough information yet. Max didn't even know if the infestation had taken hold or if the pods were on their way to the planet. If they hadn't landed yet, things would be easier. They didn't hatch until they had cooled down, and after that, they needed to eat to gain strength before they were a real threat. If they were already entrenched on the planet, it would be a nightmare to dig them out. Updated drop times are ready. The first wave drops in 18 minutes. Sergeant Fritz called from the hangar, and Max prepared himself for the very worst. Chapter 220. Not So Gentle Landing. Launch in T-10 minutes. The standardized announcement came and Max made an announcement of his own. Get your wagers in with command, to the second. The closest bet to actual drop time gets this drop's prize. 1 can of Comor's finest apple pie filling, and a carton of cigarettes. The pilots all quickly sent in their messages, in case the lander dropped much earlier than expected, but the mood became much less tense. At 7 minutes and 48 seconds, the lander shuddered and then went into freefall, marking their official launch time. Max would check who was the official winner later since the satellite data had finally started to come in and he could see the situation on the planet. The Clem had already landed, but from the looks of it, they hadn't had time to spread very much yet. He also got the targeting data for the 5 battalions' arrivals. 1 on each flank of the Clem invasion, and 1 exactly in the center. A hammer and anvil deployment, where the enemy would be driven back against an immovable stone in the middle of their ranks. It was a highly efficient strategy, but it relied on the center force holding out for the entire battle and not getting overrun by the enemy, a virtual impossibility when fighting the Clem. Given a few days, they would have spawned thousands of warriors the size of line Mecha, with long, spiked front appendages that could tear through the sturdiest of armors and the strength to pull limbs off the light Mecha. Given a week, the infestation would move to the second stage, with creatures larger than super heavy Mecha that could overrun the best defended fortresses. They had much more firepower than a previous generation forced their numbers, but this battle was going to be a very ugly one. Did you perhaps get the regimental commander's daughter pregnant on your last shore leave? Maybe his wife as well? Major Ivanov asked when he saw that the 1st Battalion would of course be the center of the force, the anvil for the others to hammer the enemy against. Look at it this way. At least you don't have to march anywhere. Just stand there and the enemy will come to you. Plus, this is Colonel Max's favorite deployment. A strategic bridge, a uranium mine, no matter where he is sent he gets to stand there while the rest of the continent tries to kill him. Nico responded, then sent data on their landing point and potential defenses to the company commanders. With 5 artillery-capable super-heavy mecha, they weren't helpless, it just wasn't going to be fun dealing with waves of giant insects. From what Max heard, the bipedal ones weren't too bad. They were among the deadliest, but the crawling ones and the centipede-type ones were much more disturbing for the troops and were often equipped with innate corrosive bodily fluids that would eat through armor even if you killed them at close range. Having no infantry in their ranks was a small blessing on this mission. The landers began to shudder as they entered the atmosphere, on a slightly steeper approach than usual, since the opponent's current abilities were unknown. There were no sounds of impact or warning lights that would indicate that the lander was taking damage as it hurtled through the atmosphere until the last 30 seconds. Warning: severe electrical storm ahead, the lander announced. Lightning strikes often made for very rough landings as they overloaded circuits, or prevented the anti-gravity plating from engaging, and today was no exception. With a bang, all the interior lights of the lander went out, leaving Max in the dark until the emergency lights kicked on a half-second later. Power and guidance are still up, but gravity control is running at 60%, Nico informed him, making Max sigh. That was a survivable landing, and they were unlikely to take any injuries, but the crates containing raw ore and spare parts would not be so lucky, and the interior of the lander was going to be a mess when they got to the ground. How are the other landers doing? Max asked, checking the sensor data of their landing site to make sure they were in fact landing in a clear field and not in the middle of an ambush or a rocky landslide. Minor damages, all systems marginally operational. We should have our full force when we reach the ground, Nico informed him, so Max sent out the orders to form an encirclement around the landers and clear the area of any hostile presence. They were close enough for thermal imaging now, and it was obvious that just clearing the landing zone wasn't going to be an easy task. There were hundreds of Clem warrior and smaller signatures in the area. The smallest of them were known as the Clem worker drones, or simply drones, and individually they were no threat to a mecha, but in a large group they could be deadly, eating through hoses, armor, and even structural supports as they swarmed over the mecha's chassis. All units, beware of the drones and don't let the unit get overrun. Let's see how much they like the fusion flamers, Max instructed, getting the final response just before the first lander touched down. The mecha stormed out in a furious wave of gunfire, mowing down all the Clem who were unfortunate enough to be near the landers, and then spreading out to clear the area. The pattern repeated with each company's lander with Max and his command group being the last out. There was nothing left nearby for him to shoot at, so Max activated the sensor link between himself and the other super heavy mecha, which gave him indirect fire solutions all over the map. That was a new feature the old generation didn't have, and Max hoped that the others enjoyed it as much as he was going to. The extra sensors were an incredible upgrade to his targeting abilities, letting him see anything that the company commanders could see without having to rely on the satellite data. "Area clear, sir," Pippin reported, finding no more heat signatures or movement within range of their sensors. "Excellent work everyone. Send any damaged units to the repair racks and get the men to work building fortifications. Build them tall and strong, we expect to be here for a while," Max ordered, then looked over at Nico, who had a small smile on her face as she sorted through sensor logs and began making the updated blueprints for the position's defenses. Chapter 221, Forbidden Barbecue. All companies set 3-shift rotations. Defense building, guard duty, and rest. I want this position dug in before night falls. There are adequate shovels for the corvettes in the landers, Max ordered, wishing he had thought to bring a trenching machine on this mission. It wasn't that the landers couldn't create one from the raw materials that they brought, but that material would be needed very soon to start repairing damaged mecha. For that same reason, they wouldn't build anything too elaborate, at least not yet. Most of what they found here in the core of the infestation was swarm warriors, with none of the heavy mecha-sized behemoths in sight. Not that they wouldn't be there eventually, but not today. For now, the plan was to transport the material removed from the trenches to the landers, using the materials printers to create huge rockcrete blocks that would create the primary wall around their position. Though not as hard as armor, the reinforced concrete would stand up to a large amount of abuse, and could easily be constructed from the loose soil and rocks that were removed from a trench. Each of them was a standardized 2 meters high and thick by 4 meters long, easily moved by a Crusader-class mecha, but they would securely interlock when stacked, to create a durable defense. The battalion got on the job as quickly as they could, knowing that the better they did now, the less they would suffer later, once the Clem realized that they had intruders inside their territory. The likely wouldn't take more than a few hours, so the pilots were wearing themselves out, digging the trench and hauling the blocks back to place inside the line. Once that was finished, a liquid polymer would be created and poured into the trench, making it more difficult for the Clem to tunnel under the wall. "Colonel Max, we have a wave of Clem warriors approaching from all directions," Major Ivanov, commander of the 1st Company called, and Max immediately moved into a position where he could defend the 4th quadrant, leaving the super heavy mecha evenly spaced. Avoid projectile usage during the first wave. They are still too scattered, and munitions are limited, Max ordered, waiting for the Clem to get within an optimal range for the ion bombard arrays and light up his targeting skills firing solutions. At 5,000 meters, targeting squares began to fill his screen, and Max opened fire over the heads of the mecha who were working frantically to finish up the walls. The other 3 opened fire a few seconds later, bringing the advance to a halt as the Clem stopped to reorganize outside the expected range of the Kepler weapons. They weren't truly sentient, but they had a very good memory, and they would stop at that point in the future, building up their force density for an attack, but leaving themselves vulnerable to the mass drivers on the X-137 command units. For 2 uneasy hours, more and more Clem gathered in a ring 6 kilometers away from the Kepler position, and the defensive wall was completed, with the trenches lined in fast-curing polymer. "Any signs of behemoths?" Max asked, making sure nobody had seen anything that he hadn't. "Negative, we have a high density of warriors but nothing larger yet." All the units reported the same, and Max watched as the flow of Clem into the area slowed to a trickle. They would only migrate so far to deal with a threat, and it looked like they had already assembled all the forces that they thought would be necessary. "Do you want me to send out the scouting drones?" Nico asked, showing him their supply of 10 weaponless drones on the secondary view screen. "No, I think the first attack should be straightforward enough that we won't need to look for additional threats. Save them for when things start looking suspicious." Max disagreed, then sent out the order to begin the attack. "Full area bombard with the mass drivers. Start in the back of the cluster and roll back toward the base in 3, 2, 1. The air filled with the thunder of artillery, and explosions lit up the sky in the distance, slowly closing in on them. The Clem quickly realized the threat that was coming from behind them and began their charge on the 1st Battalion's position. When the front ranks reached 3 kilometers, they were at a comfortable distance for the ion destroyers on the Crusader-class mecha, and bursts of white energy joined the red and yellow explosions. The Clem ranks were starting to get thin in a hurry, as the warriors were unable to survive a hit from the heavy mecha, but that didn't slow them. At 2,000 meters, the Corvette-class mecha joined the fusillade and the attack nearly vanished under the barrage of energy blasts. Cease artillery. Save ammunition for the next wave. Max ordered, and the tortuous thunder of 4 super heavy mecha ceased in an instant. The silence was deafening, leaving a lingering ring in the ears, despite the sound dampening of the mecha, but still, the last remnants of the attack rushed for the walls, only to be met with the fusion flamers of the X-109 fast attack crusaders just before they could reach the trenches. The smell of burning chitin filled the air, filtered from the pilots' noses by the rebreathe systems of the mecha, but the lingering haze of burning bodies and vegetation remained in the air, hiding the base camp from sight to anything more than a kilometer away. First full engagement reported. 1st Battalion has eliminated a Clem warrior wave with a 0 failure rate. Data is being sent to the analysis department. Regiment Commander General Yakov reported from his position in the observation bays of Abraham. Kepler, forwarding the data through to the scientists. See, he will be fine. They wiped out the first wave before it even reached their defenses. They can handle this, Sister Lilith assured Mooney, who had been in a state of mild panic ever since the mecha dropped. She thought she was ready for this, but knowing Max was in combat and analyzing the data from his battles was proving harder on the nerves than the small blonde researcher had anticipated. Chapter 222, Clem Bait. The Flamers turned out to be both their best friend and worst enemy in close combat. They were insanely effective, roasting everything that came near them, hot enough that they even partially melted the stone and earth outside the trench. But that effectiveness came with a price. The smell of roasted Clem. The others seemed drawn to the smell, and after the battle groups of Clem warriors and swarm would arrive to cannibalize the bodies on the outer reaches of the battlefield. What they needed the most at this stage in their invasion was food, and they weren't above consuming their fallen comrades if it meant helping themselves grow. Well, that's disturbing, but we should do something about it before they start getting much stronger. Pippin sighed over the command channel. The other 4 battalions have already settled in on the outer perimeter and are spreading out by the company to begin pushing into the Clem in the morning. If we wait for the offensive, we should have an easier time of it. We don't have any data on their organizational abilities, so waiting for a distraction is prudent. Max informed him, quietly implying that they should make plans for when that happens. Most battalion commanders didn't micromanage, they gave a vague directive and left it to their company commanders to get it done the best way they could. Max had worked under that sort of battalion and regiment in the past, and it was very refreshing compared to the horror stories some of the test pilots had told of their time on active duty. Of course, ones like their current regimental commander, who viewed lineage as more important than competence, were equally bad, but at least General Yakov was willing to let them run their battalions as they saw fit. Max didn't realize that the general wasn't always like that, and that other than his aversion to talking to commoners, his lousy attitude had been entirely due to having been thwarted in his attempts to recruit a new personal guard. For example, right now aboard Abraham Kepler, he was working on a plan to relieve the center of the fight with orbital fighter drones if the Clem threat started to ramp up to levels that they didn't believe that the experimental units could handle. Losing their first combat engagement wouldn't look good on his resume, or the new units, and he had high hopes for this new regiment organization that didn't rely so heavily on infantry. On his homeworld, the commoners were a valuable resource for the factories of the wealthy nobles. The loss of so many in an infantry battle hurt his wealth-minded soul. Just after dark, the Clem started gathering at the 7-kilometer mark, 1 kilometer back of where they were last time, outside the ring of corpses left after the last artillery bombardment. They learn quickly. They are past the point that they think our weapons can reach. Major Petrova of Charlie Company noted on the command channel. Hold fire until they have begun the rush and avoid pushing them out of sensor range. Major Ivanov suggested, getting the men of Able Company ready. Colonel, after the results last time, I think we can each cover a third of the zone if you want to take a backup role and reinforce the areas where the density is highest. Major Petrova suggested, an artillery zone that large was going to be hard to cover even with the terrifying force of 3 super heavy mecha, but they didn't need to kill everything, they still had a full battalion of mecha with them to keep the base clear. This was a test of everything they brought, and not just the X-137 after all. Agreed, Major. I will support the areas with higher density. During this rush, I recommend not having the X-109 fast attack hold back so long. Put them up front with the corvettes and let that disruptor work its magic. The Clem army doesn't have radiation shielding, as far as I know, so the radiation should be devastating all the way out to 500 meters. Max directed them, much to the joy of the pilots. They hadn't had much chance to see the weapons in action since they mostly waited to use their flamers last time, but putting them in support of the corvettes, for a combined fast attack line made good sense, with the less mobile units behind them burying the enemy in energy blasts. For most of the night, they waited, as the Clem force built up to an astonishing level. The infestation was already moving into the middle stages, and the first behemoth had been spotted along the outside perimeter, though the main assault hadn't begun yet. They must have cleared almost every bit of life from the area to build up this strong. The clouds are keeping me from getting a visual on the area, but the heat signatures are pretty intensely clustered out there. Nico informed the commanders, sending a still screenshot to the command channel. It was within expectations for a mid-stage infestation, and the battle plans already existed, but the Clem had advanced to this stage a few days faster than expected. Thanks to the rotation of the planet, the tightly clustered pods scattered across 500 kilometers of the planet, which was now fully contained by the Kepler military, at least in theory. The main attack was going to begin at first light when the change in light should make it hardest for opponents that rely on visual senses to fight, but from Max's viewpoint, it looked like the Clem force was doing the same. Nico had already sent the data to command, along with everything they had recorded about the Clem's actions so that the generals could learn more about the opponent. The insects were notoriously adaptable, so it was always prudent to reassess their capabilities at the start of a battle and not just go by what you saw them doing on another planet. Colonel, it is almost dawn, should we bait them in? A little fire should refresh the scent that drew so many of them to us in the first place, Major Ivanov suggested, though the number of Clem corpses in the area that weren't already ash was fairly low. Do it, we have waited long enough for them. Chapter 223. Taunt. The fusion flamers light up a half-dozen corpses and acrid black smoke fills the air, followed by enraged shrieking from the Clem lines. They might not understand mecha technology, but the smell of their own kind burning is unmistakable, and the entire Clem force begins to charge toward these offensive invaders. Once they cross the 600-meter mark, the artillery bombardment begins, blasting the thick brown chitin apart and adding a new layer of texture to the field of smoldering craters. This time the target doesn't change, as more and more Clem continue to charge into the target area, desperate to avenge the insult to their might. By the Emperor, someone should warn people about those disruptors. That is absolutely disgusting, Major Pippin complained when the fastest of the Clem warriors reached the 500-meter line and the radiation weapons boiled their insides, causing them to explode. The ion destroyers blow holes in them, but nothing like the violent explosion that the disruptor causes. When they reached the 400-meter mark, it became obvious that even with this level of firepower, they weren't going to manage to eliminate all the Clem before they reached the walls. At least not when the Clem had corpses to shelter behind as they advanced, using the bodies of the fallen to keep themselves alive even a few meters further. Using this strategy to push the dead in front of them was causing the corpses to pile up, giving shelter to the advancing tide from the direct fire ion shots. Reduce bombardment distance, 350 meters, and roll outward to the 500-meter mark. Clear those corpse walls, Max instructed, sending updated firing solutions to his mecha, targeting the spots where the piles were highest. Nico, send up the drones. I'm having trouble targeting beyond the interference. Max called over, and Nico's face went blank for a second before the sensor feeds off a pair of drones was added to the available sensor data. Appreciate the data, pilot. It's getting hard to tell what is alive and what is dead. Ivanov thanked her, not knowing who was operating the sensor drones. Shredder-class Clem detected, Nico announced, having spotted the 10-meter-tall multi-limbed creatures joining back lines of the tide. These were a different type of threat than the warriors. These horrors could fire a barrage of spikes into their enemies, piercing steel and poisoning organic targets. In close, their serrated claws were simply terrifying, and a single one was known to tear through an entire squad of line mecha with little difficulty. Keep up the clearing barrage, I will get to them in a moment. Max decided, seeing that the firing lines were almost clear again. What's the status of the perimeter forces advance? They can't be driving the Clem to us already, can they? Max asked Nico, who could monitor all the radio chatter at once using her innate talent. No, the Clem charged them just after we attacked. They are stalled near their base camps and still seeing new arrivals. These are all from the interior. Nico clarified, that was both good and bad news. It meant less resistance when the others began advancing, but it also meant that they wouldn't be seeing any relief in the near future. The spikes that the larger Clem were firing like artillery, arcing them up through the sky, began to rain down on the defense just as Max finished clearing the last piles on his targeting list. The barriers of Mecha shields began to flash as the projectiles were deflected, leaving the 1st Battalion mostly unscathed once the scattered barrage of organic spikes ended. The off-duty Corvette-class pilots, whose cockpits weren't large enough to comfortably sleep in, had been sleeping in the landers instead, but they definitely weren't sleeping now, with the spikes sounding like a hailstorm inside the armored shell of the box-shaped spacecraft. Many of them moved back to their Mecha, preferring the safety of their cockpit until the attack was over, while others began making their way to where the logistics crew had hot food ready. The logistics crews were also getting ready to send people outside the moment the shredders were dead. The super heavy Mecha would be running low on rounds for the mass drivers after an hour of sustained bombardment, and they were already halfway there. They weren't willing to risk running out in the middle of an assault wave and having to go out in even worse conditions to reload their primary defenders. The data that was being relayed back to the ship was encouraging to the researchers though. Only a few damaged units after a volley of spikes, which would have caused heavy losses among the last generation force, and the cooling systems that they built into the mass drivers were functioning exactly as intended, allowing each Mecha to take the place of dozens of infantry crude artillery pieces. The sensors in the pilot suits had picked up some anomalies though. The air pressure changes from the 90 beat per minute artillery firing rate shaking the Mecha was causing the pilots' heart rates to synchronize with the mass drivers. It wasn't a health issue at this time, but if the firing rate increased it might be. Send a supply pod to 1st Battalion. 4 standard shipments of mass driver munitions and 10 gun drones. General Yakov ordered, seeing the tremendous expenditure that was needed to sustain the furious defense of the 1st Battalion's position. They had raw materials for the materials printers, but those were best used for repairs, and their supplies of extra munitions would be hard-pressed to last a whole day without creating more if this drop wasn't sent. Pod incoming. Mass driver munitions mostly, Nico reported when they got the data, and Major Petrova laughed over the intercom. That's got to be a new record. Additional munitions 2 hours into the first day of the first offensive push. At least for a mission where the initial supply allocation was correct, I've seen some pretty messed up drops. Who knew that we would be firing artillery continually for hours at a time? Pippin agreed. Max noticed as he fired that the process was getting easier and easier. Not just because he was getting used to the Mecha, but his mental processing speed seemed to be improving. The Clem shredders quickly fell to the ion bombard arrays of the 4X-137 Super Heavy Mecha, and 3 minutes later the flames of an incoming supply pod lit up the sky above the 1st Battalion. It was right on course to hand in the center of the base, and not a minute too early. Nico's drones had detected more large heat signatures, and the logistics staff had just moved out with their munitions buggies to reload the 4X-137 units, which were all too busy to come to them. The push began to falter, and the Clem retreated to a distance of 10 kilometers but remained in formation for another attack. Let them wait, cycle out the duty shifts, get everyone fed and ready for the next round. Max ordered, then slumped in his seat, sore and tired from the strain of rapid targeting. The standard bombardment pattern could be done with a macro, but picking off specific targets was much more physically demanding. His mind momentarily went blank and he just stared at the bowl of stew Nico handed him, brought over by the logistics crew when they arrived to reload the mass drivers. "Eat up while it's hot," she said softly, pulling him from his reverie just as a system announcement appeared in his vision. Perception has advanced to rank 2 chapter 224. Whistle while you work. Keras Max compatibility determined. Rank a primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier. Secondary bonuses Dex 2x. SPD 2x STR 3 plus 140% Dex 3 plus 84% SPD 3 plus 84% innate talent mind reading. Additional function unit optimization. Additional function multi-point targeting. Additional function split fire. Additional function perception 2. Max stared at his system bonuses in shock. Very few pilots ever made it to 300 points of bonus, much less with a third base point in every stat. Just seeing the numbers in front of him made Max realize that he was likely one of the most physically powerful humans alive. Not only that, but inside the Mecha very few would be able to match him now. The increase in the perception skill was more like a form of battle focus, allowing him to slow apparent time to a crawl when he needed. Catch a couple of hours of sleep. The technicians can take over for a bit while everyone gets ready to go again. Nico told him, and Max could sense that she sent the same message to the other commanders. The technicians were all Crusader class qualified but had skills better suited to repair than the multiple weapon systems that the X-137 fielded. If the worst came to pass and an attack started while the primary pilots were asleep, they could all at least manage an artillery bombardment and pick off high-threat targets, even if it wouldn't be quite as smooth or precise as usual. Max was asleep only seconds after his head hit the pillow, and didn't wake up until Nico shook him 4 hours later. There's oatmeal. The Clem force is building up again, but not as heavily, so the consensus among the technicians is they're waiting for something. The perimeter forces have begun making progress, despite meeting a large number of shredders. Nico quickly caught him up in the situation, but it only made Max more curious about what they were waiting for. Clem weren't known to be patient hunters, they were usually ravenous and went straight for the kill. Max could see that both his battalion and the Clem were on edge, but he just couldn't understand what they were waiting for. At least not until the corpses began to shudder and move, being pushed up into windrows to cover the Clem advance. They had the swarm lay eggs in the bodies and they're creating defensive walls to cover their approach. As soon as those walls are ready, they will charge. Max called over the radio, unsure who was awake among the command team. Closest row is 200 meters, should we send the flamers out to light it up? Major Pippin asked. Do it, I will have Nico send up the drones so we can properly target through the smoke. Everyone Crusader class and up should be able to link the data feeds to their heads-up display. The corvettes can wait until the Clem are in closer, just don't burn the portion that is upwind of the base. As soon as permission was given, 9 of the X-109 fast attack Crusaders leapt out and turned their flamers on the corpses, creating a wall of flames that engulfed 3/4 of the closest circle of bodies before the fast attack Mecha jumped back to avoid being overrun by the nimble cockroaches that were the Clem swarm. Major Pippin and Baker Company were upwind today, so they got a clear view, but they also got an influx of Clem, who had moved around the base to avoid the fires. Clem corpses were rather flammable but had a very high ignition point. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't burn, but once they were lit with the fusion flamers the piles became a daunting inferno that even the bravest of the insects didn't dare approach too closely. What they did do was rush toward the last row before the flames and get ready to attack the moment the flames died down. We have motion in the clearing, but the flames are spreading around to the upwind side. Baker Company reported as the drone feeds showed the Clem beginning to charge. Artillery, full barrage, I will assist Baker Company at the clearing. Max ordered, and once again the thunder guns made the very air around them shake. By the time the Clem realized their mistake it was already too late. The artillery shells were raining down among them, and the fires were still burning too hot for them to charge. Pure chaos ensued among the insectoid aliens, and Baker Company's combined firepower began putting in work to prevent the Clem who had circled the base from entering the gap in the flames. It was creating a large pile of corpses, and the flames were inching closer as they consumed the initial pile that the swarm had created. The fires are spreading. The artillery spread some of the burning bodies into the second pile, and it is spreading through the whole battlefield. Nico informed Max as she watched the drones. Thermal sensor feed light up with more and more fire. That's fine. We needed to do something about them before they rotted anyhow. The Clem will create a new batch for us soon enough. Max shrugged, keeping up his rate of fire with the mass drivers while sniping the shredders with the ion bombard arrays. Soon, the problem wasn't the fire itself, but the smoke. It wasn't long before thick black smoke covered everything, forcing the entire unit into their mecha or inside landers with the doors sealed. That also killed their visibility, and the fire itself made thermal targeting nearly impossible. The Clem seemed to have fled, but if they came back now, they would be nearly on top of the unit before they could do anything about it. Nico had 2 drones outside the fire area, showing no movement, but that black plume could be seen, and smelled, for hundreds of kilometers. To the Mecha on the perimeter, the fire was clearly visible, rising high into the afternoon sky, a beacon to mark their destination. Most units had already learned the drawback to the immensely powerful flamers on the X-109, that being their propensity to start forest fires and light Clem bodies if they were used for more than a short burst at a time. They were possibly too effective, but the nature of their ignition didn't allow for them to be turned down in intensity by very much. The other battalions were certain that the 1st Battalion, who dropped right into the thick of the infestation and therefore had seen the heaviest attacks, must have known as well, so the other battalions, commanders took the smoke as a diversion tactic, confusing the Clem and keeping them from focusing on the Mecha army that had surrounded them. It takes some big brass ones to risk drawing an entire Clem infestation down on your own head to make it easier for your reinforcements. Let's get a move on and wipe them out before the bugs can get organized. Colonel Sanchez of the 2nd Battalion laughed, before ordering his entire force to advance. They had hundreds of kilometers to cover before they would reach that smoke, and even with light resistance, it would take them days to get there. But they were no longer being held at bay, as the Clem forces were in disarray thanks to the conflicting reports of Kepler Mecha threats, so this was the perfect moment to advance. Chapter 225. The push. Although the bodies burned hot and smoked heavily, they didn't burn for long, and a half-hour later, black smoke darkened the calm skies above the battlefield, but very little new smoke rose from the smoldering remains of the Clem force. Group of 3 shredders at 52 degrees, Nico narrated over the intercom, spotting targets for the technicians in the X-137 units while the main pilots rested in preparation for the next battle. The technicians had it easy in 1st Battalion. The Mecha had barely moved, hadn't had their shields breached yet, and none of the battles had dragged out long enough that they had to take over in the middle of an engagement. The most they had to do was use the advantage of their height to target long-range opponents that the Crusader-class units couldn't see yet. They were almost enjoying themselves, searching for movement and eliminating targets the drones found in their sector. They weren't holding back to the short-range perimeter anymore and had switched to eliminating anything they saw before the Clem could organize another attack. 1st Battalion, this is 5th Battalion Command. Our spearhead will be approaching your sensor range within the hour and then will hold position to prevent the Clem forces from circling within the containment zone. The colonel in charge of the last battalion in the regiment reported. Nico recalled he was a white-haired older man with ashen, gray skin that had wrinkled to the texture of an old leather boot and seemed friendly, but she couldn't recall his name. 1st Battalion has drones in the sky. I will send you the encryption codes now. Nico responded, sending the codes over so that the colonel could see the situation in their area. He would be stopping on their northern flank 50 kilometers away, but with artillery, that position was still in range if they needed to reinforce each other. The companies of the 5th Battalion would be stretched thin with him moving this far inside the enforcement, though and would have to work hard to avoid being encircled. But his assessment was correct. If the Clem were allowed to move freely, they could gather a force strong enough to overrun a battalion and break out, infesting even more of the planet and making them nearly impossible to eliminate. You made an incredible mess of the area. How are your munitions holding out? 5th Battalion's logistics officer asked. We got a drop pod earlier, so we're still above the original values. How are your supplies? Not great. Repair materials are at 60%, and munitions are at 30% of original. The officer responded, and Nico could hear repair work in the background. Being more spread out to maintain the line meant that they couldn't turn the full force of 4 super heavy mecha against dense clusters of Clem, so they were inevitably forced into close combat, where the piercing and crushing limbs of the Clem were able to show why the species was a Class 1 threat. By contrast, 1st Battalion had used under 5% of their repair materials. Let us know if you need anything. We have an entire maintenance staff if your spearhead is too far from your facilities. Nico added. Satellite data showed that the Kepler forces had cleared the outer third of the zone and were moving steadily inward, pushing the Clem in front of them. But the smoke seemed to have had the opposite effect to what everyone had expected. Instead of rallying to attack 1st Battalion, they were desperately trying to rush past them and escape the containment. That wasn't like them, and high above the planet, the generals were searching for a sign that there might be a behemoth active to guide their strategy. Once the largest and most innovative of their force had matured, which could take weeks or even months depending on local conditions, fighting against these insects became a very different problem than just numbers and claws. Lines breached in grid F7. The Clem took advantage of a tunnel system to get behind its without alerting the sensors. Someone, presumably a company commander, reported over the secure channel, waking Max up to begin his watch. Great, that's just what we needed. The ground under us is solid, though. I checked. Nico told Max before pulling up a map on one of the side screens and moving out of the main pilot's chair. F7 led into a mountain range outside the far western edge of the containment area, and if a large number of Clem had made it that far, even a mecha force wouldn't be able to find and eliminate them all before they multiplied. We have more movement in the east, coming in fast. Major Petrova reported as the sound of her artillery filled the air. On it, They must be heading to join the group that escaped out the western edge. Don't let anything by us, Max ordered, adding his mass drivers to the barrage. The aliens weren't even stopping for our trying to dodge the artillery, simply charging in a direct line to whatever they were going, which happened to be straight through 1st Battalion's camp. We need more forces on the eastern front. Flamers as well, Max told Nico, who had been on duty and awake long enough to know who should be available. They're already on it, and 5th Battalion is to our north, strung out in a line. 2nd Battalion should be to our east, driving this group toward us, as planned. Nico explained. As she talked, she sent the gun drones to the east, giving everyone a better view of what they were up against while using the laser rifles to snipe the occasional target in an attempt to herd the mass of chitinous bodies. As they ran, the shredders started firing barrage after barrage of spikes directly at the X-137 units, trying to eliminate the artillery threat. Individually, they weren't a massive danger to such a giant mecha. Still, when it was hit with hundreds of spikes in a second, even the mighty layered shielding of the new super heavy units began to falter. We've overheated a capacitor. 5 minutes for it to cool down and regain that shield layer. I'm going to head below and swap it out, try not to move the torso too much. Nico called, dropping out of sight through the hatch on the floor. Max's unit still had 2 of its 5 layers of shielding active, thanks to Nico's relentless modifications, but the 3 company commanders had all taken minor damage. Max turned his ion bombard arrays on the closest shredders and blasted them to pieces, reducing the hail of spikes before any of the super heavy units took significant damage. At the same time, the disintegrators and ion destroyers of the Crusaders tore the closest warriors apart. It was just too many targets and moving too fast to keep them at a safe distance, but at 200 meters, the missiles and lasers of the X-137's close defense system, as well as the primary weapons of the Corvette-class mecha, would be in an optimal range. Nico popped up 15 seconds after she went below, giving Max the thumbs that the job was done. That meant he could safely move, so Max repositioned closer to the eastern front, beside Major Petrova, closing a little more distance to fire his shorter-range weapons. 5th Battalion, cluster up on your company commanders, we're taking too many casualties. Max heard the other battalion commander call out as the bugs reached his defensive line. His tactical judgments were spot on. If they were allowed to run free, these Clem would have joined the mass attempting to break out. His only mistake was underestimating how many Clem there would be when the wave finally arrived. They took the time to claw and rend the mecha as they passed by, but most units were left only half crippled, with the Clem ignoring them once they didn't look like a threat anymore. The only ones destroyed were the units whose weapons remained active to the bitter end. As far as the eye could see, the skies were filled with flying dirt and debris from the barrage the Kepler mecha sent out. However, the 5th Battalion was still forced into tight defensive rings around their commander's super heavy mecha, using a wall of flames and lasers to keep themselves safe as the survivors of the Clem force rushed between them. Central Command, 5th Battalion now under 75% effective at delaying the Clem advance. Their commander reported, 1st Battalion is still holding a 25-kilometer radius from the camp, but I estimate a similar breach rate near the edge of our radius in the next few minutes. Max reported, watching the fusion flamers begin their job of defending the camp as the Clem nearly reached the wall. With speed, the Clem were moving. They didn't have the rate of fire to hit them all before they made it past unless they ran straight into the fire. The best they could do was thin the ranks. Nico, who had the direct feed of all the drone data, was the first to notice and report the oddity in the forces the Clem had deployed. Be aware, the Clem have left the flood behind, the smallest bugs. We'll be going into hiding until they think we have left, then they will repopulate. Above them, aboard Abraham Kepler, all that General Yakov could do was a curse as his carefully laid plans fell apart. If the battalion stopped and torched every possible hiding spot to get rid of the little bugs, the big ones would escape. If they focused on the big ones, they would pass the little ones and let them run and breed more big ones elsewhere. One regiment was not enough firepower for the job, even with these new mecha. The casualty rate had been astonishingly low, though, and he was very impressed with the mecha's performance under pressure, as were the research teams, but the cleansing was not going well. Sweep as thoroughly as possible. Sensors report that many Clem have disappeared into the mountain cave systems already. General Yakov ordered, they would clear this zone and then make a plan to remove the Clem from the mountains. Chapter 226. Unwanted Favoritism. Battalions 2 through 5, close the encirclement and rendezvous at the location assigned to 1st Battalion for resupply and repairs. General Yakov ordered over the command channel. There was no realistic chance of immediately catching those Clem who had escaped into the mountains, so the best course of action was to close the noose around the others and limit the numbers that they would be facing in the future. The tunnel system was vast and well connected, with some areas being over 30 meters tall naturally. The Clem would also dig them out to create passable tunnels for their own kind, leaving room for the smaller Mecha to chase after them. That still left a major issue for the Kepler forces though. Most of the tunnels that the Clem would dig would be big enough for a Corvette-class Mecha, but very few would accommodate anything larger, and the most important ones were those that led to the incubation chambers, which would be under 2 meters tall, forcing even the infantry to crouch or crawl to explore them. And, as Max had been grateful for earlier, there were no infantry troops on the planet at the moment. That almost certainly meant that there were going to be reinforcements, even if it meant that the 1st Khmer Regiment needed to retreat back to Abraham Kepler to keep their firepower a secret until the opportune moment. It would be a great shame if they did have to leave early, instead of holding the planet alongside their allies, but Max totally understood that there were politics at play, and keeping the new Mecha a secret until they were ready to be used against human enemies was paramount to those who were in the highest echelons of Central Command. "How are the munition stocks and repair materials looking?" Max asked Nico, who already had the data tablet in her hands. "We have enough to supply everyone back to full, but with no reloading and depending on the level of repairs, we should be able to get most of them. The calculation says we have enough for 200 moderate or lower level armor patches." Nico informed him while going over the data. That would change as the Clem army was forced toward the center, as the original plan had called for, forcing his unit to use up their reserves, but it was a good sign that they wouldn't have to wait long before they could start moving again once the perimeter forces made it to them. "We've got incoming. An awful lot of incoming," Pippin reported, setting a pin on the map where he noticed a huge group of heat signatures. "Hold up, that doesn't look like a Clem cluster. The temperatures are too high. Let me send the drones to verify," Nico called, concerned that they would end up shelling their own allies. The drones sped toward the heat signature, finding that the 5th Battalion was closing in on them, no longer attempting to stop the Clem force from rushing past. "1st Battalion, please prepare for our arrival. 5th Battalion has been ordered to reinforce your position now that the line is shorter." The 5th Battalion's executive officer, a major named Melody, informed them. Max's own XO, Major Miller, was busy keeping the maintenance and reloading on schedule. The sustained fire had found a minor design flaw in the disruptors, in that they would slowly lose calibration if they were overheated, and then would need to have a technician mechanically adjust them back into spec. It was a small thing, but somehow, self-adjustment had been overlooked. Only one unit had needed it so far, but the major was a logistics veteran and understood very well that where one case existed, others soon would. So, while other battalions relied on the XO to pass messages, or assist with battle orders, Major Miller took care of the logistics side while Max and Nico took care of the combat side. Overall, this was more efficient for everyone, since nobody was overloaded during battle or when preparing for a large movement or shift change. The Central Command might view it as inefficient on a large scale, but on a battalion scale, especially with experimental mecha, it took a lot of mental stress off the officers. All of the company commanders had come to rely on Major Miller, since he kept the meals on schedule and set alarms to wake up pilots who were about to be late for their shift, taking the burden off their direct superiors, who were also exhausted from continual combat. Logistics staff from the 1st Battalion enjoyed the luxury as well. Instead of reporting to a veteran combat officer who didn't really understand what the logistics side was doing, despite the mandatory courses almost all pilots slept through, they got their own former supervising officer. 5th Battalion, report to the outer trench, standard formation. Keep your men evenly spread and send me through the report on munitions levels and damages. Major Miller called over the command channel, preparing to add the new troops to his responsibilities. Their own logistics staff were back at the landers, sending buggies back and forth with what they could, and hauling damaged mecha back for repairs since the 5th Battalion was too stretched out to have them come back to the landing zone for their off shifts. That was the situation most pilots were used to. Stretched and strained supply lines, and dragging the disabled and damaged mecha with them as much as possible until they reached the next depot that could get them up and running again. In a way, that made Max and the 1st Battalion the only forward operating base on the planet at the moment, though once the others reached him, the battalion who landed in the west, closest to the mountains would become the new forward position, while Max held up the rear, waiting for new orders. Why would they order an entire battalion to our position? If they spread out through the perimeter forces, we could finish this up much more quickly, instead of having the advancing forces grind to a crawl, while they try to force the Clem to flee in front of them. Max complained to Nico, the only one who could hear him. Likely one of the generals was worried about our potential casualty rates. The satellites show the Clem have gotten wise to our games, and they are building up in huge numbers using the no man's land between us and the perimeter. If they turn our way, things will get more than a little hectic. Hell, we might even get to make a bigger, better bonfire next time. Nico laughed, then pulled a small bag of chips out of a storage cabinet to offer them to Max. It would be hard to beat that fire. The blaze was pretty impressive with the way the Clem piled up the corpses for us. I'm not sure they will do that again, even if it does allow them to get much closer before they begin taking losses. Max waved off the chips and focused on where the 5th Battalion was positioned. Move the super heavy mecha back inside the defenses. You will need the extra range to keep the artillery going when the Clem tide reaches the walls. The thunder guns are great, but they can only aim downwards so far without unbalancing the mecha. Max ordered, making the new arrivals move their deployment a little. They had taken pretty heavy losses among the Corvette-class mecha. Nearly a quarter had been sent back for repair and refurbishment and hadn't returned by Max's count. They were only down a few Crusader-class units though, and the fast attack Crusaders, the X-109, were all still functional, though many of them sported battle damage. The massed Clem are starting to move our way. ETA 30 minutes. Nico reported over the command channel, opening it to include 5th Battalion's commanders in all messages so their staff didn't have to relay information. They were halfway through a shift, so keeping them active shouldn't be an issue. The current rotation only kept a third of the force active most of the time, with the rest either sleeping or eating. That way, in a case like this, the next unit to come online could be called early and double up the defenses without significantly exhausting anyone. 5th Battalion was simply all in for the battle, having not had time to set up a rotation after the last battle where all hands were needed to prevent themselves from being annihilated, so Max could only hope that the system-enhanced physiques of the pilots were up to the task. New orders are in. All perimeter forces are ordered into full advance. This will be the final battle of the encirclement, and we won't be stopping until the Clem are eliminated from our zone. Nico reported, watching the central command messages come in. Clem advance at 30 kilometers. All artillery units, begin area bombardment of your assigned zone. Let's show them what the thunder guns can really do. Logistics, prepare for intensive reload requirements. Max ordered, picking targets by area while Nico sent drones forward for more precise data. The roar of 8 sets of thunder guns shook the ground with a shuddering wave of continual noise. Even with the noise dampening of their environmental suits, the vibration was making some of the logistics staff nauseous. Like they had been put in a paint shaker and ordered to work, as one corporal described it. So 8 in close proximity is the limit for infantry. Note that down Mooney, these vital signs are incredibly unexpected. Sister Lilith ordered from her lab aboard Abraham Kepler. Never during all their tests had they thought about what 16 rounds per second in close proximity to a minimally defended human body would do. But now they knew, and they could input that data into the system to help develop new battle tactics that were better suited to the new models of Mecha. Chapter 227. Clem incoming. With 3 battalions of heavy mecha at their backs, the Clem began to charge for the center. In their minds, since breaking free of the confinement didn't distract these hateful metallic monsters, and their attacks didn't draw more defenses to any particular spot, that meant that the leader was clearly the one in the center. Once 5th Battalion was reassigned to Max's position, it cemented this notion in the minds of the Clem. If they could overrun the position in the center, the Clem were certain that the Mecha organization would crumble and they would be left leaderless and weak. In the past, they had fought enemies that had turned even more vicious when the leader was killed, but going by the way these Mecha were organized by size, the Clem had decided that they were a caste-based enemy, so their leader should be very important to them. What they hadn't counted on was the fact that the X-137 had been hiding the true range of their artillery. From the moment they began to charge, the high explosive shells rained down among their ranks, killing indiscriminately and tearing apart the forest they had hoped to hide in. If they had known how much discomfort the barrage was causing their allies, the Clem would have seen it as much less than they deserved for this cowardly tactic of attacking blindly at an area. The Clem were smart enough to understand that it was the Mecha force in the center of their territory that was attacking them, but what they couldn't understand was how they knew where to find the Clem army. All they could do was increase the speed of their charge, hoping to get within range of the enemy leader as fast as they could. 2 kilometers to the front ranks of the Clem charge, Nico called over the area channel, working as the station intelligence officer. Prepare for close contact, bring the flamers to the ready positions in front of the other crusaders and prepare to repel the first wave. Max ordered. Their compound wasn't large, made for 1 company of mecha, not 2, so even the 65 fusion flamer-equipped mecha that were on duty right now would make a dense wall of searing flames once they engaged the Clem. The throbbing roar of artillery was making it hard to even think, but for the moment all they needed to do was obey. Just get into position and roast everything that came close enough. Seconds later, the front ranks of the charge came into sight, and the mecha opened fire. Every energy weapon they had unleashed its full might against the Clem, struggling to thin the wave before it crashed down on their outer defenses. The wall wasn't large enough to contain a full second company of mecha, so most of the corvettes from 5th Company, as well as all the active X-109 fast attack units with their fusion flamers, were currently in the trench outside its questionable defense. It was never intended to hold the enemy at bay, only to slow it down long enough that they could roast the bugs more efficiently. The bodies quickly began to pile up, torn apart by the fury of 300 heavy mecha, but it wasn't nearly enough, and the tide simply rolled over their bodies, never slowing in its advance. This was the true horror of the Clem. As they consumed everything on a planet, their numbers would swell to an unimaginable level, and they would simply drown their enemies in chitinous bodies. Enemy at 80 meters. Flamers in 3, 2, 1 now, Nico announced, and the area around the landing site turned to an inferno of superheated air and burning bodies. Corvettes, close combat formation, both Max and Colonel Meek of 5th Company ordered at the same time, instructing their lightest mecha to get their swords out and prepare to repel the Clem that made it through the flames. They were burning, but that wasn't enough to stop them, and the survivors slammed into the corvettes at a full-on run, impaling themselves on blades, and knocking dozens to the ground as the next wave of warriors followed closely behind them. Mighty blasts from the Crusader Class 10-104 in the rank behind them destroyed the seared bodies of the Clem warriors, and flew blindly into the flames, tearing apart more of the warriors that were so desperate to make it through to engage the mecha forces. The first of the shredders were close behind them, firing a thick wave of spikes into the Crusaders, wearing down shields and damaging vulnerable joints. The ion bombard arrays of the super heavy mecha had been decimating them. Since they came into sight, but through pure numbers, they still had the power to disable many of the Crusader class units on defense. The shredders' only regret was that they couldn't target the units with flamers in the front. The heat was too intense, and the wall of spikes would have been turned to ash. Change bombardment targets. Grid Ring 2, wipe out everything that is in attacking range. Max ordered, setting the bombardment coordinates to obliterate everything from 1 to 200 meters away. That would mean a heavier wave of enemies later, as they were no longer thinning the ranks of the main force, but if they didn't their defenses would be breached early and the shields wouldn't have time to come back up. With 8 super heavy mecha, clearing the zone only took a few seconds, adding a wall of explosions to the ring of fire around the base. That led to a moment's rest for the outer ring defenders, who kicked the remains of Clem corpses off themselves and stood back in formation as they waited for their shields to come back online after the damages they had sustained. Casualty report. Max ordered, preparing for the Clem he could see on the radar nearing the 2-kilometer point, where they could be directly targeted past the hills and remains of the forest that once stood here. Chapter 228. Tide rolls in, 0 losses so far. 9 units are lightly damaged but still functional. Major Miller reported, having already organized a squad to resupply the Thunder guns with munitions. None of the technicians really wanted to do it, as outside was a nightmare of artillery fire and noise, but the option was being overrun with Clem, so the carts were loaded, the tech adept harnesses were equipped and they were out the door. Fortunately, the design team had been prepared for this sort of situation, and the guns could be reloaded without ceasing fire, unlike their predecessors, who needed to be moved to a repair rack, or have a munitions magazine swapped in the field to reload their projectile-based cannons. The process took a bit of time, as the rounds rolled down a roller conveyor and into the mecha, but in only 2 minutes they would be done. It wouldn't be a peaceful 2 minutes though, as the Clem warriors had amassed another charge in the distance that they could see from the tall shoulders of the X-137s, and the attack was about to begin again. The Clem weren't stupid though, they had a new tactic for the second attempt. While most of the force charged, they also sent a large number of shredders forward. Not to fire spikes from in close, but to leap over the wall of flames. They couldn't do this alone, but with the assistance of two others, a shredder could be hurled over 70 meters, landing near the front ranks to tear into the defenders. The method still had a downside though, being in the air, they couldn't dodge, and many of the flying shredders were torn apart by heavy weapons fire before ever reaching the ground. Those who weren't killed in the air launched a devastating assault on the corvettes, easily punching through shields and tearing off limbs before succumbing to attacks and being replaced by the next group. This time there was no break, the Clem tide kept coming, ignoring the artillery fire and charging into the flames to reach the front ranks of the Kepler defenses. All remaining corvettes, pull the damaged units to safety and take point. All off-duty Mecha to the front lines for the final push. Allied forces are at the 15-kilometer mark. Max ordered, pushing the battalion commanders to commit their reserves to the battle. The Clem army wasn't going to give them a days-long war of attrition, where they could cycle out the tired and injured. They needed every gun they could get on the front lines to stop the advance, and it wouldn't stop until one side or the other was eliminated. The Clem wave was now using the bodies as a barrier in order to get closer to the front, letting the fusion flamers burn through the corpses as they pushed the pile in front of them, getting within 30 meters before they needed to face the flames. That was as close as they could get, due to the increasing heat incinerating the corpse piles faster than they could build them up, but it was enough. Most of the warriors were making it into close combat now, and the flames were beginning to falter as the X-109 units engaged in melee. All super heavy units, maximum firepower. Bring all the point defense guns online and push the tide back off the flamers. Max ordered, and 7 technicians took a seat beside their pilots. From there they could effectively operate the 4 lightest defensive weapons against the Clem warriors who had gotten too close, filling the sky with purple lasers that didn't match the color of anything else that the Kepler forces used. Incoming drone fighters. Abraham Kepler has deployed all fighters to join the battle. Nico reported, an intense look of concentration in her mechanical eyes as she pushed her limits to operate 4 drones at once while relaying all the data she could to the other units and up to Abraham Kepler. The extra targeting data was vital to the success of the bombing runs and attack of the drone fighters, who had no way to effectively determine the most important targets among the mass of bodies during the initial stages of their descent. Where is all this data coming from? I don't recall having a recon team on the surface. General Yakov muttered in the command room aboard Abraham Kepler, watching the progression of the battle. That would be Major Nico. Her ability to control drones gives her a lot of flexibility in information collection. She has been doing the advanced target scouting for the super heavy mecha as well. General Tennant answered his counterpart with a smile. The man annoyed him to no end, being elevated from a political officer to command due to his years of service in high security clearance. Given the option, General Tennant would have cut him out of the loop, but the regimental commander was relatively competent and hands-on, so there was no proper excuse not to have him involved in everything. What General Tennant could do though was insist that he was there in person, and eliminate that even more annoying adjutant of his from Central Command meetings. The man was some relation of his, raised purely through nepotism, and more than once General Tennant had considered voiding him out an airlock for insubordination. Aren't the perimeter forces too slow in advancing? They're barely keeping up with the Clem advance. General Yakov complained, making Tennant sigh. Each centimeter on the map in front of you is 2 kilometers. Given terrain difficulties, combat, and the need to keep mecha supplied, they are moving along much faster than expected. The Clem isn't a force that you can chase down and overrun on foot. General Tennant explained wearily, checking the updated damage reports from the central position. They were still holding strong for now, but they were running low on corvettes, and the rest of the mecha weren't well suited to fighting the warriors, who could swarm the larger units and avoid their close combat blades. Chapter 229. Anvil. As the drone fighters screamed down from orbit, the super heavy mecha stepped forward into the gaps left by fallen crusaders, giving their defensive weapons a clear line of sight to engage the Clem. The number of missiles that they carried was limited, but the 4 sets of Gatling lasers were free to fire at full capacity. With his ion bombard array set to maximum dispersion, creating unstable, exploding energy balls that raced into the Clem lines beyond the fire, Max did his best to repel the enemy from his small slice of the defensive lines. Using his system skills led Max target the shredders that were in range and most likely to attack his mecha, which meant that he was taking far less incoming fire than most of the others. That was enough to stall the momentum of the Clem advance and force them to regroup. Once one sector had been stalled, the others began to retreat as well, realizing that their previous tactic had failed and that they would need to find a new way. The flamers fell silent as the Clem left their range, though the intense heat from the weapons lingered much longer, and the black haze of burning bodies lingered in the air as the fires on the ground spread through the closest walls of bodies that the attackers had used to shield their advance. If it wasn't for the constant beat of the thunder guns firing, it would have almost been a moment of peace on the front line. Instead, the contrast between the calm in front of them and the violence that they knew the big guns were sending into the distance made for a surreal experience as the two forces stared each other down. Then the artillery from the rear line of Mecha met the barrage from the 1st and 5th battalions and all hell broke loose on the battlefield. Gone were any grand plans of victory, or finding the Kepler army's leader. The only thought the Clem had left was vengeance. The central force was closest, so that was the direction that they charged, heedless of the wall of fusion flamers that met them on the way in. So dense was the wave of bodies that those in front didn't even fall, they were dragged forward even in death, as those behind were pushed by the third line when they too inevitably died to the horrendous heat. The 8 super heavy mecha turned the thunder guns downward, no longer lobbing artillery fire into the distance, but directly firing them into the last 50 meters in front of their own lines, sending burning chunks of chitin flying through the air, hissing and smoking as the moisture was burned out of them. Despite the wrath of the Kepler forces, some few Clems still made it close enough to engage the corvettes guarding the front lines, who had changed tactics to a full defense, only guarding themselves until the Crusader-class units behind them killed the monstrous insects or the Clem burned to death. On and on the fight raged, with the drone fighters overhead unleashing their laser arrays into the Clem force long after the bombs had all been deployed. Most of the shredders were dead now, targeted for destruction by the super heavy mecha, so the fighters were in little real danger, other than the lack of visibility caused by the fires. 1st Battalion Commander, this is 3rd Battalion Command. We are now at the 2-kilometer point and have visual confirmation of your position. Proceeding with the cleanup, came a welcome voice over the command channel. At this point, that was beyond Max's optical range, due to the haze, but his sensors had already picked up the mecha in the distance, and the sensor feeds from the drones and drone fighters had kept him updated on their entire advance. Confined, 3rd Battalion, once the 2 fields of flame meet we will drop ours to finish the remnants. Max agreed. The others weren't far behind the 3rd Battalion, advancing under the cover of the fusion flamers, burning everything in their path to ashes. When the 2 sides were 150 meters apart, the 2 fields of flame met and the 1st Battalion dropped theirs, lashing out with the rest of their weapons to clear the last few Clem targets from the battlefield. It was total annihilation, but that was the only way to stop them from repopulating and coming back in a few days to try again. 1st Battalion to Regimental Command. The Clem's presence has been eliminated from the initial containment zone. Beginning rearming and repair of the forces still in the field. Max reported and a big smile spread across General Yakov's face. The battle was a heavy victory for them, with under 10% casualties, and most of those still had surviving pilots and chassis that would be repairable with more time than they had during the battle. The higher-ups would be pleased with the news, and Central Command had already received reports of additional forces being deployed to the area to clear the Clem presence from the mountain regions. Supply pods are incoming with munitions and raw materials. All battalions, reposition the landers to form a base camp within 5 kilometers of the central base camp to effect repairs and await orders. The order made every battalion commander sigh in defeat. General Yakov was still on Abraham Kepler. He couldn't possibly understand just how hot and horrible smelling this place was, much less the effects of the thick smoke on their logistics crews. It would clear out eventually, as almost all of the bodies were either burnt or still burning, but the landscape here was a scorched nightmare, and so heavily battered by artillery fire that there was no such thing as an actual flat spot for a lander, so moving around the camps would be treacherous, no matter where they placed them. 1st Battalion, rotate out. On-duty Crusader-class pilots, report to the landers to collect a plow. Pile the Clem bodies into bonfires and get this mess cleaned up so we can breathe again. Max ordered, setting the unit in motion. 5th Battalion did the same, deciding to simply camp exactly where they were, intermingled with the 1st Battalion. They could scatter their landers around the base camp and settle in. It wasn't like anywhere within 5 kilometers was going to be any better than where they were now. Chapter 230. Preparation. The materials printers only took a few minutes to make a collection of plows for the mecha to drag around the area, pulling the remaining corpses into piles so that they would burn off completely and make the battlefield a bit more tolerable to stay in. Over the next few hours, while the mecha worked to clear the battlefield, the landers from the other battalions all assembled on the outskirts of the battlefield, on the smoothest terrain that they could find among the craters. That was no easy task, for the thunder guns did a magnificent job of rearranging the terrain over the course of the battle, and the closest thing to a flat spot on the ground was the places where the corpses had been piled so deep that they absorbed most of the damage. The terrain was still only a secondary concern for the staff inside the landers though. Their major concern was that something was still alive inside those piles of corpses, and would rush out to eat them when they emerged to supply and repair the mecha from their battalions. The mecha had already done multiple sweeps of the area and were starting to send out the undamaged units to double-check the zones that they had advanced through for survivors, but the thought of being eaten by an enormous cockroach was still very high on the list of bad ways to die. 3 more pods came down that evening, with munitions, rations, and repair materials, which gave the pilots the impression that they would be staying here for an extended duration. What they were going to be doing was a question that nobody had answers for, since they couldn't fit in most of the tunnels that the Clem were going to be hiding inside, and could only target the ones that came to the surface within the mountains, but they were still glad to have a bit more fresh food instead of ration packs. Fresh was a relative term of course since almost all of it had been preserved in some way, either canned or vacuum packed, but it was still decent food compared to the emergency rations. Colonel Max, all mecha of the 1st Battalion have been resupplied, and repairs are underway, currently showing 49 units in need of some level of repairs. Major Miller reported, proving once again the value of his supply and management experience. The repairs continued through the night, even with 4 landers all equipped with repair racks. It was not a short process to repair 4 dozen mecha with the sorts of torn and mangled parts that an interaction with the Clem left behind. Out of everyone, 3rd Battalion had gotten the luckiest. Not only did they not lose any pilots, but they also only had 32 mecha damaged, and most of them only lightly. Their zone had been very heavy on the smallest of the Clem, and incubation pods that hadn't hatched yet, so they mostly rolled over the enemy but had to spend significantly more time hunting down the hiding spots where the next wave was likely already growing and waiting to attack. Their only complaint was that clearing waves of the smallest Clem wouldn't earn them nearly as much merit and glory as an hours-long artillery bombardment against the combined strength of the main strength of the infestation. When morning dawned the next day, the fires were burned out, and the majority of the bodies were removed from the area, making it a bit less unpleasant to breathe in the area around the landing zone where Max was stationed, overlooking the work being done to get the experimental mecha back into pristine shape for their next engagement. Normally the army would let the little things slide until after the mission, but there was an entire sector of the ship devoted to the researchers gathering combat data, and that data wouldn't be accurate if the force wasn't at full function when a data set started. Numbers could be accounted for, but hidden damages and limited individual capabilities were unknown variables that would skew the outcomes. Regimental command to all units. Reinforcements are reported to be incoming. Hold for further instructions. The message from General Yakov took everyone by surprise. Their mecha were supposed to be a top-secret military program. Would the Kepler military really risk exposing them by sending them to fight alongside other units at this point in their testing, especially on a battlefield that wasn't even technically part of the Empire, as it was uninhabited and outside the borders? That didn't make any sense at all to Max, but none of the battalion commanders were in any position to question the orders that they were given, so he could only hope that this decision was vetted by General Tennant and those above them so that it wouldn't turn into a total disaster for Kepler's public relations department. An accurate reporting of the capabilities of their new designs could turn out very differently than what the Emperor had intended, depending on what the leaked information said and how it was interpreted. Should we bring the entire force back aboard and claim an urgent response to another threat within the Empire's borders? It would give us leeway to keep the secret while not causing much disturbance. General Yakov suggested, the Clem are a Category 1 threat. Unless there is a full-scale military invasion somewhere inside the Empire, we couldn't retreat from the planet without orders from the Emperor himself. General Tennant disagreed. Can we silence them? They are mixed mecha regiments and infantry, so none of the 3 ships are likely to have anyone aboard from Central Command who outranks you. Yakov tried another path to keeping the mecha project a secret. Normally I would say yes. Let them come and then we can put a gag order on them and stop all communications, but I suspect it is already far too late for that. We are outside the borders, on an uninhabited planet. Kepler doesn't monitor this area of space, nobody else should know that the Clem landed here. Even we wouldn't have noticed if we weren't right in the vicinity. So the question is, where is the leak, and who are they trying to tip off about our expanded mecha capabilities? General Tennant countered. A defector, spy, or traitor in their midst would be the worst-case scenario for the mission, and both generals knew that very well. But neither could deny the possibility that they had one or more security breaches since making planetfall. The arrival of the 3 transport ships full of soldiers was too strange to be a simple coincidence. Let me contact the Imperial Command. If they can't shed any light on the situation, they can likely tell us what the backup plan is for this situation. There is no way that they didn't at least plan for the possibility that the secret would be exposed early on. General Tennant decided, then nodded to his counterpart and left the room. Once he was in a secure office, protected against bugs, data intrusions, and all forms of external spying, General Tennant turned to his adjutant, a woman in her late 50s, apparent age, and frowned. Keep an eye on Yakov, and especially that idiot assistant of his. I want to know how a signal got out of this system without us noticing. Chapter 231. Mind Games. General Tennant was doing his best to come up with a way to keep the capabilities of the new mecha secret, but there simply didn't seem to be a way, short of pulling them all back to the ship so the unexpected arrivals couldn't see them. We could just lie through our teeth, make up some absolute nonsense and see how long it takes them to catch on. It might even help flush out the traitors. His adjutant suggested. Abraham Kepler is a distinct pattern of transport vessel, a one-off that would be hard to mistake for anything else. The mecha we could play off as someone else's though, and really get the incoming troops worked up. General Tennant answered, a plan slowly forming in his mind. He started scribbling down notes on his pad, then handed them to the adjutant. This does not get entered into the system, and only the ship's crew involved will be notified. Use Mecha Bay 1, I know 1st Battalion's support staff will be willing to play along. In Mecha Bay 1, Sergeant Fritz was looking at the orders in his hand in shock. With everything that they had deployed, Command wanted 40 Sentinel pattern scout mecha, equipped for a planetary research mission. They already had hundreds of drone fighters that had sensors every bit as capable while being 100 times more mobile, making a bunch of Sentinel pattern mecha made no sense at all. But he had learned years ago that asking questions only brought headaches and answers he didn't really want to know, so he hurried to get the bay prepared. While Sergeant Fritz was working to refurbish the bay, Nico's serious tone, an actual separate voice setting she used for official announcements caught Max's attention. New orders from Central Command. All units are to scramble frequencies. You are in charge of picking the new ranges. No contact outside the experimental battalions is permitted until further notice. Contact with Regimental Command will go through Central Command. Sounds like something has gone wrong up above. Watch for further mission orders while I inform everyone. Max agreed, picking a random communications range outside the standard military frequencies and generating a new 63-digit encryption code. In Max's memories from his past life, little things like making an encryption code 1 digit shorter or longer than usual made it nearly impossible for unsuspecting enemies to crack. Everyone's frequencies are updated using your command codes. Nobody else should know anything changed. Nico informed him, then opened the new message from General Tennant for Max to read. 3 suspicious friendly vessels are approaching Ray 5. Operational security has been breached. New cover identity generated. You will be Deathwind mercenaries hired to defend the region for the Talos mining conglomerate. No signals on Kepler frequencies are permitted. Take all measures to ensure your cover story remains viable. General Tennant's message covered everything they needed to know, so Max put it into action immediately. He could hear over the radio that the other battalion commanders had also received the message, but none of them realized that Max had already scrambled their frequencies away from the standard Kepler range. All personnel, make a uniform change to Deathwind civilian garb, effective immediately. Anyone found portraying themselves as Kepler military without permission will be prosecuted under the War Secrets Act. Max called over the radio, getting everyone organized. The change was a small one, and the black pilot suits could be kept, but without the usual military emblems. The ground crew would have to change their distinctive pattern of coveralls to new ones created with the materials printers, but the rest of their issued gear would be fine. All the landers had been stripped of emblems when they were refurbished, and the mecha themselves had no Kepler markings on them, as they were still experimental. That made the switch to their cover story as mercenaries an easy one, with the help of the fact that the unit didn't have full and official military documentation and regalia assigned to them yet. The Deathwind territory was a largely lawless space at the very southwestern edge of the galaxy, and often had to improvise to maintain their combat capabilities, so the rest of the Kepler forces would likely assume that these were modified from an ancient foreign pattern that the mercenaries had pilfered. The sizes of the units did put them in line with many Cygnus mecha patterns of the past. Nico had put a tracer on all the communications equipment in the regiment, so she would immediately see if anyone attempted to send a signal on an unauthorized frequency, but her suspicion was that the problem that had the staff on Abraham Kepler so worked up didn't originate among the Mecha but among those left aboard the ship. Above them, aboard Abraham Kepler, the ship was on lockdown preparing to receive visitors. The 3 incoming vessels had all identified themselves as mixed Mecha regiments, while Abraham Kepler was claiming to be on a research mission to Ray 3, but had diverted here when they detected a foreign vessel and a Clem infestation. To further this image, General Tennant was holding the video conference in Mecha Bay 1, which was conveniently now full of research pattern Sentinel-class Mecha. Sister Lilith was with him, representing the research division from Camor Prime, where she was officially still stationed. Greetings. We didn't expect any Kepler forces to be sent here. As you can see, our planetary drops have been delayed due to the Clem presence, but under Imperial orders, we are observing the Deathwind mercenaries currently engaging the infestation. General Tennant greeted them. We had been sent intelligence that your forces had taken severe losses, so we were dispatched to relieve you and take over the clearance efforts planetside. It seems that our information was incorrect. General Muriel, the assigned leader of the expedition and senior officer among the Central Command contingent aboard the arriving vessels, replied with a sour look on his surprisingly youthful face. Now that you're here, we can't well send you away with a Clem threat active on the planet, but it is unknown how the mercenaries would react to a military presence. General Tennant told his counterpart with a shrug. We will contact sector governance and get back to you. General Muriel replied curtly, then cut the transmission. So, they were sent by sector governance, not Central Command, or Imperial Command. They should be planetary defense forces then. Find out where they were recruited from, both the regiments and the senior staff in control of them. Somewhere in there, we should find answers about who our mysterious data leak was in contact with. General Tennant told his adjutant with a smile. General Muriel had given away quite a bit of useful information today, and it could very well be the key points they needed to see the truth of the situation. Chapter 232. Mercenary life is much better. So, let me get this straight, the forces coming to the planet are from the Kepler military, and most likely friendly, but we have to pretend to be neutral mercenaries from the outskirts of the galaxy until Central Command can find out who sent them here to interrupt a classified mission. Colonel Lucci, the middle-aged woman in charge of the 2nd Battalion, asked Max dubiously, despite seeing the orders from General Tennant in front of her. Yes, and nobody is to have direct contact with them without orders. We don't need someone getting recognized. Because I've been in one too many propaganda films, I will be wearing a mask during all required communications and using a voice modifier. From what I can discern, they are planning to send a force to the planet to go hunt Clem in the mountains, which we couldn't do ourselves, so make the best of what we have and try not to let them die. The chance that any of the pilots in the 3 regiments have a clue what is actually going on is close to 0. Max explained. Does that mean no more military discipline? By default, 1st Battalion takes charge when regimental command is unreachable, so it is your call, Colonel Max. Colonel Klinger, the wizened soldier in charge of 5th Battalion, asked. Yes, kick back, relax, just make sure that everything gets done. There will be no saluting, no ranks used, and no military drills until further notice. Also, I will be Commander Karras, and you can call my co-pilot Rage. Feel free to use nicknames that your men might have over the radio, and in person outside, just in case someone is listening. Be sure that every single one of your men understands that they are not to screw this up. Max ordered. Yes, sir. All 4 other battalion commanders responded in unison, then began passing orders to the troops. It only took a few minutes for the change to be visible. Gone were the orderly ranks of Mecha waiting for our finished repairs. Instead, the corvettes were sent to gather firewood, while the Crusader-class units crouched to block the wind from the camp areas where the pilots were gathered. 1st Battalion did the same, but their landers were already in a circle, so they only had to close all but one of the gaps, letting them get Mecha in and out while creating a mostly sheltered central camp. The design caught on quickly, and the other battalions moved their landers to create 4 more circles at the cardinal points, each 100 meters out from the main lines. That area had been thoroughly cleaned by the plows, so the ground was clear and somewhat level, plus it was close enough that they could make one large defensive line around everything if they needed. The drone fighters were landed in the fields outside the defensive lines, waiting on a refueling so that they could begin flying again, but the effect made the force look much larger than it was, like they had intended to be here for an extended period of time before the Clem had arrived. Mercenary bases were often like this, set on isolated planets nobody cared about due to their danger level, and the lack of an interstellar transport on site was no surprise, as they rarely hung around to lure outsiders to their bases. In orbit, the representatives of the three ships had taken shuttles over to Abraham Kepler, meeting with General Tennant in Mecha Bay 1 for a strategic conversation that couldn't be conducted over a data link, for security reasons. I looked up the Abraham Kepler. Official records say you're still stationed at the Comore station, waiting on a new crew, but attached to the Comore Research Lab. What exactly is it that your crew is here to study? General Muriel asked. Xenobiology. Imperial Command has had some luck in developing new medicines from alien plants, and data showed that the plants and animals of Ray 3 are almost entirely indigenous, not terraformed. General Tennant explained. If their original destination was leaked by someone before they left, they would have been expected to head for Ray 3, not the Ray 5 system, so maintaining the cover story was important to him. Interesting. We weren't told anything about a mission to Ray 3, only that we would find you here and that your team was in danger. Might I ask, what were the actual words of the message that you sent to the sector government? General Muriel asked. That's the thing, we didn't send a message to sector governance. In fact, we didn't send any signals at all before you made contact with us. General Tennant answered with a displeased look, and the expression on the leader of the force on the second of the three ships to arrive. General Ming's face turned deadly serious. General Ming turned to General Muriel and gave a curt nod before speaking. I will report that all forces are fully engaged in a battle against a Clem infestation on Ray 5, and then contact Imperial Command. Something is very wrong here, but as you said, we can't ignore the Clem this close to our borders. The four generals from Central Command and their immediate subordinates took a seat in Mecha Bay 1 while the order was given to scramble all mecha and infantry to the surface of Ray 5 for Clem suppression. They were to land in and around the mountains and send one company to make contact with the mercenaries, asking for their assistance in the endeavor. In the eyes of the generals, that was a risky but necessary move. If the mercenaries had a base on the planet, they would want to recover what they could before moving their base somewhere undetected, but if they had only just landed here to start forming one, they might believe that they were being attacked by the Kepler military when they saw all the landers start to fall. The biggest issue was simply communication. They didn't know what frequencies to contact the Dark Wind mercenaries on. Or at least, most of them didn't. General Ming spoke again, addressing the room. What I say is for your ears only. I am an inquisitor for Imperial Command, supervising the sector government and deployed military forces. I have a way to contact the Dark Wind force on the planet. A code that was obtained through great difficulties, and if this temporary alliance fails, only usable once. I will attempt to contact the surface and tell them of our intentions to help with the Clem infestation, then leave the region. If they agree, that mecha force should fight on our side, for a price. All the generals nodded in agreement, but General Tennant was nervous. That wasn't a mercenary force on the planet, and he had no way of knowing if they would even detect, much less interpret the code that General Ming was going to use. Chapter 233, Negotiations using the Tech Adept Harness for Mobility. Nico left the mecha to go grab them some new clothes from the material printers in the landers. The service area in the super heavy mecha had a small materials printer for parts, but there wasn't any raw material suitable for making clothes. Neither of them was short on civilian wear back aboard Abraham Kepler, but that wasn't something that a pilot brought with them on an extermination mission. She was only away for a few minutes, casually dodging the queue and grabbing them both one set of new clothes and a small tub of raw polymer that could be used to make anything from synthetic denim to full leather. In case we need to make contact, they would expect a mercenary leader to have at least a few sets of clothes, Nico informed Max as she returned. Her whole persona seemed to have changed. Even her standing position was cocky and relaxed, while her clothes were an eclectic blend of leather and metal in a gothic steampunk style Max had seen her wear before. She had also changed her physical appearance, showing off one armored mechanical arm and turning her face into a generic feminine full conversion pattern, with a large exposed armor plate on the left side. The combination of the changes and the multi-armed harness she was still wearing made her look a little terrifying, and Max decided that if they had to deal with the other Kepler forces, she would be the spokesperson. She was the better actor, and nobody would believe she was a proper Kepler officer when she was looking like that. The clothes she had picked for him were in a similar style to her own, as the Reavers' fashions were popular with the Deathwind mercenaries. The others are almost all changed now, so we can start working on our act in a few hours, Nico added, returning to her chair. They wouldn't have hours to prepare, though. Only 15 minutes later, the flames of landers entering the atmosphere lit up the sky, and Nico's eyes opened wide in shock. We are receiving a signal on one of the secure encryption patterns that my family uses as our private channels back home. The one that we use for the interplanetary trade ships. Even the security codes check out as one of ours. I think it is being sent by someone from the family's fleet branch. Nico informed Max, who rushed to put his shiny golden mask on. Do it, let's see what they want. Max instructed, and Nico opened the video link, bringing up the image of an unknown but youthful man in a Kepler general's uniform. You've got some big brass ones to be using this cipher, don't you, Kepler? Well, get to it then. What in the seven hells do you want? She asked the serious-looking young general on the other side of the screen. The Tereth Reavers granted me a favor. He answered calmly while holding up a gold coin of a design Max didn't recognize, and Nico nodded. Speak then, what is your request? The general looked visibly relieved before he spoke again. We have sent forces to the ground to eliminate the Clem threat. They are too close to our borders to be allowed to thrive here. Are you willing to cooperate with our efforts? Nico nodded decisively. We share a common enemy. This trade depot can't be established while they still live. For that reason, we will work with you for a reasonable price. The mention of money didn't seem to faze the general, but Max could hear muffled sounds of amusement in the background that he was sure came from General Tennant. Name your price, and we can negotiate. The general agreed after a moment. As I said, I am a reasonable woman. 100 tons of raw materials for battle cannon munitions, and you leave the system once the threat is nullified. Nico smiled. Weapon-grade materials were always in short supply outside of the frontline forces, and they had used a lot of them lately to reload the Mecha, mostly depleting what they were dropped with. The amount she asked for was equivalent to 3 supply pods full and would fully restock the entire regiment. Your version of reasonable is still very steep, isn't it? General Ming asked, intending to drive the cost down. I know you can see us from orbit, take a good long look. We aren't some petty band of ore smugglers, I need munitions to stay at full strength. How about 100 tons of materials, plus your withdrawal after the battle, and we call this an even cooperation. Nico's offer meant that the unnamed general wouldn't use up a favor by asking them to risk their lives. Not that they were in any position to claim the favor anyhow, since they weren't actually Deathwind mercenaries. Though the way Nico negotiated, Max was beginning to question if that was true or not. If you dressed like mercenaries, acted like mercenaries, and received secure communications intended for the mercenaries, at what point did you actually start being mercenaries? Nico's family was into a bit of everything and had a suspicious amount of political influence on Kepler Terminus, despite the appearance of only being moderately wealthy. But Nico either didn't know or refused to think about the truth behind her family's continued influence, so Max didn't know the full extent of their activities. Deal. The materials will arrive in 8 hours. I will be in contact. General Ming agreed. A pleasure doing business with you. Nico told him, then cut the video link. One day, I will find out the truth about your family. Normal people don't get name dropped when you are asking for favors from mercenaries that live on the edge of the galaxy. Max told her, but Nico just smiled. You already knew a branch of the Tereth family were Reavers, remember? Back when we were on Kepler 142, they told you all about it. That was a very generous description of events. Max recalled hearing about the quasi-legal trading arm of the Tereth family exactly one time before. But at the time, it had seemed like a historical event, not something ongoing. That was quite the negotiation, General. They might only be a small regiment, but those mercenaries look strong. Muriel said to Ming once the conversation was over. That conversation was more strange than you could ever know. But it worked out in the end. General Ming agreed. When he contacted the mercenaries, they needed to authenticate the cipher he had used to open the video link. A normal mercenary band would have had to contact their bosses to get the code verified, but this one answered right away. Every Kepler Imperial Inquisitor was a curious person by nature, and now General Ming was very interested to know what these mercenaries were doing so far from home with such a strong military force. Chapter 234. Terminus Trading Company. The landers seem to be friendly, and they have accepted our cover as mercenaries, with a promise of large amounts of raw materials for our assistance in clearing out the Clem that are hiding in the mountains. They don't know the extent of the infestation at the moment, and we are not going to tell them that it was only a small percentage that broke our containment. It would lead to too many questions that I have no intentions of answering. Be sure you are all in character as Deathwind mercenaries, and we are ready to go. Max instructed the regiment over the recently changed main channel. If we're going to pull this off, we need a name. Eventually, someone is going to ask about contact information, and if we don't know what to say, someone is going to screw it up. Major Miller pointed out, the man has a point. Something simple and easy to remember. Another voice agreed. Max thought about it for a few moments, trying to come up with something that was suitable to a group of mercenary mecha pilots but not so obvious that it would be taken by another group and arouse suspicion if anyone looked into it. If anyone asks, we are the Terminus Trading Company. It fits with the Deathwind's way of naming their mercenary forces as if they were legitimate businesses, and I am reasonably sure that it isn't taken yet. My co-pilot, Rage, has checked it out and says that it looks clean and usable. Max told the regiment, giving Nico a thumbs up for her timely search of their available data. The landers started falling all through the mountain range, clustered in flat spots near every region where Abraham Kepler's sensors had detected that the Clem might have gone to hide. The ship had, of course, been keeping very close tabs on the Clem force's movements, so the orbital insertion was very focused, without the usual scattering of troops to far-flung regions, just in case. As the pilots of Max's battalion watched the troops arrive, the expanded Central Command contingent aboard Abraham Kepler was working out the best way to deploy the mercenaries. Just look at the number of super heavy mecha. They could take a small empire. Asking them to spread out to cover more territory with that vicious-looking artillery shouldn't be an issue. The brigands of the Deathwind territories are many things, but nobody would dare call them cowards. General Tennant suggested, and the other officers nodded in agreement. Inquisitor General Ming suspected that General Tennant might know more about these mercenaries' intentions than he was letting on. But by their position between Kepler and the Clem on the edge of the galactic core, where few habitable planets existed among the vast nothingness of empty space, he suspected that the group was planning something much more insane than a simple trade depot. General Ming suspected that this bunch might actually be planning to raid Clem territory for precious resources. The insectoid aliens gathered everything that they needed near a queen once a planet was fully under their control. With 20 super heavy mecha, it was conceivable that the mercenaries were going to raid one and loot them dry. If only he had seen their vessel, he would know for sure. Contact the mercenary team and convince them to split up. It's your idea, so you get the honors, Tenant. Ming instructed, using his rank as Inquisitor to take the lead among the Central Command team. Inquisitor Ming had already sent a silent query out into the intelligence community, wanting to know more about these mercenaries and which clan leader might be here to authorize the decryption of his request without delay, but a response could take a few days, assuming that someone else had noticed that they were in the region at all. Mercenary Force, this is General Tennant of Kepler's Central Command. We have a deployment request for you. We are sending 6 regiments of infantry with light mecha support to the surface and would ask that you spread your force to provide heavy support for them. It would free up a lot of our infantry and light mechanized forces to enter the underground without fear of being ambushed from behind. General Tennant's request was reasonable and didn't ask the mercenaries to take all the risk, only to protect their backs while the Kepler military hunted the Clem. Would you like the whole force on guard duty? Nico answered, looking as if she was considering the matter. If you can spare forces, the supply depot could use heavy mecha support as well. General Tennant suggested, after referring to General Ming. Agreed. Place your supply facilities between our camp and the first mountain face. I will have my men stationed to defend the camps. The generals all relaxed a little when she agreed. Most of them because they previously weren't sure how the idea would be received, and General Tennant because he understood Nico's personality and had feared that she would make them sweat over it for her own personal amusement. While the meeting between the other generals was ongoing, General Yakov was hunting for the traitor in their midst. He hated to admit it, but logically, he was the prime suspect. The empire was bordering on civil war thanks to bureaucratic nobility who wanted to overthrow the royal family, and he came from a noble lineage as old as the colonization of his home system, with many family members serving the bureaucracy. For that reason, he couldn't tell any of his own inner circle what he was looking for, or anything that he suspected. Most of his staff was chosen for loyalty, but it was loyalty to the family more often than to him personally. Though he largely agreed that the system of royalty was outdated, he also saw the greed and self-interest that drove the rebellion and how the lack of strong leadership would inevitably cripple the empire. General Yakov strongly valued stability, unlike the upstart bureaucratic nobles faction, most of whom still had family members who were alive the day they were granted titles for their administrative work. After all, with modern medicine, it wasn't unreasonable to expect an oligarch to survive for close to 3 centuries if they weren't assassinated. Longer if they got lucky with the bonuses from a higher system compatibility. His Yakov family had a lot in common with the Tereth family. They had held power for nearly 3,000 years before the Kepler Empire was founded, and their influence extended well beyond their home planet. But unlike the Tereth family, which suffered a tragedy on their homeworld and focused on spreading their power in the shadows, the Yakov family proudly held their homeworld and openly supported their other businesses, which limited their ability to spread their reach. The nobility was a jealous sort of culture, after all. Chapter 235. In position with the official request for deployment made, Max started to set the strategy, as interim operation leader. 4th and 5th battalions, split into companies and join with the infantry forces. 2nd and 3rd battalions, do the same and join with the Kepler light mecha groups. There should be 6 of each headed to the planet at regimental strength. 1 super heavy and a company of heavy mecha each should set their minds at ease while they work. I will take the 1st battalion and spread our forces along the line between the Kepler staging area and the mountains, so we can guard the exit of any mecha needing to reload or get repairs at the main supply depot. Max ordered, spurring the other battalion commanders into action. Oh, how I wish someone had just shown up with a Phalanx-class mecha and a company of heavy mecha back when I was still a light mecha company commander. Major Ivanov of Max's able company laughed, watching the mecha start moving out into the mountains. They wouldn't take their landers, though a short hop would significantly reduce travel time. The landers had a limited amount of fuel in them, and as they weren't expecting heavy casualties, they would need most of what they had to get back up to Abraham Kepler once this was all finished. Since they couldn't risk communication with the Kepler Navy right now, it would be up to General Tennant to get rid of the other ships and come back for them after the mission was complete, assuming that they did manage to complete it without alerting the newly arrived forces to their true identity. Use the materials printers to make some crude hover trucks. Load some munitions and repair materials inside, along with provisions for a week, and send whoever you deem necessary to join the mecha companies on their mission. It would be too suspicious if the mercenaries showed up without any sort of support vehicles or even a camp kitchen. Nico instructed all of the logistics and repair officers from the regiment, covering a small detail that most of the force had overlooked. If they needed anything, they could have it sent over in a hurry. They had the technology, but a mercenary force wouldn't leave them behind and risk being cut off without supplies. Mercenaries were much more used to fighting in small groups than a military force was, so a mercenary squad would still stick together in times like this when many smaller groups had assembled. There were a lot of jokes about having to rough it for a change since the Corvette-class pilots would be sleeping in large tents instead of the landers, but everyone moved out smoothly, headed for their chosen unit. All 5 battalion commanders stayed back, waiting to see where they would be needed, while the company command units brought moral support to the light mecha and infantry units they went to support. 8 super heavy mecha to defend the base camps. I don't know if they are being overly cautious, or do they have something at their camp so valuable that they won't risk it? One of the command officers aboard Abraham Kepler asked, pointing to the defensive line in the satellite feeds. My first thought is that the extras are their command group, the clan leaders. But since they are all artillery spec mecha, it's possible they are simply taking a position to give long-range support. If those are mass driver-style artillery weapons, they could have an indirect firing range of hundreds of kilometers. General Tennant offered, already knowing who they were and what the guns should theoretically be capable of. My system scan says they can hit most of the mountain range from there. I have threat assessment as an innate talent, and it doesn't like those mecha. They are much more dangerous than they look, especially the ones with the jump packs. If they turn against us, the system data believes they should take under 10% losses to eliminate all 6 regiments. General Jefferson, the most silent of the group, informed them. Compared to infantry and light mecha, they certainly had the advantage, but the regiments did have their own heavy mecha. The system was usually very accurate though, so unless there was a large tactical blunder, Jefferson's predictions should be close. So we keep them on our side. Then we find out where they got those units from. They look a bit like stylized Cygnus units, so they might have manufacturing facilities somewhere that we haven't detected yet. Imperial Command would love to get their hands on new toys like that. Inquisitor General Ming agreed. He would add the other general's opinion on the threat level posed by these unknown mercenaries to the daily reports he sent to the Emperor's intelligence minister. Hopefully, he would get permission to negotiate a trade deal for the designs. They could send an overwhelming force to take them, but whoever designed the mecha would probably sell the plans to every enemy the Kepler Empire has in retaliation. A sanctioned deal would be infinitely better. Generals, we have first contact. Mostly warriors, with an assortment of smaller species. Lupo Regiment's light mecha have engaged and, by all that is holy. The junior officer's report cut off suddenly, and General Jefferson brought up the feed the man was watching on the war room's main screen. The infantry had just engaged the Clem, and their line mecha support was moving into position when the valley they were walking through exploded with fire and flying dirt from an artillery bombardment. Then 20 Crusader-class mecha came flying over the ridgeline, bathing the Clem in fire from their arm-mounted weapons. The temperature of the flames capped out the thermal sensors at over 2000 degrees, and the Clem group vanished in an instant. Greetings fellow humans. Doc Engels and Casanova of the Terminus Trading Company at your service. As determined by our game of dice, I will be guarding the line mecha here, while young Casanova will be taking very good care of the men and women of the infantry. The announcement came as two super heavy mecha marched into sight over the ridgeline where the flying Crusaders appeared from. They were accompanied by nearly 100 more Crusaders and 200 Corvette-class mecha, all jogging toward the Kepler army. Looks like we have some interesting allies this time. The infantry colonel laughed, watching the strange jump pack mecha land among his troops. Chapter 236. Revelation. Similar scenes played out all through the mountains. Compared to the nightmare of a battle they just finished, these pockets of Clem resistance seemed positively harmless. Their enthusiastic killing also helped assure the infantry that these strangers truly had their backs. Max had given orders to limit contact though, so only the company commanders actually talked to the Allied forces, and they set up a comfortable distance away to discourage mingling. The infantry understood that they were on their own for the next part, with only sporadic support from line mecha where they could fit in the tunnels. They didn't have to wait until they were underground to find another fight though. The Clem needed food to reproduce, and they hadn't had time to stock up on plant life from the mountain valleys. The infantry above them drew a large number of Clem swarming to the surface, eager to gather food and bring it back to the tunnels where they were attempting to incubate more warriors and shredders. They would start breeding the behemoths that could eliminate the hateful mecha soon, but their instinctive drive compelled them to create the smaller warriors that were needed to protect their leaders first. 1,000 generations of genetic memories told them that without guards the behemoth was vulnerable, so the thought of doing anything differently never entered their minds. More of the Gribblies and a pair of warriors in the south. One of the infantry sergeants reported as his shift came to an end and he prayed his men would be able to finish the fight and retreat without any more casualties. The small Clem came in many shapes, so the infantry had coined the word Gribbly as a catch-all for any Clem smaller than a human. Suddenly the two warriors exploded in a cascade of gore and a plume of fire spread out over the heads of the infantry toward the remaining Clem. One of the mercenary crusaders had come to their assistance, using the strange energy weapon on its shoulder to eliminate the warriors before burning off most of the smaller Clem. Finish the group and change shifts, it's time. The sergeant informed his troops, giving the mercenary pilot a salute. Far above their heads, Inquisitor General Ming finally received a response from Imperial Intelligence to his inquiries about the Terminus Trading Company and their unusual mecha. Everything I could find about that force and their unique mecha is Vermilion level classified, with maximum access security. For the sake of your health, I recommend you stop looking. A loyalty assurance team has been dispatched to sector governance as of this morning. Be safe. Your friend, John. That created more questions than it answered. But Inquisitor General Ming was no fool. He would stop asking questions before he also got a nighttime visit to correct his attitude. His best course of action right now was to do what General Tennant was doing and just go with the flow, not drawing any suspicion on himself while others investigated the situation. In Ming's mind, it was very possible that Tennant was here to observe the mecha in action and make a deal with the creator when the unexpected arrivals interrupted his top-secret mission. Ming's most reliable friend at Imperial Command didn't say anything about General Tennant, only that sector governance was being investigated, which meant that his presence here was sanctioned and that even a sector governor, a duke of the empire, and normally a trusted advisor of the emperor himself was being censured for sending ships to his location, a bit of knowledge that meant General Tennant was trusted above all others in this matter. That line of thought led Inquisitor Ming to recall that General Tennant, aboard Abraham Kepler, was until very recently awaiting refit at Camor Station. Then suddenly he was here with an ultra-secret research squad and a whole lot of mecha that nobody had ever seen before. But he wasn't the only notable figure on the planet Camor, was he? A Cygnus delegation had left just a week ago, celebrating a marriage between Camor's ruling Chen family and their imperial family. There were also a number of famous pilots vacationing on the planet recently. That Karis Max fellow, and the one with crazy close combat skills. Terith Nico, that was her name, General Ming realized, and all the pieces fell in place in his mind. The Terith Reaver's cipher being instantly decrypted, the reports that the unit was called the Terminus Trading Company when the two most famous absentee pilots in the Empire were from Kepler Terminus. The presence of the new Mecha, and those corvettes that looked so much like the rumored new Camor pattern units. He, an Imperial Inquisitor, had been fooled by a pair of pilots that hadn't even seen their 20th birthday, and General Tennant had ever so humbly asked for the assistance of his own research and development team. Then he had them trick the reinforcements into sending the munitions materials out of their own supply when there was no doubt that Abraham Kepler was loaded to the gills with everything imaginable to keep the test units functioning. General Ming's friend John had a point though. He would be best off not saying a single word of this to anyone. They would clear out the Clem, leave the system after accepting whatever nonsense excuse General Tennant found to stay behind and forget that this ever happened. It was the only sane and safe way to ensure that the regiments he had accompanied here weren't purged as a threat to national security. There might be no saving the sector governance department, or whoever tipped them off though. But those were the risks that a subversive agent took. They might think their cause was just and noble, or even essential for survival, but if they weren't on the winning end of the game, their lives were forfeit by default. Whatever idiot had set this all in motion had better suffer a very slow and painful death, or General Ming would not be a happy man when he returned to his station. Chapter 237. Big boom. All of the mercenary forces were in position now, and the infantry was waiting for the orbital scans intended to detect subterranean caverns were finished before they began their assault. The scan wouldn't tell them which areas were dangerous, but even having a general idea of where to look would save them a considerable amount of time and effort tomorrow. The data they had already gathered told them that the Clem force was limited, so they would not face a full incursion that went underground, only the portion that escaped from the mercenary force. With that in mind, their gear was optimized to fight smaller enemies instead of loading the infantry with large amounts of anti-armor, which was necessary to deal with the shredders. Attention, all forces. The assault in the tunnel system begins in 30 minutes. With the announcement from Central Command, everyone sprung into action. The movement would attract the Clem, so the surface would see a rush of the ravenous creatures until the light mecha dispersed and spread the vibrations through the whole region. The infantry walking shouldn't draw much attention, but thousands of line mecha in one spot were hard to miss. Once they were dispersed and moving through the tunnels, they would be harder to distinguish from Clem activity. As predicted, an impressive host of warriors charged up through the tunnels to meet the mecha the moment that they began to mobilize. The first wave met the fusion flamers that the X-109 units had pointed in the tunnel mouths, and the disgusting smell of roast Clem filled the air. The Crusader Class 10-104 pilots took advantage of the scent, using tarps as fans to blow it through the tunnels, much to the foot soldiers' dismay. But that brought thousands more Clem to the surface, all through the mountains, which was exactly what they wanted. The more bugs they killed up here, the fewer men they would lose below. It took over an hour for the surface to be declared clear, thanks to the constant stream of new arrivals, and the test regiment began to question how many Clem had made it through the breach in their lines. Initial reports said it shouldn't be this many, but the Clem hatched reinforcements at an astounding rate. The surface is clear, moving downward. The light mecha moved out first to clear the main tunnels so the infantry could move unimpeded. The mecha were faster, so the infantry left right behind them, on a complex deployment, to search all the small side tunnels that the orbital scans had detected. On the surface, there was nothing left to do but wait. The front hatch on the Camor pattern corvettes swung downward, creating a ramp for the pilot when the suit was crouched, but it could also be dropped halfway, and that's what the pilots did now, standing their mecha in a circle and sitting on the hatch to play cards. In an emergency, They could jump back into their seats and be active in under 10 seconds, but until then, they could relax. The second shift of line Mecha stared at them in envy, cramped in their tiny cockpits, while the Terminus Trading Company laughed and joked around. But with a super heavy Mecha at every position, they had a good reason for their confidence. Line Mecha report that the Clem are scattering east, headed back for the foothills. Possible behemoth sighting, General Tennant reported to the line of Mecha defending the base camps. That, too, was expected. If they could get to the open grassland again, the Clem would have enough food to repopulate faster than the Mecha could destroy them. We are on it. Care to make a small wager on whether they will make it into flamer range? Nico responded, looking to the lower bunk where Max was sleeping. So far, he had been awake for all the major artillery bombardments. She hadn't gotten the chance to play with the thunder guns as much as she wanted. One case of Carib rum says you can't stop them from reaching flame range. General Ming answered for the command group. Carib rum was a slightly sweet black rum popular with soldiers and mercenaries all over the quadrant. The planet that made it was an open port, a neutral nation that bordered Kepler, Cygnus and 2 other small countries. You hear that, boys? Free rum. As soon as you see them, give them hell. Nico laughed, and all the X-137 pilots moved into attack position, stabilizing their Mecha for maximum rate of fire. The Clem group was slightly over 200 kilometers from the defensive line when they breached a cliff face and reached the open air. Hundreds of shredders and thousands of warriors surrounded a pair of behemoths with 6 legs and elongated, barrel-shaped bodies. Nico recognized these from the training data. They could fire a caustic poison hundreds of meters, melting through flesh and armor equally. The goo that was left was easily processed into nutrition to hatch new Clem. Once the group was too far from the hole in the wall to escape, every cannon on the 8X-137 units barked at once. To the Clem's great misfortune, they had left the mountains at the top of a ridgeline in clear sight of the distant Mecha as they raced down the hill toward the abundance of food in the form of a coniferous forest. The Clem didn't miss the incoming balls of energy and stopped, seeing that most had been fired on a trajectory that was expecting them to keep moving. That was exactly what the artillery wanted, stationary targets. Over the next 10 seconds, as the Clem panicked, over 100 shells rained down on them, the large explosions annihilating the warriors and crippling the shredders that accompanied the behemoths. So they are mass drivers and not cartridge projectiles. That range is impressive. General Ming laughed, watching the mercenaries put his payment for their services to exemplary work. I hope you have a case of rum on hand because I think they've got this one handled. General Tennant pointed out, watching the video feed of 16 ion bombard arrays furiously hurling rounds at the behemoths who were doing their best to employ an evasive running pattern. They were too heavily armored to truly fear the artillery, but the ion weapons punched holes in their chitin every time they landed a solid hit. The Clem never even made it into a range of the Crusaders before being blasted into oblivion, and General Ming smiled. A small price to pay for such an impressive show. Chapter 238. Rude Awakening. Max was abruptly pulled from a deep sleep when the thunder guns started firing, showing the entire chassis. He quickly checked Nico's memory and found that a large Clem contingent, including the first behemoths they had seen, had emerged from the mountains and were facing the fury of the command group. Though Nico wasn't at the controls, Max could tell that the Mecha was firing at 75% of the maximum rate. She was deliberately holding back, either for the sake of their orbital audience or for heat management. According to the sensor feeds, the others were doing the same, so it looked like the firing rate was coordinated at the very least. Unlike everyone else, who would strap themselves in to keep a steady hand on the controls, Nico was on her feet, singing and dancing in time with the gunfire. It's raining Clem, hallelujah it's raining Clem, she sang and giggled while she danced. Max didn't know the song, but he had to admit that it was a pretty catchy tune. Care to come dance with me? Nico asked as the Mecha shook, and the pulses from the ion bombard arrays that were now firing forced her to change her rhythm. The dance took all her weight off the floor in time with every shot, letting the Mecha move under her while she remained stationary. Max shook his head and got dressed. Since he was awake he might as well work. It wasn't until he took over the controls that Nico stopped her dance and flopped down into the seat beside him. The behemoths had just fallen, and the area was clear again when Nico opened a communication channel to Central Command aboard Abraham Kepler. That's one case of Carib rum for me, General. Feel free to send it down with the oars you promised. Nico gloated, as Max scowled at her. You know that you could have warned me, right? Max asked. But then you would wake up and I wouldn't get to play with the Clem. I hadn't killed anything in like 2 days, it was getting boring in here. Nico answered and shrugged in response. You could have taken up the offer to lead the maintenance team. I am sure you would have killed someone the first day, Max pointed out, and Nico smirked. It is a good thing I didn't. General Yakov is the one in charge of hunting down whoever sent the transmission to sector governance. If he was gone we might have to do an actual investigation on our own. Max wondered how she could be so sure that he wasn't the source of the problem, to begin with. He might be a trusted general, but even planetary governors and senior military officers had chosen to side with the rebels they had already fought. Her thoughts said she was certain though, so she had been watching him. A minor detail, which also meant that she hacked Abraham Kepler's security cameras or got General Tennant to grant her access. Of the two, only one option was realistic. She definitely hacked the ship. Line Mecha report at least one more behemoth headed toward the east. It looks like they are trying to abandon the mountain tunnels for lack of food now that we have arrived to attack them and they know that hiding underground isn't going to save them. Colonel Klinger reported, let's wait and see if they try to take the same tunnels out of the mountains. If they do, the light mecha might be able to push the entire Clem force out into the open where we can deal with them. Max instructed. There was a lot of combat data to catch up with after his nap, so Max started sorting through the battle reports, making notes of where the clusters were found, and what sort of combat power the Clem were hiding underground. With 8 super heavy mecha out here to intercept them, Max wasn't worried about being overrun if they exited the mountains, but there was a chance that some of the forces in the mountain valleys might be, especially infantry that had been separated from their support. The reports all followed the same pattern. Heavy resistance at the start, with a rush for the surface, followed by steadily decreasing enemy numbers through the side tunnels, and occasional spotting of shredders and possible behemoths off the main caverns. 2 of them had fallen to the command group on the ground, while one more possible sighting remained unresolved and at large in the mountains. For Max, it was a case of hurry up and wait since his job was to defend the camps, but even for the support units waiting above ground for the infantry and light mecha to return it was the same. After the initial battle, the Clem hadn't dared show themselves above ground again. Sorry about your luck, Commander, we have spotted the last behemoth. The colonel in charge of the 5th Battalion laughed, and Max's sensors picked up the flash of an ion bombard array the same second that they finally reported the behemoth coming into range in a mountain valley just past the second ridge. Klinger's company commander wasn't the only one with a clear shot though. 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion was only a mountain away and had a clear shot into the valley where the behemoth had been sighted. They couldn't use ion weapons, due to the mountain between them, but they certainly could fire artillery at it, so that's exactly what they did. Just a friendly reminder that you can't hog all the glory. The pilot laughed over the radio, and Max's sensors showed a large number of high-explosive shells landing in the valley near the heat signature that was the behemoth. It had picked a terrible spot to come to the surface. Not only was it the first one out of the tunnel, but it was also in the range of 2 super heavy mecha, and in direct line of sight of an entire heavy mecha company in the new pattern units. Everyone was competing to see who would get the killing blow on the enormous target, but in the end, it was impossible to tell. Too many rounds hit it at nearly the same time, tearing the beast apart before the fusion flamers set it on fire and sent acrid smoke billowing down into the tunnels. Infantry, be aware of smoke in the tunnels. Equip smoke prevention and low oxygen gear. Max reported before he even bothered to check the results. The question wasn't if the tunnels would be full of smoke, but how many of them would be. Chapter 239. Never fight in a basement with their gas masks on and the rebreathers active. The infantry forces slowly advanced their way through the smaller tunnels of the mountain complex. Made of limestone, and naturally formed over thousands of years of runoff, these caverns were an amazing testament to the natural powers of running water. Or at least they were before the Clem arrived. The monstrous insect's presence was everywhere here, and unmistakable, as their sharp legs made distinct patterns in the soft stone, and they carved away large portions of the existing tunnel walls to make way for themselves, not worried or not understanding that their cleared path only made it easier for the humans to follow them. Pan right, I see claw marks headed up the wall. Lieutenant Calda barked at his squad. The claw marks were unmistakable, but they didn't seem to lead anywhere, only into the darkness above them. The lieutenant turned his spotlight upward to illuminate the roofline better than the small lights on the laser rifles could, bringing a hidden cavern entrance into view. Grenade out, Calda called, lobbing the fist-sized projectile with every bit of strength he could muster. For a Kepler soldier with a strength-based primary bonus, that was much further than what an average human could manage, and the grenade bounced off the wall 50 meters away and rolled down into the cavern on the other side before exploding. The sound of Clem shrieking as flames engulfed the room echoed through the caverns, and an enraged rush of Clem warriors came from the tunnel mouth, racing toward the human threat, while lasers burned holes in their chitin. The squad had the warriors at bay, and the bodies were beginning to plug the exit, keeping the smoke and flames from the incendiary grenade contained, until suddenly the clatter of running feet came from behind them as well. The branch tunnel they were in was a dead end. There was no other way out than the way they came in, or possibly out of the other side of the cavern that they had just lit on fire to eliminate the Clem inside. "Circle up, we're fighting on two fronts now," Lieutenant Calda ordered with a grim smile on his face. They had already spent every charge from their heavy weapons dealing with a pair of shredders they had come across a few minutes ago, and now they were boxed in by the Clem. The oxygen warning on his mask began to beep, notifying him that the flames in the other room had run their course, burning all of the oxygen out of the enclosed space until they could burn no more. That was a small blessing for his men, as the Clem still needed to breathe once they were active, but his men had an air supply that would last at least another 8 hours. The lack of breathable air didn't seem to be slowing the ones that were coming down the tunnels toward him though. They were simply charging over the fallen bodies of their compatriots through the 6-meter-wide tunnel spur, eager to get to the fresh meat at the end. One after another they fell, and slowly the sounds in the cavern behind the squad fell silent, leaving them to fight on only one front, with a few men watching the rear for signs of activity. The tide of warriors stopped, leaving a pool of greenish ichor among the bodies scattered on the floor, and the infantrymen were cautiously optimistic. They had won this engagement, and their rotation was almost over. They could head to the surface again soon. "Move out, let's get back to fresh air and start making our way to the surface," Lieutenant Calda ordered, making a note that the final chamber hadn't been verified due to heat and lack of oxygen. Retracing their steps was the most efficient way out, so the squad started moving back the way they came from, past the corpses and the small lake of disgusting blood. They were almost to the exit when the scouts froze in terror. Not one, but two shredders stood between them and the blessed light of the surface above them, blocking the main hallway. Corpses of infantry and line Mecha that Lieutenant Calda recognized as their reinforcements from the second shift littered the hallway along with dozens and dozens of Clem corpses. "Back away before they see us. We will find an alternate exit to the tunnel complex," Calda whispered, backing away from the horrific sight. But he knew that wasn't going to happen. They had explored every inch of this branch except the final chamber. There was only one way in and one way out, and it was right behind that pair of shredders. On the other side of the mountain range, things looked much different. Lieutenant Johns had been leading his squad through the caverns for 10 hours now and hadn't found a single sign of life. There were abundant signs that the Clem had been here, and were headed east, but after that, just nothing. He had checked side caverns and sent men crawling through tunnels barely larger than their bodies to see if there was anything hiding on the other side, but it was empty. The entire cavern complex in his region had been abandoned. Johns to company command. Spur TXC-13B confirmed clear, no signs of previous Clem activity. He reported, making a note on the digital map. "Lieutenant, there is light up ahead at the end of the next main tunnel." One of his scouts reported, crouching down to stay out of sight of any Clem that might still be near the source of the light. "Move out, men. If that's an unknown exit from the caverns, command needs to know about it. The map doesn't show anything here, much less a major cavern headed east." John sighed, wishing there was a better way to keep the maps updated. The satellite data was very good, at least it was when they got it. But they had been underground for half a day, where they couldn't get updates, and even their radio signals had a hard time reaching their closest allies, so they couldn't know what the Clem had been up to until they stumbled across it. Crouched low to the floor and hugging the shadows of the wall, Lieutenant Johns crept toward the light, through a tunnel large enough that a Crusader-class Mecha could have passed by him with room to spare. No other tunnel he had seen was this large, and it was clearly not a natural formation. "Make a note, possible behemoth activity," Johns instructed the scout closest to him as he reached the light. It was an exit from the caverns, atop a high ridge with a steeply sloping hill, facing east. From here he could see the base camp and the defensive line of Mecha. That was defending it, but more importantly, he could see the smoldering corpses of two behemoths and thousands of Clem warriors and shredders. "By the Emperor, now we know where the Clem went, and I for one am glad we weren't here before they left." Even the whole regiment assembled would barely make a snack for that force. Lieutenant John sighed, then sent the signal indicating that he had reached an exit, as well as sending the update of the tunnel structure to the ships above him since he could finally see the sky again. "Let's stop here for a break, get everyone out into the light," Johns ordered, bringing his squad forward and breathing in the relatively fresh mountain air. With all the fighting, the tunnels had turned smoky, stuffy, and suffocating. It was good to be back in the real world. "Lieutenant Johns, proceed to base camp to reload and restock, as it is the closest accessible position to your location," came the order from his commander. "You heard the man, it's the closest accessible position," Johns ordered his troops, who could only sigh and look at the hill in front of them. "I don't know what happened behind us, but if 200 kilometers on foot in plain sight of an entire squad of super heavy mecha are our orders, I am not going to ask to go back into those tunnels. Now finish your smoke and get moving." His sergeant agreed, making the men chuckle. It might take them all day, and most of tomorrow to get there, but anything was better than fighting below ground. Their only concern was the talk of the other exits not being accessible. The infantry had no way to know that the fusion flamers had lit a number of the tunnels on fire, or that some had collapsed due to heavy weapons. The stone of the tunnels blocked most communications, so they only knew what was relayed to them, and that was to watch for loss of oxygen as they explored the vast underground network. 20 credits says that they don't make it here before dark tomorrow. Colonel DeFranco of the 4th Battalion laughed, looking at the pair of 500-foot vertical walls bordering a raging river that was between the infantry that had been ordered their way and their final destination. 20 credits on sunset tomorrow minus 3 hours. Colonel Klinger wagered, making the rest of the battalion commanders laugh, and the maintenance staff around them sigh. "I guess that means the mercs aren't going to send a hover truck to pick them up," one of the repair technicians told his partner with a wink. "Likely means that if we try we would make enemies of everyone who didn't win the bet as well. Just keep your binoculars at the ready, we should be able to see them almost the entire route back to camp." Chapter 240. Tunnels clear. While the command group was enjoying the spectacle of an infantry unit slogging down a mountain to get to the base camp, the first round of supply shipments was sent out to resupply the troops that returned to their starting points. The transports raced away toward their destinations, loaded up with equipment and munitions that had been created at the materials printers inside the landers, while the mecha support ran power cables to chargers, set up to handle all of the infantry units' laser rifle power packs at once. They could also recharge the plasma blasters power packs, and those had been the first items on the charging stands, in the expectation that the number of large clem would only increase the next time they went below. Many of them had been trapped for hours by shredders blocking passages and a lack of sufficient firepower to deal with them. Fortunately, the mercenaries took pity on them and sent in squads of Corvette-class mecha to clear the exits when they received signals that the units in the tunnels were having a hard time. There was something odd about those mecha though. More than one trooper had reported strikes from the giant aliens simply bouncing off the mecha, leaving not even a scratch despite the ferocity with which they struck. The infantry commanders wrote it off as superstition at first, but there were some highly respected officers spreading the rumor, so they couldn't keep it out of the reports forever. Central command was used to strange sightings and superstition in the reports anyhow. It was just how soldiers were, but in this case, even a rumor of the capabilities that their allies could field would be incredibly valuable. Aboard Abraham Kepler, the staff dutifully recorded the reports, then redacted them for transmission away from the vessel. Unlike the complement of the other ships, the staff aboard Abraham Kepler knew full well what was going on, and that the mecha they were seeing were experimental units, not an alien mercenary group, as the reports insisted. "Good news, General. The mole problem aboard the ship has been settled to my satisfaction," General Yakov sent to General Tennant while making a gesture of respect for the dead toward the body slowly floating away from the airlock in the landing bays. Over the course of the last few days, he had spent every waking hour, and some of his sleeping hours dedicated to finding out everyone who sympathized with the bureaucratic nobles and to exactly what extent they had or would assist the movement. His reputation as a noble snob who refused to speak directly to his lessers helped him immensely in this case, causing most of the men he questioned to view him as an ally, right up until the very end. He was greatly saddened to see the level of disloyalty and self-interest among the officers that he talked to, with a good portion of the officers who weren't even nobles, much less ingrained parts of the bureaucracy, being sympathetic on some level to the notion that the emperor should be removed from power. The sentiment that a rebellion was the way or even acceptable, was fortunately much rarer, with most of the disgruntled forces believing that the military should be the ones to take over the running of things in the Kepler Empire. That was somewhat understandable, and as loyal soldiers, as long as their superior officers were loyal, they would be as well. In the end, he had only needed to eliminate a dozen people before the entire conspiracy to have the bureaucracy expose and capture the prototype Mecha was fully revealed. There was only one remaining issue: there were 4 more names on his list that weren't on his ship. General Yakov didn't have any authority over the other vessels, so he had to come up with something before the ships left and the traders would feel safe enough to send another message out. So, he had to take a risk of having missed someone important and inform another general of his findings. Inquisitor General Ming was the obvious choice. Yakov knew that it would lead to an inquiry into his own loyalty, but he was ready for that. There was nothing but loyalty to the Emperor to be found, so he could withstand a few days or weeks of interrogation before the truth was settled. So, General Yakov took the final step and forwarded the data that he had found not only to General Tennant but also to the Inquisitor, hoping that the turncoats that had arrived with the other ships could be exposed and dealt with before they left the planet. His actions had been stealthy, but there was a small change that none of the other generals missed. This morning, the obnoxious sidekick that followed him everywhere was nowhere to be found. General Yakov, I do hope your nephew is doing well. Though his presence was a distraction, he seemed to be an enthusiastic officer. General Tennant greeted him, giving him an easy chance to explain the disappearance. Unfortunately, it seems that his enthusiasm cost him dearly this time. While he was on a tour of the repair bays, a misplaced wrench fell on his head. Though the physical wound was healed quickly, the mental damage is extensive. General Yakov replied sadly, the mental damage would never heal, he had made absolutely sure of it. A pity. Be sure to send a condolence letter to his parents when you get a chance. General Tennant replied, then turned back to the mission plans. Once this sweep is finished, we should have full clearance on the tunnels. Most of the Clem have been either cornered and eliminated or swept out of the entrances to be dealt with by the heavy mecha squads. They just have to double-check areas that could not be verified due to combat damages, which means clearing a few collapsed tunnels and waiting for others to cool. General Tennant brought the regimental commander up to speed, pointing to the relevant spots on the map. The others in the room all assumed that he was a member of the Central Command team sent with General Tennant on this research mission, since there wasn't officially any mecha regiment aboard the ship, so no questions were raised when he rejoined the group after days of other duties to attend. Shall we collapse the tunnels once they are verified clear? General Yakov suggested, highlighting the spots where an orbital strike could collapse a large portion of the mountain range. Imperial Command says no. They intend to assign a defensive colony here in the future, due to the continued threat of Clem incursion into the Empire, so they want the atmosphere in pristine condition if possible. Yakov nodded, seeing the logic behind the order. Understood. It will lead to a few more losses, but from what I can see in the data, the total loss to combat this mission will be under 5%, a resounding victory unless the unexpected should happen in the final stages. General Ming interrupted their conversation by clearing his throat. Now that our numbers have been bolstered by the return of General Yakov, I have a few matters to attend to back aboard my own vessel. I will return by the end of the day, but I can stop off if anyone else needs anything. The other 2 generals nodded in agreement but waved off his offer. On second thought, bring over some extra Carib rum. You sent the only case we had here on Abraham Kepler down to the mercenaries and I've got a bit of a thirst. And a case of cigars from my locker. My adjutant will happily give them to you if you stop off. Their small errands gave the general the perfect excuse to visit all 3 vessels for a few minutes and contact the hidden Inquisition officers aboard each, having them judiciously deal with the issue of the suspected traitors. Communication by radio wasn't secure, but in person, he could get all the updates that he needed on how things had been going. I will see you all at dinner. I hope to hear good news. Inquisitor General Ming told them as he left the room. Now that he's gone, we can relax a little. There has been enough by the book, let's send in the fusion flamers and have them clear the last pockets of resistance. Not many of the side spurs are more than 70 meters long, and a little burnt limestone shouldn't bring the whole mountain down on them. General Tennant told the others with a smile. Officially, the mercenaries were a support force, not to be sent underground to the front lines, but those nasty flamers would burn to ash anything from Clem to the very walls of the caverns they were hiding inside. In a pinch, the disintegrators could also be used to open up tunnels, but the dimensions that they had For the main caverns showed that they should be able to move Crusader-class mecha down them far enough to do a final clearance after the infantry had gotten everything they could find. The Clem were sneaky, but a fire would guarantee that nothing they hid in the mountains would survive to hatch, while the planet itself wouldn't suffer as much as if they used an orbital bombardment to do the same task. It was a minor technicality that the Inquisitor would surely catch, but if it was done before he returned, it was safe to assume that it was close enough to within regulation that he wouldn't have an issue with it. Chapter 241. Scorched Earth. All infantry units accounted for. Survivors have exited the tunnel system. The report from the infantry commanders was the signal to send the X-109 fast attack mecha into the underground labyrinth. The terrain was incredibly poorly suited to the fast-moving Crusader-class chassis, but their weapons were ideal for the situation and enemies that they would be facing today. That alone was reason enough to send them. The perfect weapons on a less than ideal chassis. That was an excellent start to a data set that would justify additional weapon sets for the Corvette-class mecha, or even for infantry units in the future. The researchers were overjoyed with the situation, and Sister Lilith had them all working well beyond their usual quotas in order to process the data that they were getting in a timely manner. On a normal deployment, the data sets from just the first battle against the Clem would have taken 3 to 6 months to process, and indeed they were far from done, but the need to form at least an operational outline of every ongoing engagement couldn't be ignored, so the deep analysis was put on hold in favor of simply gathering the most relevant points for the senior developers back on Camor. Who was in charge of analyzing the probability data for a runaway burn of the limestone caverns? Mooney called from across the research lab, trying to keep everyone on task in her role as Lilith's assistant. Over here, Moon, our numbers say an 8% chance, but if they limit the flamer bursts to under 5 seconds at a time they should have a 100% purge rate, with a less than 1% chance of a runaway limestone burn taking down the entire mountain. One of the team members shouted back, "Thank you." Now, who has the data on the disruptor's penetration rates? Can they safely be used against limestone that doesn't lead directly to a cavern? 10 meters per second in natural limestone. Safety rates are within tolerances. Another group called, "Sister Lilith, all the data looks good, you are clear to send them into the caverns," Mooney informed her boss and best friend. "Thank you, Mooney. Get ready for a flood of data to be sent up when they reach the surface again, since we don't know how well the communication devices that they are equipped with will be able to contact us while they are underground." Sister Lilith's instructions dampened the mood in the room instantly. They all knew that they were going to be getting a flood of data, but if it came in all day long it was manageable. If it all came in at once at the end of the shift, it was a nightmare of information overload for the research teams. "Have some faith, sister. We designed the new communication systems with very high-gain digital audio. It should be able to reach the surface well enough for the rest of the team to relay it back to the surface," one of the team leaders said hopefully, crossing his fingers behind his back for luck. They would need it. The fusion flamers caused a load of interference on their own, and coupled with the underground environment, getting any sort of useful data through was going to be a minor miracle. At best, they could relay audio, but a full set of sensor data would be too corrupted to be interpreted by the time it made the surface. "Send them in," Sister Lilith ordered, and General Tennant sent the official commands to the surface. "Now ladies, don't fret. Your beloved Casanova will be here with you even after our fast attack units head below. Whenever you are ready, gentlemen." Company Commander Carlton, better known as Casanova or Young Casanova, relayed the order to his mecha, making the pilots laugh. Unlike his namesake, the company commander had not had much luck with the ladies of the sector defense regiment that he was assigned to. In fact, he had none at all, if you didn't count them humoring him with playful conversation. That was exactly what the unit counted on though. Casanova was a 47-year-old virgin with horrible luck in love. He had only managed one girlfriend that anyone knew of, and she cleared out his bank accounts and tried to claim military spousal benefits for the 6 children she already had when they met. On the other hand, his antics made the rest of his men look better, by comparison, so they were happy to play along and help him with his technique and morale. In person, he could start out incredibly suave, but after a few drinks or a day of interaction, his true nature would come through. None of the pilots could explain why, but despite actually being a decent guy, he immediately turned off every woman he interacted with. Some even suspected that it was a prank played on him by the system during one of his advancements, forcing the wannabe playboy to focus on mecha piloting, for lack of luck at anything else. One squad after another, the fast attack crusaders went below, heading for the end of the tunnel system to start their purge, so that they could work back to their origin point without having to cross over regions that they had already burned to lime dust. Within an hour, the entire mountain range looked like a forest fire had spread through it, but all of the smoke was coming from underground. Here and there, pockets of Clem that had been hiding were burned to ash, with a few even managing to make close combat with the mecha that was burning them out of their hiding spots, but none of them managed to do any serious damage before they were obliterated either by fire or disintegrators. Rockstar to command. We have a minor issue. Fusion flamers have found a coal seam among the stones. One of the squad leaders reported, catching Max's attention. That wasn't good news. Coal would burn nearly forever in an underground environment, maintaining heat for decades despite the absence of oxygen. This is Karis. Do what you can to isolate the burning seam with your disruptors. If necessary, we will dispatch a team with cryogenic tanks to cool the area. Pure carbon is a valuable building material. Max ordered, then listened as the message was relayed through all the units in the mountains. With a resounding explosion, that proved to be a failed attempt. The disruptors broke apart the molecules, but even independent, floating carbon atoms were highly reactive to heat, and explosive when exposed to fire. Attempt failed, unit retreating from the region for fire control entry. The pilots reported. The rest of the company commanders sent out orders to watch for signs of coal seams while they were working so that the fires could be contained, and a hover truck with a liquid nitrogen tanker was quickly printed and sent out to quell the fires. The disruptors had slowed the fire by creating a small fire break, but the area still needed to be cooled to end the fire, and the supercooled liquid would do the job reasonably well. Commander Rage, we have a report. A munitions. Transport wagon has picked up an infantry unit on the mountain and returned them to the defensive line. Barring a rest break, ETA for the wagered unit is 2 hours to staging. Colonel Klinger reported. They had been so distracted with actual work that they had missed the unit they were watching walk down the mountain being picked up by an unsuspecting transport truck. That's too early by a lot. Nobody is within 6 hours of that time. Nico grumbled, having abstained from wagering so that she could referee. Logistics team. There is an infantry unit at the front lines that look pretty hungry. Why don't you head over and get them a nice hot meal? Nico ordered on a private channel just to the staff that was working on the front lines. Got it, boss. We are on standby here, and the stew is still hot. The logistics sergeant replied, thinking that the major was only being kind to the infantry who had walked so far to get back to their location. They didn't hear the order, but everyone in the area could see the lunch truck heading to the infantry, who gathered around it for their first hot and proper meal in days. That would delay them at least a few hours, and it would soon be mid-afternoon, and most units preferred not to march in the direct sun, so they might stop a few extra hours before continuing on. The Mecha were starting to return back to their units already, having only needed to blast open a few tunnels and burn mostly empty caverns. 40 Mecha for that job was overkill, but it got the job done before anyone could complain, plus the data that they collected would prove incredibly valuable to the research teams, once they had time to analyze the effects. Good job everyone. Stand by as units and wait for further orders. As far as Max could tell, the Clem infestation was contained and annihilated. They just had to wait and see if there was any more activity detected over the next few days. If there wasn't, they should be able to send these spectators away back to their home deployment and move on to their next assignment without causing any more ripples in the layer of secrecy over their deployment. Inquisitor General Ming was thinking exactly the same thing. The other ships had all been watching the action on the ground and detected the deployment of the mercenaries below ground before the underground temperature readings spiked to incredible levels, indicating that they had burned out any chance of Clem survivors. They had perfect timing. He had just enough time while everyone was distracted to deal with the suspects on the other vessels and return to Abraham Kepler before they returned to the surface. Chapter 242. Job well done. Inquisitor General Ming arrived back aboard Abraham Kepler with an assortment of rum and cigars, as well as his personal favorite, a 30-year-old rye whiskey that was made on his family's estate. No matter how many worlds he visited, or how far he traveled, that whiskey always reminded him of home. Gentlemen, I see our mercenary friends got a touch impatient while I was away. But, all is well that ends well, so I brought along a bottle of the good stuff to celebrate a world cleared of hostile aliens. The Inquisitor greeted the other generals as he entered the command room. Excellent choice. As the Mecha forces have burned almost all the bodies on the planet, we have begun a biological scan from orbit, and we will be sending various units to check the Clem signatures and either burn them or eliminate any survivors that might be found. There aren't many of them, though they are most prevalent in the area around the mercenary base camp. It looks like they had a rather hard-fought battle before we arrived, despite appearing to still be near full strength. General Tennant agreed. The orders were relayed to the surface, setting everyone in motion. The infantry loaded themselves into hover vehicles so that they could make decent time to their destinations, while the mecha squads immediately split off. Time was always of the essence against Clem, so no unit dared to delay their missions. Even the mercenary forces under Max had eagerly agreed to help clean up the area, so they could send the Kepler fleet on their way. Scouring the mountains for signs of Clem blood and body parts was a simple task, and the fast attack mecha could quickly burn anything that they found, declaring the area sanitized and then moving on to the next point. In this way, the mountains themselves were cleared in only a few hours, and by dawn the next morning, forces had scattered all over the region, searching for the last few signatures that were detected. A few turned out to be buried eggs, waiting for the threats to leave so that they could safely hatch, but for the most part, it was just body parts and blood that were showing up on the sensors of the ships in orbit. Rage, now that we're all finished up here, how about you and me spend a little time together? Get to know each other better. I'm a good judge of character and nobody with that voice could be a bad person. One of the heavy mecha company commanders from the Kepler fleet messaged Nico, shooting his shot while he had a chance. Oh, a nice intimate evening. I'm game, but I must warn you, I only top. Nico responded, making the mecha give a series of lewd-looking hip thrusts in the direction of the allied commander's mecha. Why so quiet? Don't tell me our romantic evening has been prevented by a communications system failure. Nico asked, the false sincerity clear in her voice. How about we take a rain check on that? Just got notified of a thing I have to do. He replied, making the pilots of both units, who could hear the conversation on the general channel, burst into laughter. She is taken anyhow, Major. Don't take it too personally, it takes a special sort of man to tame a woman like that. Klinger laughed. All points clear. Clem infestation is verified removed from the planet. Please stand by for orders. The message from Central Command broke up their joking and marked their last viable excuse to hide inside the mecha. It was customary for the leaders of a reaver or mercenary squad to shake hands with their allies in person to mark the completion of a deal, so it would be very strange and rude for Max and Nico at the very least not to exit their mecha and visit with the other regiment and battalion commanders. This would be the greatest test of the unit's deception. If the Kepler mecha force could be sent back to their ship without anyone realizing who they were dealing with, the operation had been successful. The commanders had already seen them, but a video feed could be altered to show what you wanted it to. That is why mercenaries did things face to face, where they could personally verify the identity of their employers and customers. The opposite was true as well, and it led to a level of mutual trust being necessary for doing business, keeping slipshod operators and sketchy employers out of the loop. Before they could assemble to finalize everything, a single shuttle was seen entering the atmosphere. It had come from one of the ships overhead, and the unannounced vessel made everyone a bit nervous. Max and his unit feared that they had been made, while the Kepler forces feared that the mercenaries would think they had been double-crossed. That might be the case on occasion, but today they had a significant advantage in firepower. General Ming and General Yakov are incoming to your position for the final ceremony and data collection for the archives. General Tennant informed them, only a few minutes too late. The shuttle was on a shallow approach though, racing around the planet while slowly burning off speed, a technique that was highly unorthodox in this day and age, better suited to a sightseeing tour than a military insertion. Though, it did make sense if they were trying to subtly search the planet for additional hidden threats, like a hidden mercenary base, or additional Clem landfall sites. Understood, General. We will be waiting for their arrival. Max responded, getting ready to disembark. Nico had made him a pair of black leather pants and a black military jacket with most of the patches removed, save for one that was modified with what Max recognized as Nico's family heraldry. She paired it with a bright red button-down satin shirt and a collection of fake gold jewelry, making Max stand out, but still look somewhat like a competent mecha commander. For herself, she had chosen a flamenco dress in matching black and red, worn with combat boots and her hair tied up in an elegant bun. The visibly mechanical features of her disguise made the outfit seem somewhat incongruous to the setting, but when she added a leather belt around her waist holding a pistol and sword and a shortened military jacket that almost matched the slightly battered-looking one that Max received, it somehow worked. It was like an outcast pirate had done her best to dress to impress, but just couldn't quite bring herself to leave her weapons behind, so she failed with a fashionable flair. The other 4 battalion commanders joined them in the open field where one single tent had been set up for the meeting, each of them dressed wildly different, but all with the slightly militaristic style of the Reavers. Nico must have been in contact with them, as they all had the same patch on their jackets that Max and Nico did, which was an ancient badge of the Tereth family Reavers. Outside of a few pre-Empire historians and the Reavers themselves, Max doubted that anyone alive would recognize the heraldry, but it was good to have everyone match so that the returning forces didn't have more questions about the alliance between multiple mercenary forces. The shuttle touched down gently, 100 meters from the commanders standing near the tent, under the watchful gaze of 20 super heavy mecha, piloted by the company commanders and the technicians of the battalion commanders. Max's own unit seemed to have no trouble tracking the shuttle while keeping an eye on the others, thanks to Nico's technology control abilities, so the immobile mecha wouldn't give itself away as unoccupied. The 2 generals stepped out, followed by a dozen men of Abraham Kepler's staff. Notably absent were the 2 adjutants or assistants that most generals never went anywhere without. The generals approached on their own, while the staff guarded the ramp to the shuttle, looking like the relaxed but ready veterans that they were. "Greetings, Commander Karras, Miss Rage. I am General Ming of the Kepler Sector Defense Fleet, as you no doubt already knew. This is General Yakov of Central Command. We have the formal agreement documents on hand, as well as tokens of an alliance, signifying a successful alliance with the Kepler fleet. Feel free to use them in the future as proof of identity should you need to ally with the fleet again." General Ming introduced himself with a genuine-looking smile. "You are too kind, General. As we said, this was a mutual interest." Max deferred. Nico gestured toward the tent, and the commanders of both forces made their way inside to where the cooks of both forces had assembled a buffet and a long table so the 2 sides could sit across from each other. Once they were seated, General Ming was the first to speak. "I would like to thank you all for your cooperation. The safety of the frontiers of the Kepler Empire is of paramount importance to all of us within both Sector Defense and Central Command. But I must say that I never expected to see such a sight as what I found here on this remote world. Not only the Mecha but to find so many impressive backgrounds assembled in one spot. Did you know that General Yakov is one of the old nobles, whose planetary rule predates the Empire? Of course, Miss Rage here is an impressive person herself, even if she chooses to keep quiet about it." The general began, giving the badges on their jackets a pointed look. "We can't forget about Commander Karras either. Though you might not be as notoriously influential in Kepler, your infamy was well noted among the Cygnus population." Max wasn't sure what the general meant by that specifically, though he could guess that the man knew who he was. Max hadn't seen the Cygnus propaganda movies that senior Inquisition officials were privy to, so he didn't realize how famous he really was at this point. "It is always an honor to meet a defense official with such an incredible pedigree as yours. Your work during the reconstruction of Belmont was commendable," Nico answered with a smile, while Max was looking for just the right thing to say, and reading the minds of the 2 generals in front of him to see what they really knew. General Ming almost choked on his drink at that but quickly recovered. The memory of him quietly purging traitors all over the planet flashed through his mind, along with bewilderment about how Nico could have known. In his mind, he used their real names, so there was no doubt that this Inquisitor knew who they were, but he also wasn't going to say any more than he already had. He simply wanted to establish dominance in the meeting, showing off his knowledge. A tactic that Nico absolutely crushed by mentioning Belmont. Chapter 243. Verbal sparring and a return. Max checked Nico's thoughts and realized that she had hacked the man's wrist device the moment that he landed, giving her access to his personal files and travel history. Secure documentation wouldn't be stored there, but knowing which planets he had been on recently was enough for her to get an edge on the general who thought that he was the only one in the know. General Yakov looked a bit lost at this point, as he didn't know how Nico knew anything about General Ming, but he was hiding it well. "I heard that your Terminus Trading Company might be looking to expand their alliances in the future. Perhaps we could make time to discuss it in greater depth if we should meet again," General Yakov added, not being specific about who he was addressing the comment toward. "Alliances are the lifeblood of any company. I am sure that we will meet again at some point." Max agreed politely, while the conversation around them turned to battlefield stories, with only the 2 leaders engaged with the generals. The food was brought to the table by the logistics staff, who were trying very hard to hide their amusement at their top officers putting on an act like they didn't know each other while sitting across the table from each other. It was a level of political nonsense that was rare for them to see since they wouldn't normally be allowed into such a meeting. Only the fact that it was a mercenary troop made the meeting informal enough to allow those unranked soldiers inside the tent where a sound barrier had been set up. We do hope that our performance was up to your standards. The Terminus Trading Company doesn't have the largest history, so a few positive words about our reliability would go a long way, should the topic come up in the future. Max told General Ming, who nodded in agreement. It would be hard to argue that your performance and capability were anything but stellar. I am sure that even Imperial Command would be impressed with the combat abilities of your unit. He agreed, making General Yakov look a bit pale. He still thought that the other general didn't actually know that they were an experimental regiment and that he only recognized a few of them from somewhere and filled the rest with conjecture. Yakov had done his very best to keep it all under wraps the entire battle, so this friendly banter about secrets best kept was getting to him. I hear that General Yakov has a very lovely granddaughter who is coming of age soon. Perhaps we should apply for a pass to enter Kepler's space and attend her debutante ball. Commander Karras here is a bona fide noble himself, and I'm sure his charm is more than any genteel young lady could resist. Nico teased their regimental commander. Perhaps it might be possible. Alliances between noble houses are always a welcome addition to the Yakov family. He replied, not willing to let his subordinate taunt him like that. Though, once he thought it over, it wasn't a bad match. Max was a war hero, with a promising future, and his granddaughter had AD- system compatibility, so despite her beauty, she wasn't a prime target for a high noble marriage, where most of the elder generation believed, rightly, that strong system compatibility was the future of their clans. Miss Rage here has a particular fondness for helping me look for the perfect match. Max agreed, making the officers around them burst into laughter. They had heard the stories before they were deployed to the planet. Colonel Max's technician was rumored to have tried to set him up on 3 different planets so far, despite never leaving his side. The dinner finished more quickly than most would have preferred, as the staff had gone all out with the meal, and it was time to sign the final documents and start sending everyone on their way. If the Terminus Trading Company has no objections, I do have some additional business with them, and would like to stay behind a few days. General Yakov announced just before everyone was ready to leave. General Ming smiled, realizing that this was General Tennant's way of delaying Abraham Kepler's departure until after the other ships had left the system so that the forces left on the planet wouldn't attract attention. Max nodded in agreement and lit one of the fine cigars that General Ming had brought. They weren't tobacco, but some local plant from wherever they were produced. It had a pleasant herbal smoke, with none of the harshness that Max had feared. He had been around cigarette smoke all his life, but he had never actually seen much less smoked a cigar. That is acceptable. Let's get the rest underway and we can talk business once the sector defense forces are safely on their way home. I hear that there are some problems in Paradise lately, Max said suggestively, hinting at the rumors of rebel nobles that had spread well beyond the borders, thanks to their attempt to draw Cygnus into their war. The other commanders returned to their units and began leading them to their landers, packing up the last of the campsite that they had set up. The tent came down, and the tables were cleared, with the leftover food quickly claimed by the logistics forces, and the Mecha were lined up in preparation for securement in their landers. In well-regulated lines, the Mecha, then the infantry entered the landers, leaving only the test unit and General Yakov out in the open. In a well-practiced maneuver, the landers lifted off, one every 10 seconds, and screamed back toward the ships in orbit. Well, it looks like we pulled it off, even if we couldn't fool the Inquisitor, Max told General Yakov happily once the last lander had left the ground. You don't think he knows everything, do you? Even if he does, an Inquisitor should be completely trustworthy. At least they should be now. The last sentence was added in a low whisper, and Max saw a memory of an Imperial command order to relieve a number of possibly compromised Inquisitors of their duties about a year ago. As you likely recall, my innate talent is mind reading. He not only knows that we are a Kepler military force, he even knows all our real names and backgrounds. What he didn't know is where the Mecha came from. He did know who called for the reinforcements though, and it seems that particular someone had an unfortunate accident while passing by a malfunctioning airlock. Tragic really, Max replied. General Yakov nodded solemnly, for he was the one who had spaced that particular traitor. Yes, a true tragedy for such a promising young soldier who chose the wrong path in life. So, are we waiting here for the research team to finish up the data analysis, or are we leaving as soon as the others are out of sensor range? Nico asked, getting right to business. We will wait here for another 48 hours then depart. In keeping with your cover, you will construct a hidden mercenary base underground. There is no need to leave anything behind, just make it look like you abandoned the plans to build a base after you were interrupted by a Kepler patrol. That should be sufficient for anyone who might come looking, and Central Command will leave a data probe on this planet's moon to record every ship that visits the system in the near future. It was a solid plan, and the moon's rotation around its axis was in sync with its rotation around the planet, so the same side always faced the planet, making observation easy. Come join us for drinks, General. You got stuck aboard the ship all this time and missed out on the fun. I am certain that a little camaraderie among the troops would do morale a world of good. Nico suggested, but General Yakov waved her off. I don't drink while deployed. I am certain that you understand. He excused himself politely. Max did his best to hide his smirk. The general was beginning to lighten up, but the long-ingrained noble snobbishness ran deep through his veins. Drinking and carousing with the commoners was too far for his sensibilities. As they discussed the various issues that the unit had run into over the course of the deployment, Max did notice that he didn't hesitate to talk directly to everyone who addressed him though, and that was a start. All of their reports on issues and possible improvements would be compiled by the research teams, but the general consensus was that a few more weapon options for the standard Crusaders would be nice, as well as a fusion flamer-type weapon for the Corvette-class Mecha, who could infiltrate smaller areas and move with more stealth than their Crusader-class counterparts. How exactly that would be accomplished was another question. The fusion flamers used an incredible amount of power, more than the Corvettes could sustain. The next day passed in relative peace, with every pilot and technician writing their mission reports, or discussing the mission with their teams while they waited for the all-clear so they could begin building the fake underground base, and then return to Abraham Kepler. Chapter 244. Just a minor adjustment. 23 hours after the others departed, General Tennant deemed it safe to begin the modifications to the mountain region to form a hidden base that could be passed off as a mercenary stronghold, including large underground mecha hangars. In an emergency, this location could be used by the Kepler military as well, so the effort was not a lost cause, only a contingency plan. Max looked down at the plans he had drawn for his battalion's portion of the complex and then out at the mecha around him. The Corvettes wouldn't be an issue, and the 12-meter-tall Crusader replacements, with their sharp angles and radar-absorbent black paint, should also be fine, but designing a hangar bay for the X-137 Super Heavy was more difficult. Where the relatively slender and humanoid mecha that made up the rest of the force could walk two abreast through a standardized door, the Super Heavy units would struggle to fit at all. Even if it pulled its arms in close so that the triple-barreled ion bombard arrays on either arm were mostly out of the way, it was still twice as wide as the Crusader-class units, thanks to the bulk of the torso that had been widened to accommodate mounting the three mass drivers of the Thunder guns. Those would also need to be watched when passing through a door or entering a room, as they added up to 8 more meters to the already 22-meter height if they were extended upward for bombardment. They would have to put a storage notification into the standard procedures for bringing the mecha inside. On the X-137 the designers had kept with the harsh angles to reduce reflected radar signals, but Max did have to wonder how effective it actually was on a mecha so large. Given the size, it would be easy to mistake a crouched unit for a house on the radar. For the testing, they were also adorned in flat black paint like the Crusaders, but that would change when they were deployed in a regular unit. Without the radar absorption, they would look even more like a randomly placed house on the radar. One with a flat roof and steep gables. While Max was calculating the space needed for the mecha hangar, which should hold their entire regiment, Nico was in communication with the research team, making plans to tweak the mecha after analyzing battle data. The other battalion commanders were assigned to other areas of the base, but they could all use standard patterns for their design, as the spaces were for human occupancy. Hey Max, unequip the ion bombard arrays, I need to get at the power couplings, Nico called, not looking up from her conversation with Sister Lilith, who was in charge of design updates before the official production run was started. Max leaned the mecha forward and laid the 2 arrays, with their angular shells protecting the 3 ion projectors, on the deck of a transport truck that had been parked in front of him for that purpose. He didn't see a driver, so either the crewman had already left, or Nico had overridden the controls and borrowed the truck on her own. Once they were in place and not going to drop and damage anything, he retracted the internal power couplings, then backed up and slid the mecha's lower arms out of the housing, exposing the super heavy mecha's hands for the first time. "Thanks, boss," Nico called, then hopped out the side door, using the anti-gravity plates of the Tech Adept exoskeleton to keep her in the air. 30-meter roof heights in a hangar seemed like overkill to Max, but after reviewing his calculations, that was the minimum height to properly service all of the new mecha, so Max updated the plans and submitted them to General Yakov. "Very good, it will serve the purpose. The hangars will be closest to the entry, so your team is up first with the mining equipment." General Yakov responded, sending Max a location pin in the foothills of the mountains in a rough layout, with the areas that were not finalized yet left gray. "Orders are in. Corvettes proceed to the location with the newly built mining equipment. Able Company, you are up first. Baker will replace you in 4 hours." Max ordered. "Got it. Move out, everyone," Major Ivanov of Able Company ordered. The heavy mecha would bring the equipment, which was sized for the corvettes to use. The light mecha would do the majority of the work, while the heavy mecha removed rubble with large ore wagons. The generals had at least picked a nearby location for the base, and there was a landslide nearby where the rubble would blend in with the terrain, saving them a lot of effort in camouflaging the area. Compared to the X-137 units, which were all getting some circuitry updated in their arm-mounted weapons, the Crusader-class units were in for much more work. Max had just seen the list, and they would need weeks to complete all of that work with the staff that they had. From changes to the armor shape, user comfort modifications inside the cockpit, and mechanical updates to the thrusters on the fast attack models, everything about the new Crusader-class chassis was getting tweaked. They were even changing the main weapon from a hard-mounted setup to a handheld rifle pattern which would lock to the arm only when in use, allowing the mecha more freedom to hold tools or other weapons. It would also make changing main armaments a 30-second job, even if the pilot wanted a whole different setup than what their mecha was currently equipped with. This wasn't possible for the fast attack units, where the weapons were more integrated, but for the others, it was very convenient. Except that the new munitions pack for the mass driver that was replacing the old battle cannons, which hadn't previously been an option for these mecha, looked a bit clumsy and needed assistance to equip. They had scheduled live fire testing for later that day, using the whole regiment to increase the data sample size and hopefully eliminate some of the unforeseen issues they had found the first time. Everything performed without failure during the fight against the Clem, except after being damaged, which couldn't be accurately tested in the lab. The research team thought they had found a fix for all of the vulnerabilities that had been identified here, and the Crusader-class pilots were looking forward to testing their new toys out. Lack of diversity in weaponry had been their top complaint, as they found that some of the Clem were better defended against certain weapon types and the energy weapon dominant pattern that they were all equipped with struggled against a few opponents, as well as lacking in long-range area damage capability. "This thing is awesome, it's like the old grenade launchers that the infantry get, but belt-fed." One of Max's pilots commended the new Crusader-class mass driver. "We saw what the Thunder Finds could do in combat, so with one of these in either hand, my wing would be unstoppable." Another pilot laughed. "Yeah, for about 15 minutes. They are still recommending an energy-based offhand due to the munitions consumption." One of his squad mates replied, deadpan. The pilot had a point. With the increased rate of fire and limited storage, the Thunder Cannon, as they nicknamed the single mass driver, didn't have much longevity in a sustained fire scenario. But it could be dropped and replaced in seconds, so it wasn't the wasted capability that a redemption pattern mecha with an empty battle cannon was. "Colonel Max, we are ready for you to use your system functions and check the updates." Nico called up from her seat atop the right arm's ion bombard array. Optimizing Max's system informed him as he equipped it, then provided him a short list of changes that needed to be physically made and couldn't be done by the system. Max sent them to Nico and she got back to work, double-checking everything before sending the data to the research team. That is an impressive combination of system abilities. Between the two of you, the output of the ion bombard is up by 60% on the baseline without overload or overheating issues. General Tennant congratulated him on a secure channel and Max resisted the urge to tease his instructor about being upstaged by the new generation. It wasn't really a generational issue, Max and Nico simply worked too well together. "As long as stability isn't affected, I will be happy." The original design had the long-range stability changes we made for targeting landers included. It would be a shame to lose that capability. Nico pointed out. The other super heavy mecha began to implement their changes now that the data had been verified. Only half of the X-137 units would do this final round of updates right away, the others would be the control group to compare them against. None of the tests would begin until the underground base was finished though. They had a whole planet worth of space to test, and the team wanted real-time data from everyone at once to reduce environmental variables. The only issue Max could see was that Optimize was intended to be for his personal use, so it might not be right for the others. Their mecha would all have been set up slightly differently, to their pilot's preference, so the changes might conflict and lead to unwanted outcomes. Mecha hangars are complete and makeshift repair gantries are installed, returning to position so the other teams can begin work. Baker Company reported halfway through their shift, and the pilots of Charlie Company celebrated. Their battalion's part of the digging was done, and they didn't have to do any of it. They would be up first next time, but today, they were the lucky winners. Max set his alarm and lay down for a nap, knowing he had at least 4 hours before the call to begin testing would be made, and that they would be busy loading everything up and leaving the planet after the tests were complete. Chapter 245. On the road again. When Max woke up, he was curled around a cool metallic shell. It was time to get up, no matter how comfortable he was. Looking at her happy sleeping face, it was obvious that Nico was content to stay in bed, and Max contemplated just leaving her there, but that wasn't going to be feasible today. Sister Lilith would need the mecha's data from his tests, and Max wasn't going to analyze it all himself when Nico had a system function that would let her do it in an instant. So, once he was up and dressed, Max picked her up and used Nico's metallic body as a barbell to do curls. If anyone else could see you, they would think you are into some weird stuff, Nico told him, but made no attempt to move, hoping he would put her back in bed. And you think differently? Max asked, lifting her higher to blow a raspberry on her stomach. I don't need to see you to know what you are into. I have your browser history since you were a child, Nico teased, finally twisting herself off of his arms to stand on her own. That wasn't entirely true, she probably didn't have anything from before he came to the academy, but her point was valid. All command Mecha, report to the pinned location for live fire testing. General Yakov's voice brought everyone to full readiness, with Nico slipping into a pair of fatigue pants to go with the tank top she slept in and stepping into her boots. Good to go. We will have to get back into uniform when we get back to Abraham Kepler anyhow, we might as well stay comfortable for now, she told Max before fastening her safety harness. All 20 super heavy mecha in a line was a glorious sight. The bulk of their torsos, with the massive amount of ammunition storage and the artillery batteries, stood out like soot-blackened statues among the scorched ruins of the battlefield, giving Max a sense of nostalgia. There was a scene like this in the memories of his past life. A single line of mecha standing in front of a mighty mountain fortress had survived a firebombing, and looked out over the battlefield, waiting on their fate. The perspective didn't make sense to Max, he was looking at them from above, but he didn't seem to be moving, and the rest of the memory was missing. All he had of the battle was just that one scene. Once all the X-137 units were lined up, General Yakov designated a point in the distant sky for them to target. Sensor logging is active and functional. Maximum firing rate, 10-shot burst. Fire at will. The general directed the pilots, and the sky immediately filled with bright white ion blasts. As Max had suspected, after the changes, the weapons were no longer all firing at the same speed, and the blasts were staggered wildly, with some of the mecha finishing the 10-shot pattern more than a second after the fastest of their peers. That was Max, of course, finishing slightly faster than two other nearly identical firing rates. Against a static position, targeting skills didn't matter, and they weren't moving, so just firing the guns wouldn't tax the skills of any pilot that they would allow in the cockpit of a super heavy mecha. That left only the actual capabilities of their weapons to make up the difference in speed. Though there were a lot of variances, the two groups, modified and unmodified, were clearly visible in the times, but more notably in the stability and power of their attacks. Half of the ion shots were visibly more powerful than the others, and they held cohesion much longer as they raced through the sky toward the simulated orbital insertion target. Again, General Yakov ordered, verifying the data that they had collected the first time. The results were nearly identical. None of the pilots was holding back, or making an error, they simply had a different level of equipment, though they were ostensibly the same weapon. 5 times in total they repeated the tests until the research team had enough data, and then it was time for the Crusader-class mecha to be put through their paces. That process took nearly 3 hours with all the changes that had been made to the heavy mecha, but in the end, the researchers were satisfied with the data that they had, and the stability of the changes that had been made, so the orders were given to proceed to their landers, and get ready to return to Abraham Kepler. Nico, you don't see anything in orbit, or any transmissions from the ship back into Kepler space, do you? Max asked, making sure that the infiltrator wasn't still active. The ship watching them could be taken as a sales pitch, but loading them on a Kepler military vessel was pretty solid proof of ownership if anyone who wanted to use the information against them was watching. No, we are clear. The Inquisitor has everything worked out at his end, and the teams that came to assist us won't be spreading any rumors. The moment they got back to base, he ordered them to be put on a 30-day communications ban during debriefing. I intercepted the transmission between him and General Tennant. I suspect that there will be trouble with sector governance though, and soon. Nico informed him. That should do. In 30 days, they will likely be ready to tell the public about the new mecha anyhow. I can't see Imperial Command losing the chance to launch a surprise announcement about our improved capability after all the work they have gone through so far to keep things secret. Max agreed. Everyone to the landers, you know the drill. Max ordered 1st Battalion, then headed for the lander that he came in. With just 1 super heavy mecha and 2 fast attack crusaders as bodyguards, the inside of the lander felt positively empty. They didn't even have the supply of munitions and materials that they did on the way down to keep themselves company. The lander was empty except for the mecha. They were the first up if you didn't count the shuttle that General Yakov was in, so Max didn't have to wait long before the oppressive force of the thrusters engaging to propel the cavernous transport to orbital velocity pinned him to his seat, marking the official end of the trials on Ray 3. Docking at Hangar Bay 1 in 14 minutes 30 seconds, the announcement came just as the thrusters calmed and the artificial gravity kicked in, allowing them to move freely around the mecha again, and was accompanied by a string of mecha data returned by the research team. They had compiled the averages from all of the test firings, and come up with a ranking of adjustments, to be tested in the virtual simulators once the pilots had returned to the ship. Clearly, they were not a big fan of downtime, preparing the next round of experiments even while they worked on the data from the first round, but at least that solved the problem with bored pilots that so many expeditions suffered from during long transit times. The lander gently docked with its mounting point, sending a vibration through the whole structure, and spurring the ground handling crews into action. For safety's sake, the mecha would be moved with repair bay trolleys, and not under their own power, reducing vibration in the ship and the chance of stumbling if there should be a hard docking in a nearby bay during the move. Now that they were back aboard the ship, every unit would be cleaned, refreshed, inspected, updated, and repainted. Which brought Max to his next problem. Now that their first combat mission was complete, it was time to name the mecha. Names for heavy and super heavy mecha were first come first serve, and couldn't be duplicated within a regiment, though duplicates between separate regiments were known to happen with popular names. Not only would Max have to come up with a suitable moniker for this behemoth of a mecha, he would also have to check every other Crusader-class pilot's entry against the rest of the regiment's entries and reject all duplicates. But there was a solution to that. Major Nico, you are in charge of the verification of duplicate names. Major Miller, you are in charge of the official filing of names. Company commanders, please gather your pilots' naming suggestions and submit them to Major Nico for verification by the end of the day. The ability to delegate was definitely the best part of being a battalion commander. All he had to do now was come up with a suitable name for his new partner, and send it to General Yakov, who would be confirming the names for all 20 super heavy mecha before any of the others were processed, giving them priority in case someone else wanted a name better suited to the new command mecha. Chapter 246. What's in a name? Max kicked up his feet and leaned back on the bunk in his room, thinking about what he should name his new mecha. Officially he was the pilot, so the naming rights fell to him. Plus, he was a bit afraid to ask what Nico might want to name the new super heavy mecha. If it was left to her, there was a nearly 100% chance that her annoyance at being moved to the position of technician, in an attempt to move her out of the cockpit entirely, would come shining through to be memorialized forever. But just to be sure, Max decided to send her a message asking if she had any ideas. I have been thinking about it. Since the commander wouldn't approve something catchy like, call me technician one more time and I'll feed you your balls, how about something that blends our previous mecha's names together? That wasn't a bad idea. The second part, the first one was a bit wordy. Stalwart and Tereth's Rage. Dropping the Tereth was obvious since the family name was so closely associated with Kepler 142 in their history, but the rest had possibilities. How about Enduring Rage? Max asked. Oh, I like it. Simple, elegant, not wimpy or flowery. Enduring Rage sounds like what a Phalanx-class mecha should be named. Feel free to send that through to command. Nico agreed. With that done, Max now had some time to relax while the rest of the pilots picked names and the verifications were done. Most of the pilots had decent naming sense, but Max was certain that the general was going to have to reject at least one variation of Killbot 3000 and Shooty McStabberson. While the entire army would likely appreciate the joke, Central Command felt that Super Heavy Mecha should have some level of dignity. Once in a while, one got past them though, due to a regimental commander not knowing a bit of slang, or being too busy to fully vet an application. For instance, Colonel Klinger of the 5th Battalion had tried to name his mecha, Feculent Rain, and had been promptly rejected by General Yakov. Max assumed that the old man had hoped that the general would miss it among the mass of names until it was already registered. Instead, he had ended up naming his unit the Claret River. Given the mess that the artillery made against massed enemy forces, rivers of blood were a distinct possibility, so the name wasn't too out of place. For the first 2 days, the research team was at full capacity, trying to analyze data, while the repair teams touched up everything that hadn't been done on the surface, but the pilots had next to nothing to do. Everyone simply laid around their rooms, or hung out in the cafeteria and gym, killing time. That's where Max found Nico this time, practicing her sparring with Major Miller. Since he was in a fast attack crusader, he was likely to need close combat skills more than most, and he was barely above average. He did have a dexterity primary stat though, so he should be able to keep up with the advanced movements needed to perform combat techniques in the mecha. The biggest hindrance to most pilots wasn't a lack of piloting skill, but a lack of knowledge about combat techniques that could be transferred from unarmed combat to mecha close combat. The style they were using was one that could be used inside a mecha, so once he had started to get better at it, he would be able to perform the techniques directly and increase his damage output. They had a few observers in the training room, but most of the unit was focused on their own training routine. I wouldn't want to spar her. That woman is a machine, she just never gets tired. One of the pilots muttered as he watched, then blushed as he realized what he had said. Yes, literally, Max agreed, chuckling softly as he moved to one of the cardio trainers to begin his own routine. Major Miller was faster and at least as limber as Nico was, but watching the two spar, it was obvious which of them was the expert. He was moving at an incredible rate with the wooden sword in hand, going through the smooth techniques of the mecha-compatible combat style while struggling to land a strike. Nico blocked and swayed, but only had to move her feet a few times a minute to avoid letting the other major get behind her. They had just settled down for a break when the final announcements came through. The names for the mecha had all been approved, and the painting of the names would begin as soon as the general had approved a new paint scheme for the battalions. That was entirely up to General Yakov, but every battalion commander held out hope that they would get a good one. During the recruitment on Kepler 111, Max had been allowed to pick a paint scheme of his own for the unit, but General Yakov wasn't that kind of commander. He much preferred to decide such things on his own, for a unified aesthetic appearance. There might also be orders from above on what the new mecha should look like, since there would undoubtedly be propaganda films made featuring the new patterns in the near future, but either way, the battalion and company commanders weren't asked for their input, only informed that their mecha would soon be repainted. What do you want to bet that we get our old colors back? We are already on enough propaganda that they might as well make us a recognizable unit again instead of trying to get the public to identify with both a new design and new color scheme at the same time. Nico suggested. I swear, you are better at reading minds than I am, Max muttered, and Nico laughed. There is no need to read your mind, I've told you a lot of times that you are entirely too predictable and nostalgic. They mentioned paint, so of course, you were brooding about our old colors, that you did such a fine job designing. Chapter 247, Onward and Upward. Max pondered Nico's suggestion. She had some sway with the repair bays, so she could likely get a few small modifications made to the color scheme if they were actually assigned bone and bronze colors again. Point taken. They would look good in bone and bronze though. Maybe we could ask for a bit more red on the Crusaders this time though. Those red hazard stripes you did on Tereth's Rage were an excellent look and really helped the mecha stand out as a unit commander. We could ask the repair bay to do the same this time, with red chevrons for the unit commanders. It would help morale as well. Max agreed. 2 more days passed without any updates, other than that the ship was en route to its next testing site, though no destination, time of arrival, or mission data was provided. Finally, Max couldn't take the suspense anymore and headed down to the repair bays to check on their mecha and see if the paint schemes had been started yet. As a battalion commander, he had clearance to go whenever he wanted, unlike most of the unit that was prohibited from the area, for now, to keep them out of the way of the repair staff who had enough to do that they didn't have time for distractions. The mecha were mostly painted, and the teams had started with the lightest units first. The Corvette-class mecha were all blood red with bronze accents, while the Crusaders had a bit of white added to them for unit markings. It was similar, but the inverse of what he had done for the stalwart Special Tactics unit. It made for a good-looking unit, imposing and powerful, but not so light that they would stand out against the night sky the way that the bone color did. None of the X-137 super heavy units had been painted yet. They were all still in their repair racks sporting the black radar-absorbent paint they had for the first test, but at least now Max had an idea what his unit would look like when they reached the next destination. Command had the research team segregated in their own area, so he couldn't even go visit Mooney after her shift. Strangely, that didn't bother him as much as Max thought it would. They had a good time together, but somehow it just never had that something that made it feel like the relationship could last. Their worlds were just a little too different, and unless one or both of them gave up on their passion, they were only destined to cross paths for a little while. Port romance is what the other pilots called it, and Max was beginning to understand just what they meant. He would be sure to explain his feelings the next time he saw her in person. In the meantime, he would send her their usual daily messages, which got shorter and shorter as they both got busier. They had been aboard for a total of 1 week when Central Command finally saw fit to send them a message detailing their next mission. Ray 3 wasn't the only planet with a Clem problem. They were advancing toward the borders of every nation that was near them. The second test mission would see them acting as Deathwind mercenaries again, at the request of the Imperial Inquisition. The Topani had seen an increase in attacks from their insectoid neighbors, and they were looking for help. Kepler Imperial Command agreed with the Inquisition that the test regiment was uniquely positioned to pull off an intervention without attracting the attention of the other empires in the western region of the galaxy, thanks to their unique mecha. The Imperial Inquisition intended for them to show up, assist the Topani with their Clem problems, and deliver an Inquisitor who was hunting a high-value Kelper defector. The Topani had a unique issue with the Clem, one that the infestation that Max faced on Ray 3 didn't exhibit. They were close enough to the Clem home worlds that the incoming pods would still be in communication range with the Queens. That made them smarter, more diverse, and exponentially more problematic to deal with. Topani and Kepler were uneasy allies, so a full liberation fleet would be seen as an attempt to take over the whole region, but a ship full of mercenaries in one place, a single ship in another in the name of upholding their alliance, and some small interventions would be much easier to accomplish without issues. The hope of Imperial Command was that the arrival of Kepler forces on other planets would flush out the targets for the Inquisition, but not alarm them so much that they disappeared again. Only one thing needed to change: their transport vessel. Abraham Kepler was far too recognizable, so the Terminus Trading Company, better known as the Camor 1st Heavy Mecha Regiment, or the Test Regiment, would be shifted to a Reaver transport at a nearby space station. The ship had been abandoned for nearly a century, after the crew died of a mysterious illness contracted on a mission to an unexplored region on the edge of the galaxy, but had been declared clear and safe by the military decades ago. The basics of the transfer were documented in their mission orders, though the details about who their VIP guest might be were left out, and no mention of Inquisition involvement were shared with the regiment. Looks like we are in for some fun again. When we get a chance, contact your family and let them know what we are up to. I wouldn't want trouble with the actual Tereth Reavers for appropriating their name. Max whispered to Nico, who was lounging in the cafeteria, playing cards with the other pilots. Already on it, the regiment commander requested that I make contact a few hours ago, and everything is a go. If anything, we might have issues with the ship. They have found us. All the data that I could find is that it was lost in space with all hands dead from infectious disease. It's not against any law to claim the vessel if none of their clan remains to claim it, but the Reavers and mercenaries are superstitious, and taking over a ghost ship is pretty taboo. Normally they would be stripped for parts and fully recycled, not recommissioned once they were decontaminated. Nico explained. Great, now we are those mercenaries, with the heavy-duty firepower and the cursed ship. Can we rename it or something? Maybe hide its identity? Max asked. Ships' communications have a serial identifier to them, a particular code that is embedded in every message, identifying the sender. Even if we fully refit the thing with military-grade comms gear that can hide the signature, we don't have a valid identification to use instead. She shrugged. If nothing else, it fits our cover as a newly formed mercenary group with a load of experimental gear we are looking to turn a profit using. New groups usually have half-refit scrap ships that they pulled out of dead space and repaired enough to make a go of the trade routes. This one is in decent shape, but cursed, so even fewer would want it. Major Miller added, having read through the dispatch before coming over to talk to his commander. All right, get everyone ready for the transfer, Max ordered, wondering how things were going to work once they had changed ships. General Yakov was many things, but a mercenary leader wasn't a role that Max thought the upright noble would be able to pull off. Chapter 248. Home sweet hellhole. When Abraham Kepler docked with the facility where the ship was stored, everyone sprang into action at the same time, getting ready to move every mecha, all their support gear, and essential provisions to their new home. This vessel was designed for bulk freight and planetary landings, so it wasn't equipped for dropping landers. Instead, it was intended to land on a planet or asteroid and be loaded to the brim in a dedicated facility. It, therefore, had oversized engines, and an extremely sturdy hull design, that wasn't necessary for the average Kepler Navy vessel. Since all the personnel that was transferring were either pilots or support staff, everything would be moved by its dedicated operator. Even the repair materials had been preloaded into carts to be pulled by the mecha so that the entire process could be completed in a single pass. They would have all sorts of time to get things sorted once they were on board, since the ship was in need of renovation and didn't have storage or repair racks inside, but Abraham Kepler needed to be gone again before it aroused suspicion. It was only supposed to be taking on a small amount of ore here, and delivering some food supplies, which gave them a reasonable window of 3 hours before someone might notice the extended stay. General Yakov, in his role as regimental commander, would be assigned a cover story as a traveling documentary maker. His family had a lot of connections in the film industry both within Kepler and in the surrounding nations, so he could pull off a cover story about making a frontier documentary for at least a few years, traveling with a mercenary band. It wasn't unheard of. Filmmakers were known to do strange and seemingly suicidal things in order to get their movies made, and General Yakov had that sort of overbearing and self-assured demeanor that made the story believable. New mercenary groups were likewise well known for taking strange and annoying jobs if the pay was right. An established force might turn down something like a documentary maker, but a new force usually couldn't afford to. As soon as the all-clear was given, the Mecha, beginning with 1st Battalion, moved out of Abraham Kepler and into the holding bay of their new home at a fast jog, clustered in a designated area near the far wall to give everyone room to get in and set up. 1st Battalion got the port side front bay, number 1 of 6 that the ship contained. The cargo space aboard this vessel was positively cavernous, much larger than the Mecha bays of Abraham Kepler, even if you counted the lander storage. The ship itself was much smaller though, and Max was a bit concerned about what quarters aboard were going to look like. Nico, go check out the living areas. Tell me what you find and what we need to get them ready for the battalion. Max ordered, since Major Miller was busy getting all of the battalion's gear organized and ready to be moved to their new home. Got it, Nico reported, and Max watched as she hopped up onto the catwalk along the edge of the storage bay and disappeared into a side room. There were no proper diagrams of the ship available to them before they arrived. Nobody had cared enough to make one or to transfer a copy from the ship's computers. 15 minutes later, everyone was aboard, but Max still hadn't heard from Nico. Hey, what's the holdup? Are we ready to start moving gear into the crew quarters or what? He sent to her a wrist device. The average Reaver crew is about 200 persons. With support staff, 1st Battalion is 200. Then there is the regiment staff that aren't assigned to one of the 5 battalions. Nico sent back, confusing Max. And, tell me what you've found. There was a short pause before Nico responded again. The crew quarters for 1st Battalion comprise of 2 large rooms in cargo hold 1. One marked hazmat storage and one marked freezer. Both have been disused for decades, and not renovated, so they are rusty and have peeling paint everywhere. I have gotten the lights working, and the air inside the rooms refreshed, but I suspect that the men will actually be more comfortable setting up in the hangar and keeping these rooms for physical training and a mess hall. Every battalion is required to arrange its own provisioning and quarters, there will be no central facilities, so a mess hall is needed. I suggest using the materials printer to create a multi-level hab motel along the stern wall of the bay. At 2 meters by 3, that should be enough space to house everyone. The staff can start refurbishing these rooms right away, and we can start serving in the mess hall tomorrow, once everything is ready. Nico really didn't pull any punches with that description, but she did send a design schematic for the printers to create the living spaces, which could be locked together in individual units and had locking attachments so they also stacked safely in the bay. The interior of the rooms that were supposed to be crew quarters was a nightmare though. They were certainly large enough to hold 200 bunks if you triple-racked the entire battalion, but that would be even worse than living in their Mecha for most of the pilots. The individual rooms were a much better plan, and they had brought everything with them, as the ship was known not to have any sort of facilities, beyond the basics for the initial crew, which would be taken up by regimental supply and logistics staff. Clean that up as much as you can. Use a paint stripper if you need it, but I don't want to scare the staff before they even get to work. Max ordered Nico. This was going to take some time, but Max could see the promise of this setup. Every battalion got their own space, and they could do with it what they wanted, so they could express more individual personality than was usual for a military force. Chapter 249. Renovations are in order. Nico appeared in the bay for a few minutes before heading back upstairs again with a tech adept harness attached to her back and an assortment of devices carried in the additional mechanical limbs. Max couldn't be entirely sure, but it looked like a media blaster that was used to strip mecha paint, as well as a sanitization unit. The ship was supposed to have already been sanitized, but if they left enough moisture in the air that the interior rusted, either they didn't do a good job of it, or something was leaking from above them. Major Miller, send someone from repair to the level above the hangar and see what it looks like up there. Major Nico suspects that the ship's hatches might have been left open to the elements for all these decades, so the corrosion might be fairly bad on the surface, and there might be leaks. Max told his executive officer. Got it, I have just the person for the job. It will take a strong stomach and enough experience to know what it will take to clean up that mess if it is as bad as you say. The major replied, and Max saw an older sergeant heading for the upper structural levels of the ship. This time the report didn't take long at all. The sergeant had finished the inspection before Nico even reported the rooms as clear. Zero damage, no leaks, all fittings and lines look pristine, and the area shows no signs of wear. I believe that it was purged of atmosphere after sanitization. The man reported, letting Max breathe a sigh of relief. 2 bad rooms with a well-preserved storage bay and structure were well within the level of damage that they would be able to handle. The 3rd Battalion had the opposite problem. Their interior rooms and structure were pristine, but the door to the main bay had been left open by almost a meter, and there was a thick layer of dust and debris over everything. The storage bay was made of a durable alloy, and the paint should withstand almost anything, but the same was true of the side rooms in Max's bay, and they still ended up looking haunted. 3rd Battalion moved all their mecha back out into the station, while the crew cleansed the hangar so that they could enter, but after that, they declared that everything was serviceable, though they weren't impressed at the idea they should all be housed in one of the back rooms, or use both as bunk rooms and set up their cafeteria in the mecha hangar. Max sent the rest of the regiment their design plans for housing when he saw the complaints, which calmed down all the pilots, but it also brought a new round of complaints. This time from the logistics and provisioning staff, who hadn't planned for the regiment to use up so much of the material that they had brought with them to renovate their living quarters. General Yakov wasn't taking sides in this battle though, and he ordered them to work it out on between themselves. The end result was that the regimental staff backed down when they were asked if they would like to swap quarters with one of the battalions so that they could use minimal materials for their comfort, and the battalion could sleep in the existing quarters. Once they had seen the issue in person, the complaint about resource usage ended, and the regimental staff started cleaning and setting up their gear in the old crew quarters. There were some complaints that the place felt haunted to them, but with a fresh coat of paint all over the ship, General Yakov hoped that those complaints would die down in a few days. The renovation effort was going to take them at least 2 weeks, to set up, build the mecha maintenance facilities and storage supports, and refresh every room and hallway on the ship. This Reaver group had been almost purely a trading group, with only a small military force from what they could determine, making them an easily ignored vessel should they come across hostile forces. Taking over rivals was great, but taking over a bulk freighter was about the most work you could possibly do for the lowest reward. All the money was in capturing technology after it was built, not in grabbing 100,000 tons of bulk ore, which the ship was designed to haul. The ship was ominously named the Dutchman. It was a name that carried no weight here in Kepler, but in Max's life, the Flying Dutchman had a long history with terrestrial sailors and wasn't a name that someone would pick for a modern vessel. Max wasn't the most superstitious of people, but this vessel just seemed to bring it out in everyone, right down to the usually level-headed battalion commanders. The only two who didn't seemed to be doing some sort of purification ritual in the landing bay were Major Miller, who was too busy, and Max himself, who was likewise too busy, but at observing the others, not at an actual task. "How are the rooms coming along, Nico?" Max asked, seeing that everything else had started coming along on schedule. "Nearly finished. I have stripped and sanitized both rooms down to the bare metal, and I will put a fresh coat of paint on as soon as the sanitizer dries. Give them 2 hours after that and the paint should be ready for the staff to start moving the kitchen facilities in. I recommend keeping the freezer room as just a cold storage room and kitchen though. We don't have any other temperature-controlled storage areas, and the open areas of the hangar can be used for training." Nico responded, "Got it, I will update the directions. Did you find the cause of the rust? Is it a serious issue?" Max asked. "Not at all. The temperature control unit was left on the entire time that the ship has been here, and the drain was plugged, making the condensation back up and spill over the roof of these 2 rooms, which led to them being extremely humid, and then their deterioration. The underlying alloy structure is still solid, it was just the trim pieces and some fasteners that deteriorated. I welded everything that needed it and used the small printer on the Tech Adept harness to replace the corroded-out fasteners and such. All it needs is paint now." That was much better news than Max had dared to hope for and put the battalion well on track to a comfortable deployment. Things were starting to look up on this old Reaver vessel. Chapter 250. VIP guests. Before dawn the next day the HAB blocks had been finished and 1st Battalion had been comfortable moved into their new home. The paint had dried in the admittedly creepy back rooms, and the kitchen had been set up, with abundant space for cold storage. That amount of frozen food was a true luxury to any battalion aboard a Navy vessel. Normally almost all of their food was dried or shelf-stable. The abundance of room for frozen food meant that they could acquire a lot of fresh food the next time they made planetfall. That would be their first order of business once their final guests arrived aboard the ship. The final storage hold had been dedicated to high-value ores, both for repairs and upgrades, as well as for trade, which would provide their cover story. There were 2 schools of thought about the proper method of transport for high-value materials. Either send them on a small and fast ship that might be overlooked and could more easily run away, or bury the items of true value inside a bulk freighter like the Dutchman, where anyone who was looking would see a target that wasn't worth the effort. The base had documented the ship as picking up 1 hold full of refined aluminum, totaling 15,000 tons, and they were supposed to be taking it to a small nation, just outward of the Kepler Empire's borders named Darax. Their territory comprised 6 stars and only 4 habitable planets, but they were strong allies of all the nations around them and worked to maintain their neutrality. Once that drop had been made, they were supposed to pick up another shipment somewhere in the area and take it back west to Topani territory to begin the next phase of their testing in a battle against the Clem, who had exhibited an unusual level of intelligence and coordination. Those were all the details that they had been given about their future travels, for security reasons, and Max still wasn't sure who was supposed to be piloting this vessel. Mecha pilots didn't usually train for interstellar ships, and a pilot with the skills for that sort of navigation would be transferred to the naval academies at a young age. In the worst-case scenario, they could have Nico serve as their admiral. She had access to the ship's maps and she could make it move at the very least, but Max was holding hope that the VIP guest that they were still waiting on was the one who would be steering the ship for them. Of course, so was Nico. The admiral had to remain aboard the ship in case of emergency, so even if they got into a battle, she wouldn't be able to leave if they assigned her that task. They didn't have long to wait though. Only 6 hours later, the cruise shuttle came to relieve the miners at the base, who were on 30-day rotations. Along with them came the 2 new arrivals to the Terminus Trading Company, one new face and one that was vaguely familiar from their recent video communications. Inquisitor Ming, to what do we owe the honor? And who might that be with you? Max heard Nico ask the moment that the doors were securely sealed and the 2 men were aboard. General Yakov looked more than a little shocked and was standing near the entrance with his mouth slightly opened, but Max couldn't be sure if it was for the arrival of the Inquisitor or for Nico's pure audacity to usurp his chance to formally greet the guests. Knowing him as Max did, the answer was almost guaranteed to be the second option. Lady Tareth Nico, imagine meeting you in a place like this. You have no idea how difficult it was to convince Imperial Command to give me this assignment, especially after I made a fool of myself, falling for your acting on Ray 3. General Yakov, it is a pleasure to see you again. With me is Admiral Drake. He will be taking the helm of the Dutchman for this mission. He has extensive experience with the Clem and has studied the Deathwind territory for many years, earning a doctorate in the field. The general paused for the Admiral to introduce himself, and the man stepped forward with a slight limp. It is good to meet you all. Don't let my disability fool you, it is a recent injury, and as I am not a combat officer, it was deemed acceptable to give my system the year's time it needed to regrow and repair my leg naturally. I spent over 60 years on similar missions, gathering intelligence, and if my own word counts for anything, I can assure you that the regiment is in good hands. His speech was well rehearsed and smooth, but Max's mind reading told a very different story. The Admiral was holding some sort of subtle three-way conversation with Nico and Colonel Klinger using body language and hand signals that were totally different from his spoken words. They had filled him in on the incident on Ray 3, how they fooled the Inquisitor into giving them repair materials without giving themselves away, and he was telling them about the last mission he was on, to recover a defector from the Trifid Empire. If Max couldn't read their minds, he would have never known that they all spoke that secret language, and the fact annoyed him much more than it had any right to. Nico was his best friend, and he knew she viewed him as hers, but she never let him know that she spoke another secret language, and it seemed to be one related to the Reavers and mercenaries. Digging deeper through Klinger's thoughts, it was also used by many gray market businesses, which made Max wonder if he had simply missed it being used during his childhood because he responded out loud and not in the correct way. There were a lot of things Max didn't know, but he did know that one way or another, he was learning this subtle gesture language before they finished their mission. That method of communication was just too convenient, as he could use it during a regular conversation over the video link without tipping off anyone who didn't already know. Inquisitor Ming also seemed to know what they were talking about, because his annoyed thoughts didn't match the spoken introductions, but his mind was carefully schooled, with the deeper thoughts hidden. That was a limitation of his innate talent that Max didn't run into very often. Usually, minds were an open book to him. Now he had two things to take up his time during this journey, and it was going to bother him until he had a solution to at least one of them.